Hello and welcome. I know many of you use this video to fall asleep. Before you drift off, I'd love to know where you're listening from. If you enjoy it, don't forget to like and subscribe. Chapter 1. The First Toll. The village of Elmsworth, nestled high in the rolling hills, had long been a place of peace. A close-knit community of farmers, artisans, and merchants. It was the kind of place where people knew each other by name, where nothing ever truly seemed to change. The small village was protected from the world beyond by miles of dense, untamed forest, and the towering spires of the ancient monastery loomed over it from a distance, a silent guardian. The monks who inhabited the monastery were few, and they seldom left the stone walls of their sacred refuge. It had been years since the last monk had ventured into the village, and even longer since anyone had dared speak of the monastery's past. But that all changed one fateful night. It was a crisp evening, the air sharp with the cold bite of winter, when something unsettling disturbed the usual stillness of Elmsworth. The clock tower in the center of the village struck 12, signaling the arrival of midnight. Yet, it was not the familiar chime of the bell that echoed across the darkened streets. Instead, it was the sound of another bell, one from the monastery atop the hill. The ancient church bells, which had long been silent, began to toll, their heavy, haunting resonance reverberating through the village. It was the first time they had rung in decades, and the sound pierced the night, as if something far more sinister was calling out. At first, the villagers were confused. The bells had not sounded since the last monk had died years ago. The priests and their rituals had long been forgotten. No one had dared to enter the monastery since its abandonment. So why were the bells ringing now? Then came the first death. By morning, the villagers gathered in the town square, their breath visible in the frigid morning air, gossip and fear spreading among them like wildfire. The body of Jonas Hale, a well-known merchant in the village, had been found in the woods just beyond the village boundaries. His throat had been slashed, and his body was grotesquely arranged in a manner that made it clear he had been tortured. But it was not the brutality of the murder that stunned the villagers. No, it was what had been done to his body, what was drawn upon it. Symbols. Strange, intricate symbols had been painted on Jonas's chest with his own blood, marks that none of them recognized, ancient and unfamiliar, resembling something that belonged to a time long forgotten. The symbols were unsettling, as though they were calling out to something that lay hidden beneath the earth, something ancient, something terrible. The villagers had no idea who could have committed such a heinous act, but one thing was certain: the tolling bells from the monastery and Jonas's death were no coincidence. A sense of dread swept through the people as they all muttered the same words in hushed tones: the curse. For generations, the villagers had heard whispers of an old pact tied to the monastery, a pact involving the bells and an ancient curse that had once been cast upon the land. It was said that every toll of the bell would mark the beginning of something terrible, and with it, death would follow. But such stories were just that. Stories, myths passed down through the ages, never to be believed. Yet here they were, faced with the very possibility that those stories might be true. The news quickly spread to the neighboring villages, but the local authorities were at a loss. There were no witnesses, no signs of the killer, no motive. But everyone agreed on one thing: the bells had been the herald of this tragedy. And as if to punctuate the fear gripping their hearts, the bells rang again that evening, their deep resonance breaking the silence of the night. It was then that the church, desperate for answers, called upon Gabriel. Gabriel was not the man the villagers would have chosen. In fact, he was the last person they would have expected. He had been a priest once, a respected member of the church, but that was before the scandal. Years ago, Gabriel had been excommunicated for reasons never fully disclosed to the public. Some said it was due to his involvement in questionable practices. Others claimed it was because of his refusal to abide by the church's strict doctrines. Whatever the true reason, Gabriel had fallen from grace, leaving behind a tarnished reputation and a haunting past. Yet, in the face of the strange occurrences surrounding the monastery, the church saw no other choice but to call upon him. Gabriel, with his knowledge of the occult and the darker sides of faith, was uniquely suited to uncover the truth. He had a reputation for investigating the unexplained and dealing with the forces that others would rather leave untouched. For better or worse, he was the only one who might be able to unravel the mystery. As Gabriel arrived in Elmsworth, the villagers were skeptical. His presence was met with mixed reactions. Some saw him as a necessary evil, a means to an end, while others viewed him with disdain, remembering the scandal that had led to his fall from grace. Gabriel's solemn demeanor and dark, haunted eyes made him an uncomfortable figure, a man who carried the weight of his past with him wherever he went. The journey up the hill to the monastery was a long and treacherous one. The cold winds whipped around Gabriel as he climbed the narrow, winding path, the tall trees on either side seeming to close in, as if trying to suffocate him in their shadow. The monastery itself stood atop a steep hill, its towering stone walls darkened by centuries of neglect. The building, once a place of sacred refuge, now loomed like a dark sentinel, its windows like empty eyes staring into the abyss. When Gabriel reached the monastery's entrance, he paused, the sound of the bells still faintly echoing in the distance. He had heard of the monastery's history, of its founding, and the long-forgotten practices that had once been performed within its walls. What he hadn't expected was the palpable sense of dread that clung to the place like a thick fog. As Gabriel entered, the heavy doors creaked open with an unsettling groan. The air inside was stale, thick with dust and the remnants of centuries-old incense. The silence was deafening, broken only by the occasional rustle of wind outside or the distant tolling of the bell. His footsteps echoed as he made his way down the long, dimly lit corridor, the flickering light from his lantern casting grotesque shadows on the walls. There, in the heart of the monastery, stood the bell tower. It was as much a part of the monastery's history as the walls themselves, ancient, foreboding, and linked to the strange events now unfolding. The bells were said to be cursed, bound by the rituals of the monks who had once lived there. Gabriel's mission was clear, but as he gazed up at the towering structure, he couldn't help but feel the weight of the history that had transpired within these walls. The tolling had begun again, and with it, the countdown to something far worse than anyone could have imagined had begun. Chapter 2: The Arrival of Gabriel. The night was heavy with an oppressive stillness as Gabriel approached the monastery. The path that led up to it was narrow and winding, flanked on either side by dense, dark woods that seemed to stretch on forever. Each step he took seemed to echo louder than the last, and the chill in the air made his breath visible, hanging in the frigid darkness, like some unspoken omen. The monastery itself loomed at the summit of the hill, a towering mass of crumbling stone, its silhouette jagged against the starlit sky. Gabriel had seen it many times before, both in his mind and in the stories he'd heard. It had been abandoned for years, and its once proud structure now seemed little more than a decaying monument to forgotten faith. No one had dared to venture up to the monastery in decades, not since the last monk had disappeared without a trace. But now, here he was, the very man summoned to investigate the sinister events that had begun to plague the village below. The tolling of the ancient bells still echoed faintly in his mind, a haunting sound that seemed to reverberate deep within his soul. Gabriel had never been a man of superstition, but there was something unsettling about this place, something that gnawed at the edges of his thoughts, urging him to tread carefully. As he reached the entrance, the heavy wooden doors groaned in protest when he pushed them open. The sound was almost unnervingly loud, and for a moment, Gabriel hesitated, as if the monastery itself were warning him to turn back. But he had come this far, and there was no going back now. Inside, the air was thick with dust and the scent of decay. The once sacred space now seemed abandoned, as though time itself had forgotten it. Gabriel's lantern cast long, flickering shadows on the walls, and the silence was so absolute that it felt suffocating. As he walked deeper into the monastery, the echoes of his footsteps were drowned by the weight of history that clung to every stone. He paused briefly in the central hall, taking in his surroundings. Faded tapestries adorned the walls, their colors long since faded to ghostly hues. The high ceilings, once grand, now appeared cracked and sagging under the weight of neglect. It was a place that had once been filled with the light of faith and devotion. But now, it was little more than a hollow shell, haunted by the spirits of its past. Gabriel's mind, ever sharp, raced with the possibilities. He knew of the monastery's history, its founding by an order of monks who had been known for their secretive practices, their rituals shrouded in mystery. Over time, whispers of dark dealings had surfaced. Some said they had made pacts with forces beyond this world. Others claimed they had called upon forbidden powers to achieve their goals. But those were just rumors, and Gabriel had long since learned that rumors were often rooted in fear, not truth. He pushed forward, his lantern illuminating a narrow hallway that led deeper into the heart of the monastery. The air grew colder, and the walls seemed to close in around him. It was as though the very building were alive, watching, waiting. As he walked, Gabriel began to feel the weight of his own past bearing down on him. The walls of the monastery seemed to hum with memories of his former life, the life he had abandoned when he was excommunicated. Once a rising star in the church, Gabriel had fallen from grace in a scandal that had rocked the very foundations of his faith. He had been cast out, rejected by those he had once called brothers, and forced to confront the darkness within himself. But it was this very darkness that had led him here. It was his understanding of the unseen forces that lay beyond the veil of the physical world that made him the church's only hope of unraveling the mystery surrounding the monastery. As Gabriel continued down the corridor, he was struck by a sense of unease, the feeling that something or someone was watching him. He had learned long ago to trust his instincts, and right now, every fiber of his being was telling him that he was not alone. Turning a corner, he came upon a large wooden door, half open. The room beyond was dark, save for a sliver of light from his lantern. It was the chapel, the heart of the monastery, where the monks had once prayed. But now, it was little more than a ruin, its altar broken, its pews overturned, its stained glass windows shattered. And there, standing at the altar, was a figure cloaked in shadow. Gabriel's hand instinctively moved toward the crucifix at his side, but the figure spoke first, its voice deep and resonant, sending a shiver down Gabriel's spine. "You've come at last." The figure stepped into the light, revealing the face of an elderly man, his features sharp and worn by years of toil. His robes, though tattered, still bore the faint insignia of the prior of the monastery. Gabriel recognized him instantly. It was Prior Alaric, the last surviving monk of the order. "Prior Alaric?" Gabriel asked, his voice laced with disbelief. I thought you were dead." The old man smiled grimly. "Many have thought that. But death is not always the end, Gabriel. Not here." The prior's eyes flickered with something ancient, something unsettling. Gabriel felt his pulse quicken. There was more to this man than met the eye, and more to the monastery than he had imagined. "Why am I here, Prior?" Gabriel asked, stepping cautiously into the chapel. "What's happening in the village? What's causing the deaths?" Alaric's eyes darkened, and he motioned for Gabriel to approach the altar. As Gabriel moved closer, he could see the ancient markings etched into the stone. The symbols were familiar. He had seen them before in the blood of the victims. "Do you see these symbols, Gabriel?" the prior asked, his voice almost a whisper. "They are the key. The bells that toll at midnight, the blood that is spilled. It is all part of the curse that was laid upon this place long ago." Gabriel's heart sank. "A curse?" "A curse," Alaric confirmed. "One that has been festering for centuries. The bells were never meant to toll, not like this. But every time they ring, another soul is claimed. And as the tolls grow more frequent, the power of the curse grows stronger." Gabriel's mind raced. "And you? You know how to stop it?" Alaric nodded slowly. "I do. But the cost is great, Gabriel. Far greater than you can imagine. You must choose whether you are willing to pay the price." The air in the chapel seemed to grow heavier, as though the very walls were closing in on Gabriel. He could feel the weight of the prior's words pressing upon him. The curse that had been placed upon the monastery so long ago was real, and it was up to him to end it. But as the bells began to toll again, their haunting sound filling the air, Gabriel realized that the price for ending the curse might be more than he was willing to pay. Chapter 3. The Body of Sin. Gabriel's footsteps echoed as he made his way down the narrow, dimly lit corridor that led to the morgue. The heavy scent of antiseptic mixed with the stale air of the building, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Despite the coldness of the stone walls, Gabriel couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that had settled in his gut since he left the monastery. The prior's words about the curse lingered in his mind, gnawing at him with every step he took. The villagers had been whispering among themselves, fearful of the bloodshed that had already taken place. Jonas Hale, the merchant whose brutal death had marked the first toll of the cursed bells, was not the only one to fall victim to the unseen force. Another death had occurred the following night, and the body had been discovered in much the same way. Bloody symbols drawn across the skin, marking the victims with an eerie ritualistic pattern. Gabriel had been summoned to investigate these deaths, but there was something more troubling than just the victims' fates. The symbols. They were too precise, too deliberate to be the work of a random killer. As he had seen in Jonas Hale's body, and as he had been told by the villagers, these symbols appeared to be etched in blood, each one carefully traced, as though drawn by a hand that understood their significance. The door to the morgue creaked as Gabriel entered, and he was met by the coroner, a weary, middle-aged man whose eyes were hollow from too many sleepless nights. His name was Edmund, and he greeted Gabriel with a tense nod, the weight of the situation palpable between them. Edmund had been the one to examine Jonas Hale's body the morning after his discovery, and it was he who had reported the strange symbols to the village leaders. "Father Gabriel," Edmund said in a low voice, "I trust you've come to see the body. It's not like anything I've encountered before." Gabriel nodded grimly. He had seen death in many forms during his time in the church, but the brutality and ritualistic nature of these murders were something new. "Where is it?" Edmund led him to a small, dimly lit room at the back of the morgue. There, on the cold metal table, lay the body of the second victim, a man named Elias Forsyth, a fisherman who had been well liked in the village. His throat had been slashed in a similar fashion to Jonas Hale's, and once again, his body was covered with the same blood-red symbols, this time on his arms and chest. Gabriel felt a shiver run down his spine as he looked down at the corpse. The symbols were unmistakable, each one formed with a clarity that suggested deliberate intent. It was as though whoever had drawn them knew exactly what they represented. Something ancient, something powerful. "What do you make of these markings, Father?" Edmund asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Gabriel stepped closer to the body, examining the symbols more closely. His lantern flickered as he moved it to the side, casting eerie shadows across the blood-stained skin. The symbols were not random at all. They were ancient, designed in a style that belonged to a long-forgotten time. Each mark resembled a strange combination of geometric shapes and runes, arranged in a pattern that seemed to pulse with an energy that was almost tangible. The more Gabriel examined the markings, the more familiar they seemed. He had seen similar symbols in the ancient texts he had studied during his time in the church, texts that dealt with arcane rituals and the dark history of the monastery. These symbols were part of a forgotten ritual, one that called upon forces beyond the human realm. A ritual that had been buried in the past, hidden away by those who feared its power. "I know these symbols," Gabriel murmured under his breath. "They belong to a curse, one that was invoked centuries ago." Edmund raised an eyebrow. "A curse?" Gabriel nodded, his mind racing. "Yes, these symbols are tied to an ancient invocation, one that was used by the monks of this monastery. It's a ritual that demands blood in exchange for power, a power that the monks sought long ago in their pursuit of something greater than mere faith." The coroner stared at him, his face pale. "You're telling me that these symbols, this ritual, are linked to the deaths?" Gabriel looked back down at the body, his fingers lightly tracing the lines of the blood-soaked symbols. "Yes," he said quietly. "This is no random killing spree. This is something far more ancient, something that has been awakened by the tolling of the bells." Edmund seemed to hesitate for a moment before speaking again. "What can we do about it, Father? How do we stop this madness?" Gabriel's gaze drifted to the ceiling, his mind lost in thought. The tolling bells were not merely a harbinger of death. They were the catalyst. The ritual had been bound to the bells, a dark pact formed long ago. Every time the bells tolled, the ritual gained strength, drawing the blood of the innocent to fulfill its terrible purpose. "I need to see the monastery's archives," Gabriel said suddenly, his voice firm. "I need to find the texts, the original rituals. If I can uncover the full scope of the curse, I may be able to stop it." Edmund gave him a confused look. "But the monastery is abandoned. No one goes there anymore." Who will show you these texts?" "I'll go myself," Gabriel replied, his expression resolute. "I've already seen enough to know that whatever is happening, whatever evil has been awakened, it's tied to the monastery, and I need to understand it fully." Without another word, Gabriel turned and left the morgue, his mind swirling with thoughts of the ritual, the blood, and the curse that now seemed to be consuming the village. He knew that the only way to stop the killings was to delve into the monastery's dark history, to unlock the secrets buried there. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized how deeply entwined the monastery was with the curse. There was no escaping it now. Gabriel made his way back to the village center, where he was greeted by the concerned faces of the villagers. They had heard about the latest death, and fear had begun to spread like wildfire. The tolling of the bells had become a daily occurrence, each one signaling another victim. As he passed the town square, Gabriel's gaze lingered on the distant hill, where the monastery stood in shadow. He could feel the weight of its dark past pressing down on him, and he knew that he had no choice but to return. There, in the heart of the crumbling structure, the truth lay hidden, and only by unraveling the mystery of the symbols could he hope to end the curse before it claimed more lives. Chapter 4. The Blood Sacrifice. Gabriel had not slept since his visit to the morgue. The images of the bodies, the blood-stained symbols, and the whispered warnings from Prior Alaric clung to him like an unshakable shadow. As the toll of the bells echoed through the village each night, his sense of urgency grew. The deeper he delved into the mystery of the monastery, the more he felt an unseen presence lurking at the edges of his thoughts, a presence that seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment. The monastery, once a place of solemn worship, had become a place of fear. Every creaking floorboard, every gust of wind through its crumbling walls seemed to carry the whispers of the past, calling out to him, urging him to uncover what had been buried for centuries. Gabriel knew that the answers he sought lay within the ancient stones of the monastery itself. He had already uncovered part of the truth. The curse was not simply a random event. It was rooted in a pact made long ago, a blood sacrifice that had consecrated the bells and bound them to a dark power. That day, Gabriel had decided to investigate the monastery further, to search for any remaining records or texts that might reveal more about the origins of the curse. As he entered the ruinous hall, his lantern flickered uneasily, casting distorted shadows on the crumbling stone. The walls groaned with age, and the air smelled of mildew and decay. But Gabriel had learned to ignore these signs of neglect. His focus was singular. He needed to understand the ritual that had begun this descent into darkness. He passed through the main chamber of the monastery, where stained glass windows, long shattered, allowed weak rays of sunlight to spill onto the dust-ridden floors. The silence here was suffocating, like the walls themselves were pressing in, as though they were hiding something. Gabriel made his way to the monastery's library, an ancient room filled with rotting scrolls and faded manuscripts. Some of the texts had survived, though many were so worn that the ink had faded to a mere smudge. He sifted through the papers carefully, his hands trembling with anticipation. Hours passed as he pored over the manuscripts, trying to piece together the fragments of a forgotten history. He found descriptions of the monks who had once lived there, their secretive practices, and the forbidden rituals they had performed to gain power. At last, he uncovered a series of scrolls that described a ritual performed by one of the monastery's founding monks, Brother Elric. This monk, Gabriel learned, had been obsessed with achieving divine power. According to the texts, Aelric had believed that the only way to achieve the favor of the gods was through blood sacrifice. He had performed numerous rituals, but none had granted him the power he sought. Desperate, he turned to the most forbidden and blasphemous act of all, the sacrifice of his own flesh and blood. In a cold, calculated act, Aelric had lured his own brother, a fellow monk, to the altar. It was said that the two brothers had been close, bound by ties of faith and family. But Aelric's lust for power had consumed him, and he saw the only way to secure it was through the ultimate sacrifice, his brother's life. On the night of the blood moon, Aelric killed his own flesh and blood, offering his brother's life as a blood offering to the gods in exchange for the power he so desperately craved. The ritual, as described in the scrolls, was a grotesque and violent one. The blood of the sacrificed monk was collected and poured over the bells of the monastery, consecrating them with the power to summon the gods. But instead of granting Aelric the power he sought, the ritual cursed the bells, binding them to an insatiable hunger for more blood. Each toll of the bell would demand a life to feed the curse that had been born from Aelric's sin. Gabriel sat back in horror as he read through the ancient text. The sacrifice of Aelric's brother, a fratricide in the name of power, was the seed of the curse that had plagued the monastery for centuries. The tolling bells, the blood on the victims' bodies, it was all part of the ritual that had been set into motion that fateful night. Aelric's sin had created a chain of events that could not be undone. The bells had been consecrated in blood, and now blood was the price for every toll they rang. As Gabriel continued to read, he began to feel the presence of something else in the room, something watching him. At first, it was faint, just a flicker at the edge of his vision. But as he continued to read, the sensation grew stronger, more insistent. The temperature in the room seemed to drop, and a chill ran down his spine. His eyes darted nervously around the dimly lit library, but he saw nothing. Then came a whisper, a faint, almost inaudible voice, as if someone or something was speaking directly into his ear. "Gabriel?" His heart skipped a beat, and he spun around, but the room was empty, save for the rows of ancient texts. The whispering continued, but it was not a voice Gabriel could place. It was cold, unnatural, as if it came from the very walls themselves. Gabriel. The whispering grew louder, more urgent, and Gabriel could feel his pulse quicken. The presence was real. He could feel it now, an oppressive force pressing against him from all sides, a malevolent energy that seemed to emanate from the very stones of the monastery. It was as if the place itself was alive, feeding off his fear, drawing him in. He stood up suddenly, knocking over a pile of old scrolls in his haste. His lantern flickered wildly, casting erratic shadows on the walls. He turned toward the door, but it was as if the shadows themselves were closing in on him, hemming him in, preventing his escape. The whisper was no longer a distant sound. It was right behind him, close enough for Gabriel to feel its breath on the back of his neck, a cold, clammy breath, laced with the stench of death. Leave. Now. Gabriel felt a surge of adrenaline and pushed forward, his body trembling with fear, but his mind clear. This was no ordinary presence. It was the curse, the ancient evil bound to the monastery by Aelric's blood sacrifice. It was alive, and it was following him, watching him, as if it had been waiting for him all along. With a final glance at the library, Gabriel rushed out of the room, the heavy door slamming behind him. He could hear the distant tolling of the bells, but this time it was different. The bells rang in a pattern, one that seemed to echo the beat of his own heart. The deeper he delved into the mysteries of the monastery, the more he realized that there was no turning back. The curse was tied to the very foundation of this place, to the sin that had been committed here so many centuries ago. And now, it was coming for him. Chapter 5. The Echo of Sin. The monastery had become more than just a place of mystery for Gabriel. It had become a prison of the mind, where the walls whispered dark secrets and the very air seemed thick with the weight of forgotten sins. The deeper he delved into the monastery's past, the more he felt himself becoming entangled in its dark history. His nights were plagued by vivid dreams, visions of the monks who had once walked these halls, visions that felt too real, as though the past itself was rising from the depths to claim him. The first vision had been a fleeting thing, a shadow at the edge of his vision, a figure draped in a tattered hood, standing at the altar where the bells were consecrated. But over time, these visions grew more frequent, more detailed. One night, as Gabriel sat in the library, the air suddenly grew thick with an oppressive heat, and he was plunged into a vision unlike any he had experienced before. In the vision, he was no longer in the library, surrounded by dusty old scrolls and manuscripts. Instead, he stood in the very heart of the monastery, the chapel, bathed in the dim light of candles. The air smelled of incense, but it was not the familiar scent of holy rituals. This was something darker, more pungent. Gabriel could hear murmurs, low and hushed, as though a congregation of monks was gathered around him. He looked around and saw them, dozens of them, their faces obscured by shadows. They were cloaked in the dark robes of the order, their eyes hollow, their movements slow and deliberate. At the altar, a man lay, bound and bleeding. Gabriel recognized him. It was the brother of Brother Elric, the one who had been sacrificed to consecrate the bells. He could see the pain in the man's eyes, his mouth twisted in agony, as the monks chanted in a language Gabriel did not recognize. Then, the bell tolled, a deep, resonant sound that seemed to vibrate through Gabriel's very bones. The monks lifted their hands toward the bell, their faces filled with a twisted reverence, as though they were calling upon something far beyond human understanding. And then, in one horrifying moment, the ritual was complete. The blood flowed freely from the brother's body, staining the stone beneath him, while the bells tolled once more, louder, stronger, more insistent. Gabriel's breath quickened as he was pulled from the vision. His body trembled with the aftershocks of what he had seen, his mind struggling to grasp the enormity of the sin that had been committed here. But the vision was not over. As he blinked, trying to clear the images from his mind, they only intensified. Now, Gabriel saw himself, his own face twisted in a grimace of pain, as though the past had reached out to claim him. He was standing in the chapel, the cold stone beneath his feet, as the bells rang again. But this time, there was no escape from the vision. The monks surrounded him, their eyes fixed on him with an eerie intensity. He could hear their whispers, words that seemed to wrap around him like chains, tightening with each passing second. "Gabriel," one of the monks said, his voice cold and distant. "The blood has been spilled. The curse is in motion. The bell tolls, and the price must be paid." Gabriel recoiled, his heart pounding. He tried to move, but his body refused to obey. He was frozen, bound by the weight of the vision, trapped in the echoes of the past. The bell tolled once more, and with it, the monks began to chant louder, their voices merging into a single horrible cry. It was a prayer. No, a summons. A dark, ancient invocation. Suddenly, the vision shattered, and Gabriel was back in the monastery, his breath ragged as he stumbled back, clutching his chest. The bells had stopped ringing, but the sound still reverberated in his mind. He was drenched in sweat, his body shaking with the lingering effects of the vision. It was as if the monastery itself was trying to communicate with him, trying to show him the past, to make him understand the price of the curse that had been set in motion. But it was not over. The tolling of the bell was not just a call. It was a promise, a harbinger of death. Gabriel had barely caught his breath when he was interrupted by a loud knock on the door. He quickly wiped the sweat from his brow and opened it to find one of the village constables, his face pale and grim. "Father Gabriel," the constable said in a low, trembling voice. "Another body. A villager has been found dead, just like the others." Gabriel's heart sank. He had feared this moment. The curse was not just tied to the monastery. It was spreading to the village itself. Each toll of the bell, each death, was a step closer to the curse's final conclusion. "Where?" Gabriel asked, his voice tight with urgency. The constable hesitated, but only for a moment. "In the woods, near the old mill." Gabriel nodded, grabbing his lantern. "Lead the way." The walk to the woods was silent, the only sound being the crunch of their footsteps on the frozen ground. As they reached the clearing where the body had been found, Gabriel could already see the faint outlines of the gathering crowd. The village had grown accustomed to death by now, but the fear was still palpable. The tolling of the bells had cast a shadow over their lives, and with each passing day, they grew more desperate. The body was lying in the snow, its features obscured by a blanket of frost. But Gabriel could already tell. It was the same as the others. The body was marked by the same symbols, drawn in blood across the skin. The same ritualistic pattern, identical to the marks on Jonas Hale and Elias Forsyth. Gabriel's stomach churned as he knelt beside the body, his mind racing. The symbols were not just a sign of the curse. They were a part of it, a key to understanding the ritual that had been set in motion centuries ago. Each death was a necessary sacrifice, each toll of the bell a demand for blood. And as the bodies piled up, the power of the curse grew stronger. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over the gathered villagers. Fear was written on their faces, but so was something else: resignation. They knew the toll was inevitable. They knew that every time the bell rang, someone would die. Gabriel turned back toward the monastery. The curse had begun, and it would not stop until it had claimed everything. The bells would toll again, and another life would be taken. He had to find a way to stop it before it was too late. But even as he walked away from the body, a cold, sinister feeling crept over him. He could feel the presence of the past closing in around him, its whispers growing louder, its grip tightening. The curse was not finished with him yet. The sins of the monks still echoed through the halls of the monastery and through the village itself. Gabriel was running out of time. Chapter 6. The Whisper of the Dead. The night in the monastery had grown thick with darkness, its silence deafening as Gabriel roamed the crumbling halls. The heavy weight of the curse seemed to press against him, suffocating him in a thick, suffocating air that made his breath feel shallow. The visions of the monks performing the sacrifice, the bloodstains, and the tolling bells, they haunted him relentlessly. But there was something worse now, something he couldn't quite place, something growing, an unseen presence lurking in the shadows. He had always been a man of reason, of faith, but as the night deepened, the line between reality and the supernatural seemed to blur. He had come to the monastery to stop the curse, to understand the ancient ritual and put an end to the bloodshed. But each revelation, each step closer to the truth, seemed to invite something darker into the world, a malevolent force that Gabriel could no longer ignore. As he walked through the cold stone hallways, the air grew inexplicably colder, and his lantern flickered in his hand. He could feel it then. The coldness wasn't just a physical sensation. It was something more, something that went beyond the natural world, a presence that lingered just out of sight, watching him, waiting for the right moment to strike. It was as though the walls themselves were alive, teeming with restless spirits. Suddenly, the oppressive silence was broken by a low whisper, faint at first, like a distant voice carried on the wind. Gabriel stopped, his heart racing. He had learned not to trust his senses in this place, for the monastery played tricks on the mind. But this voice was different. It was not a figment of his imagination. It felt real. The voice was coming from somewhere in the dark corridors, calling his name in a low, guttural tone. Gabriel. The whisper echoed again, and Gabriel's blood ran cold. His name, spoken in a voice that was not his own. Gabriel. He could feel the air around him grow colder still, the temperature dropping rapidly, as if the very essence of life was being sucked out of the room. He tried to move, but his feet felt frozen to the ground, his body gripped by an unseen force. The walls seemed to close in around him, the shadows deepening with every passing second. From the corner of his eye, he saw a figure move, a faint shrouded silhouette, its outline blurry, indistinct, yet unmistakably there. It hovered just beyond the range of his lantern's light. Gabriel tried to focus, but the figure remained just out of reach, like a shadow refusing to be pinned down. And then, it spoke again. Leave. Gabriel. The voice was harsh now, rasping like the sound of something ancient, something long dead. It was as if the very fabric of the monastery was speaking, the spirits of the past reaching out to him. Gabriel's mind raced, trying to make sense of what he was experiencing. This was no ordinary spirit. No, this was something far darker, something that had been born from the cursed blood spilled so long ago. A sudden chill gripped his chest, and before he could react, a force, cold and sharp, struck him from behind, sending him crashing to the ground. Gabriel gasped as a wave of pain washed over him, his body bruised from the unseen impact. He tried to stand, but his legs buckled, and he was pulled into the shadows by an invisible hand. He struggled against the force, but it was like being caught in the grip of a nightmare. A figure materialized before him, cloaked in darkness. It was not fully human. Its features were distorted, its body shifting and writhing, as if it were made of shadows. Gabriel's heart raced as the figure loomed over him, its cold, empty eyes staring down at him with an intensity that paralyzed him. "You are not welcome here, Gabriel," the entity hissed, its voice a cruel, guttural rasp. "The blood you seek is ours." Gabriel struggled to breathe as the entity's grip tightened around him. He could feel the coldness of its touch seeping into his bones, and a suffocating pressure filled his chest. His vision blurred, and for a moment, he thought he might pass out from the sheer force of the spiritual assault. "Who are you?" Gabriel gasped, his voice barely audible. "I am one of the cursed, one of the sacrificed," the entity replied, its voice growing louder, more distorted. "We are trapped here, trapped between life and death. The sin that was committed, the blood that was spilled, has bound us here. We cannot rest. And now you, Gabriel, will pay the price for the debt that has never been repaid. Gabriel's mind raced. The curse was not just a chain that bound the monastery. It was a curse that trapped the souls of the sacrificed, the monks who had perished in the ritual. They were not at peace. They were lingering, waiting for vengeance. The tolling bells, the blood spilled, each death, each victim added to the rage of the spirits trapped in limbo, demanding retribution for the sins of their past. "I didn't do this," Gabriel said, his voice rising with desperation. "I'm trying to stop it. I'm trying to break the curse." The entity's laugh echoed in the air, an eerie, hollow sound that sent a wave of terror through Gabriel's chest. "The curse cannot be broken, Gabriel. It is woven into the very fabric of this place. The blood calls to the dead, and the dead call to the living. Every death, every soul that falls, is a piece of the puzzle that you cannot solve. The bell tolls, and the price must be paid." As the figure spoke, the coldness around Gabriel intensified, and the shadows seemed to close in tighter, pressing against him from all sides. His body was trembling with fear, but his mind was clearing, a sense of realization slowly dawning. The spirits were not merely attacking him. They were trying to communicate with him. The curse, the blood, the sacrifice, it was all part of a larger, twisted plan. Gabriel had to understand it, had to piece together the fragments of the truth that had been left behind. Suddenly, the entity withdrew, vanishing into the shadows with a final, chilling whisper. "Find the truth, Gabriel, or you will be consumed by the curse, like the others." Gabriel collapsed to the cold stone floor, his chest heaving with panic and exhaustion. His mind was reeling, the images of the vision still fresh in his mind. The dead were not just lingering in the monastery. They were part of the curse. They were the echoes of the past, and their vengeance had been building for centuries. The souls trapped in limbo were calling out, demanding that the sins of the past be repaid. And Gabriel was caught in the middle of it all. The tolling bells rang again, their sound louder than ever, each note carrying with it the weight of 1,000 dead souls, each one calling for their blood to be avenged. Gabriel knew now that every death, every life taken by the curse, brought him closer to the truth. But the cost was high. The dead would not be silenced easily. And unless he could unravel the final secrets of the monastery, he would become just another victim of the blood-soaked legacy that had been forged in sin. Chapter 7. The Ritual of Atonement. The monastery was a labyrinth. It always had been, Gabriel realized, even long before it had fallen into ruin. It had been a place of secrets, secrets that had been buried beneath the weight of centuries, sealed by forgotten prayers, and hidden in the dark corners of its stone halls. As Gabriel descended deeper into the bowels of the monastery, he could feel the weight of its history pressing down on him. The air grew thick with the scent of mold and incense, and the oppressive silence seemed to swallow every sound he made. He had discovered that the only way to stop the curse was to atone for the original sin that had bound the monastery to its dark fate. The blood of Brother Elric's sacrifice had consecrated the bells, and only by undoing the ritual could the deaths be stopped. The sin, the fratricide, had to be expunged, and the only way to do that was to find the altar where the first blood had been spilled, where the brothers had stood before the altar, and where the first soul had been taken in the name of power. As Gabriel ventured through the hidden passages beneath the monastery, he couldn't shake the feeling that the walls were watching him. The air was oppressive, thick with a malevolent force that seemed to rise from the very stones. The deeper he went, the more the shadows clung to him, like living entities intent on dragging him further into the darkness. His lantern flickered weakly, casting long, crooked shadows on the walls as he descended, each step echoing in the silent corridors. His heart pounded in his chest, his breath shallow with each turn he made. The maze of hidden paths was treacherous, and every corner seemed to lead to another dead end, or worse, into the remnants of the old rituals. The whispers from the dead, the visions of the monks performing their sacrifices, still haunted him, and every time the air grew colder, he could feel their presence drawing closer. He paused at a junction, his eyes scanning the walls for any indication of where the altar could be. His fingers traced the cold stone, and as he did, he felt something shift in the air, a low, unsettling hum. It was faint at first, like a distant echo of something ancient, but it grew louder with each passing second, resonating in the very bones of the monastery. The sound of bells, distorted and far away, rang in his ears, their tolls shaking him to his core. The curse was not content to wait any longer. Gabriel moved faster now, knowing he was drawing closer to the heart of the monastery, closer to the altar where the first sacrifice had been made, and closer to the point of no return. He had uncovered the truth. The only way to stop the curse was to find the altar and perform the ritual of atonement, one that would require the blood of the one who had set the curse in motion. It was a ritual that could not be completed without confronting the sins of the past, and, he feared, confronting his own. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of winding corridors, Gabriel reached the altar. It was a small, hidden chamber, its walls adorned with faded symbols and the remnants of long-forgotten rites. The altar itself was nothing more than a simple stone slab, stained with the marks of the past. Gabriel's heart sank as he saw the deep grooves etched into the stone, grooves that resembled the same blood symbols that had marked the victims of the curse. This was it. This was where it had all started. As Gabriel stepped forward, the air grew colder still, and he could feel the darkness closing in around him. The oppressive weight of the monastery seemed to push against him, and with each step, the shadows seemed to grow longer, as though they were reaching for him. The tolling of the bells grew louder, more insistent, as if they were calling him to fulfill the ritual. He could feel the malevolent presence in the room now, pressing against him like a storm, a force intent on stopping him. And then, in the blink of an eye, the darkness erupted. A figure materialized before him, tall, shadowed, and unmistakably demonic. Its eyes glowed with a sickly, unnatural light, and its form seemed to writhe and shift, like something not entirely bound by the laws of nature. "You think you can undo what has been done?" The entity growled, its voice a deep guttural rasp that reverberated through the chamber. "You think you can erase the blood of the past?" Gabriel stepped back, but the figure advanced, its presence overwhelming. "The price has already been paid," it continued. "The curse has been cast, and you are just another part of the puzzle. You cannot change what has been set into motion." Gabriel's heart raced. He had been prepared for this. He had known the demons of the past would not give up their claim on the monastery easily. But the truth of the ritual, the true nature of atonement, had only become clear to him recently. He could not stop this without accepting the darkness that had been sown into the very fabric of the monastery. He had to face the truth of his own sin, the sin that had led him to this place. The curse would not end until he atoned for his own fall from grace. "You speak of blood, but you do not understand," Gabriel said, his voice firm, though it shook with fear. "It was my sin that brought me here, my rejection of faith, my failure as a priest. The curse has claimed my soul as much as it has claimed the others. But I am not afraid of you." The entity laughed, its voice like nails scraping against stone. "You think your confession will save you? Your sin is already written in blood, Gabriel. It cannot be erased." Gabriel clenched his fists, the weight of the truth settling in his chest. He knew the only way to end this was to confront the darkness within himself, to accept his own fallibility, his own guilt. His faith had been shattered long ago, but it was in this moment, surrounded by the remnants of sacrifice and death, that he realized what must be done. "I am the one who must atone," he whispered, his voice low but resolute. The figure recoiled, as if Gabriel's words had struck it. "No, you are nothing," it hissed. But Gabriel was not afraid. With each step he took toward the altar, the presence of the demon seemed to falter, as though it were being pushed back by something far stronger than fear. The true power of atonement lay not in the sacrifice of others, but in the recognition and acceptance of one's own sins. Gabriel had rejected his faith for years, but now, standing before the altar, he realized that only by embracing his own darkness could he set the souls trapped by the curse free. With one final decisive movement, Gabriel placed his hands on the stone altar, closing his eyes as the bells tolled in the distance. The sound of the bells became deafening, but he embraced it, accepting the weight of the sin that had brought him here. The entity screeched, its form dissipating into the air, unable to withstand the purity of Gabriel's decision. The shadows retreated, and in that moment, Gabriel knew that the curse had been broken. Chapter 8. The Last Toll. The night was still, the moon hidden behind thick clouds, as if nature itself was holding its breath. The bells, which had tolled relentlessly for days, rang again. But this time, it wasn't the usual haunting, distant clang that Gabriel had grown accustomed to. It was different, almost deliberate. The sound reverberated through the monastery and the village below with a finality that sent chills down his spine. For the first time in years, Gabriel felt the weight of inevitability pressing against him. He had already discovered the truth of the curse, the blood, the rituals, the sacrifices. But now, as the bells tolled for the last time, Gabriel knew that the final revelation was about to unfold. The deaths that had claimed the lives of innocent villagers were not mere accidents, not the work of a faceless killer. They were part of a design, a twisted cycle that had its roots far deeper than he had ever imagined. The toll of the bells, the suffering, and the bloodshed had all led him here, to this moment of reckoning. As he stood in the cold night air, his lantern casting a flickering light against the stone walls of the monastery, Gabriel felt a deep sense of dread. The curse was not finished yet. One final death remained, one last soul to be claimed by the tolling bells. But it was more than that. He could feel it in the pit of his stomach. The tolls were calling him to the altar, to the place where it had all begun, where the first sacrifice had been made. Gabriel's footsteps were slow and deliberate as he made his way back to the hidden chamber beneath the monastery. The dark corridors that had once seemed so foreboding now felt like a pathway, leading him to the truth he had been avoiding. He knew what had to be done, and it filled him with a sense of resignation. The path was clear, but the price was higher than he had ever imagined. As he entered the chamber, Gabriel was met by the stillness that had settled over the altar, where the original sacrifice had been made centuries ago. The air felt thick with the weight of the past, the oppressive silence that filled the space, as though the very walls were waiting for him. His lantern flickered once more before going out, casting him into darkness. But the shadows were no longer his enemy. The truth was his enemy now. He approached the altar, the cold stone beneath his feet seeming to hum with the energy of a curse long set in motion. The blood of Brother Elric's brother had stained the stone, and Gabriel had once thought that his journey had been to break the chain that had kept the spirits trapped in this place. But now, as the final toll of the bells rang through the monastery's halls, Gabriel understood. The curse wasn't simply bound to the monastery, it was bound to him. The realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. He was the key. The final death, the final toll, had always been meant for him. It was no accident that he had been drawn to this place. His excommunication, his fall from grace, had not been a punishment. It had been part of a far greater design. Gabriel was the descendant of the very monk who had committed the first fratricide. His bloodline had been tainted by the original sin, and now it was his blood that was required to atone for the centuries of suffering caused by that act. He staggered back, his heart racing. His ancestors' sin, the sin of Brother Elric, had been passed down through the generations. And now, as the last toll of the bell sounded in the distance, Gabriel understood that the curse could only be broken when he offered his soul as the final sacrifice. He had been born into this fate. There was no escaping it. Gabriel fell to his knees, his mind spinning. His eyes drifted to the stone altar before him, the bloodstains still fresh in his memory. The bells had been tolling for days, each toll claiming another life. But now, Gabriel understood that the curse would only be truly broken when he offered himself. His ancestors' sin could not be undone without paying the ultimate price. But could he truly do it? Could he sacrifice himself, knowing that his own bloodline was the cause of this curse? He had tried to resist it, tried to fight the pull of destiny, but now the truth was undeniable. He was the last piece of the puzzle. His soul, his blood, was the key to ending the cycle. The realization filled him with a cold, terrible understanding. To save the village, to release the souls trapped by the curse, he had to die. He had to offer himself to the altar, just as his ancestor had done centuries ago. The bell would toll for him, just as it had tolled for the others. But this time, it would mark the end of the bloodshed, the end of the curse. The air seemed to grow colder as Gabriel rose from the floor, his decision made. He moved to the altar, feeling the weight of the centuries pressing down on him. He was the last, the final sacrifice. His bloodline had come full circle, and now the blood of the original sin would be cleansed in his own death. The bells tolled again, louder this time, their echo filling the very bones of the monastery. Gabriel closed his eyes, accepting the inevitability of his fate. His soul, his sacrifice, would free the trapped spirits. It would end the suffering, the bloodshed, and the darkness that had haunted this place for so long. But even as the bells rang, even as Gabriel prepared to offer himself in the name of atonement, he felt something stir within him. It was a voice, faint but insistent. It called to him, urging him to listen. "Gabriel." It was the voice of his ancestor, Brother Elric, the same voice that had haunted him throughout his journey, the voice that had driven him to uncover the truth, the voice that had led him here, to this moment of sacrifice. "Do not be afraid," the voice whispered. "You are not alone. We are with you." For the first time, Gabriel felt the presence of the spirits not as a threat, but as a comfort. The souls of the sacrificed monks, the ones who had been trapped by their own sins, were not here to claim him. They were here to guide him, to ensure that his sacrifice would be the one that ended the curse. With a deep breath, Gabriel stepped forward, offering himself to the altar. The bell tolled one last time, and in that moment, Gabriel knew that the curse had been broken. His soul was the final piece of the puzzle, the last sacrifice needed to free the trapped spirits and end the cycle of death that had haunted the monastery for centuries. And as the bells fell silent for the last time, Gabriel felt peace. The curse was over, the souls had been freed, and the bloodshed had finally ended. Chapter 9. The Final Sacrifice. The air was thick with a coldness that gnawed at Gabriel's bones as he stood before the altar, the final altar. His heart beat loudly in his chest, the echo of its rhythm reverberating against the ancient stones that had witnessed so much bloodshed over the centuries. The bells had ceased their tolling, and the oppressive silence hung in the air like a heavy fog. This was it, the moment of truth, the moment when the cycle of death, the curse that had plagued the monastery for generations, would either be broken or sealed forever. He stood at the very place where the original sacrifice had taken place, the very spot where Brother Elric had shed his brother's blood, binding the monastery and the bells to a cycle of suffering that had consumed so many lives. And now, Gabriel stood in the same place, his own life hanging in the balance. His hands trembled as he reached out to touch the cold stone of the altar. The weight of the decision that lay before him felt unbearable. To end the curse, to finally break the chain that had ensnared the village and the monastery alike, he would have to offer himself. His blood, his soul, his very life was the final price. But the cost was not just his life. If he sacrificed himself, he would erase the sins of his ancestor, absolve the bloodline, and free the souls trapped by the curse. But if he refused, the cycle would continue. The tolling bells would call again, and more lives would be lost. The spirits, the cursed souls, would remain trapped in the limbo between life and death. The decision weighed heavily on Gabriel's soul. His journey had been long, filled with darkness, revelations, and unbearable truths. He had fought against the curse, uncovered its origins, and learned of the deep connection between himself and the original sin that had ignited the chain of death. His fall from grace, his excommunication, had all been part of a larger plan, a plan that had led him here, to this very moment, where his own bloodline's sin would either be redeemed or sealed in eternal damnation. As Gabriel stood at the altar, a cold gust of wind swept through the room, extinguishing the lantern he held in his hand. The darkness seemed to deepen, and from the shadows, a figure materialized before him, a figure that sent a surge of fear through his chest. It was the same demonic presence that had tormented him, the entity that had claimed the spirits of the sacrificed monks. Its form was towering and formless, a shifting mass of shadows and smoke, with eyes that burned like hot coals. "You have come to the end, Gabriel," the demon hissed, its voice low and guttural. like a whisper carried on the wind. The end of your bloodline's torment, the end of this cursed legacy. But are you truly prepared to give yourself, to pay the price for the sins that have been passed down through the ages? Gabriel stood his ground, his eyes locked with the demon's fiery gaze. I've come to end this, to free the souls, to end the curse. The demon let out a laugh, a sound that seemed to reverberate through the very walls of the monastery. Free the souls? You think you can end it all by offering yourself as a sacrifice? You are the culmination of your ancestors' sins, Gabriel. The blood that flows in your veins is tainted by betrayal, by murder. How can you hope to redeem yourself? How can you hope to erase the darkness that lies within you? Gabriel's heart pounded in his chest as the demon's words dug into his soul. His ancestors' sin, the fratricide that had started it all, had been passed down to him. He was born into this fate, this curse. But even in the face of the demon's taunts, Gabriel knew what had to be done. The blood of his ancestor needed to be purged. Only by offering his life could the cycle of death be stopped. He would be the one to atone for the sins of the past, to break the chain of suffering. I may not be able to erase my past, Gabriel said, his voice steady, but I can end this curse. I can offer myself to atone for what was done. The demon's form flickered, its face twisted in mockery. A noble sacrifice, but a foolish one. You are but a pawn in this game, Gabriel. Your soul is mine to claim. You cannot escape your fate. You are part of this legacy, and your soul will feed the flames of hell. Gabriel's resolve hardened. He had already lost so much. The life he had once known, his standing in the church, his innocence. But in this moment, standing before the altar where the original sin had been committed, he understood something deeper. The sacrifice that was required wasn't just about offering his life. It was about confronting the darkness within himself, the sin that had been passed down through generations, and finally putting an end to it. Take it, Gabriel said, his voice firm. I offer my soul. Let this end. Let the curse be broken. The demon howled, its voice rising in fury as it lunged toward him. But as the demon drew near, a strange force surrounded Gabriel, an invisible barrier, one of pure will and determination. He could feel the weight of his ancestors' sins, the blood that had stained the monastery for centuries. But he also felt something else, a light, faint, but growing stronger, deep within his chest. His faith, however broken it had been, was the key to unlocking his final redemption. The demon's power could not overcome the strength of his will, the strength of his decision to offer himself, to free the trapped souls and end the cycle once and for all. The demon screamed as it was pushed back by the force of Gabriel's will, its shadowy form dissipating like smoke in the wind. Gabriel fell to his knees, the energy draining from him as the weight of the sacrifice began to settle in. His body felt heavy, and the altar before him seemed to glow with an otherworldly light, as though the curse was finally being lifted. The toll of the bells that had haunted him for so long fell silent, and in that silence, Gabriel felt the weight of the ages lift. The souls of the sacrificed monks, the tormented spirits who had been trapped in limbo for centuries, were finally freed. Their voices, soft and distant, whispered words of gratitude and peace as they ascended into the light. Gabriel's heart swelled with a bittersweet sense of relief. He had done it. He had ended the curse, redeemed his bloodline, and freed the souls trapped by the sins of the past. As the final echoes of the bells faded into silence, Gabriel's body grew cold. He had given everything, his life, his soul, to break the curse. But in that moment of sacrifice, Gabriel knew he had found redemption. The curse was over, the bloodline was cleansed, and for the first time in centuries, the monastery was at peace. Chapter 10. The Last Echoes. The tolling of the bells had ceased. Silence had fallen over the monastery, where for centuries the sound of the bells had been the grim marker of death, of a cycle that had spun endlessly, claiming lives, binding souls, and perpetuating the curse that had haunted this place. Now, the air was still, heavy with the weight of finality. The monastery, once a place of shadows and suffering, stood in a quiet peace, its stone walls no longer trembling with the vibrations of tolling bells. The darkness that had wrapped around it like a cloak began to dissipate, as though the very stones were sighing in relief. The villagers, once gripped by fear, were now free. They no longer lived in the shadow of death, no longer waited for the inevitable toll that signaled the loss of one of their own. The curse that had clung to their lives, that had hung like a noose around their necks, was broken. Gabriel's sacrifice had sealed the curse for good, his life, the price for the freedom of all. The villagers could now rebuild, unshackled by the dark legacy that had loomed over them for so long. But while the curse was lifted, the scars it left behind were deep. The memories of the dead, of the lives lost to the bell's toll, lingered in the hearts of those who had survived. Gabriel had given his life for them, and they would never forget the man who had borne the weight of their sins on his shoulders. His sacrifice was a heavy burden, one that would resonate throughout the village for generations to come. As the first light of dawn filtered through the broken windows of the monastery, casting long golden rays across the altar where the final sacrifice had been made, the villagers gathered. They came not to mourn, but to honor Gabriel, to remember the man who had become their savior. They had lost many, but now they had gained something far greater: freedom. The sun rose higher, casting its light over the land as the villagers returned to their homes, their steps slow but steady. They began to rebuild what had been lost, to rebuild their lives, their sense of community, and their peace. The shadows that had hung over them for so long were gone, but the memories of the past, of the deaths, of the curse, of the terrible price that had been paid, remained. In the years that followed, Gabriel's name became a legend. His sacrifice was remembered in the village's songs, in whispered stories passed down from one generation to the next. He was no longer just a man, a fallen priest, an excommunicated soul. He had become a symbol of redemption, a symbol of sacrifice, a symbol of the cost of restoring balance, of breaking the chains of a curse that had bound not only the monastery, but the very soul of the village. The stories of Gabriel were told around hearths, in the town square, and in the fields where the villagers toiled. His name became synonymous with the end of a dark era and the beginning of a new dawn. But as with all legends, the truth of his story was altered over time. Some said he had been a martyr, an angel sent to rid the world of a terrible evil. Others spoke of his struggle, of how he had been torn between his own guilt and the need for atonement. But no matter how the story was told, one thing remained unchanged. Gabriel's sacrifice was the turning point, the final piece that had broken the curse, the last toll of the bell that had echoed through the monastery's haunted halls. But despite the villagers' attempts to move on, there were moments when they would stop, moments when the wind would change, when the sun would dip below the horizon, and they would feel the weight of the past. There were days when they would stand outside the monastery, its stone walls now quiet and empty, and they would feel a presence. It was fleeting, like the passing of a shadow, but it was there, a reminder that some echoes of the past could never be silenced. Gabriel's story lived on in the hearts of those who had known him, in the stories they told their children, and in the quiet moments of reflection when the weight of history seemed too much to bear. The cycle of death was over, but the echoes of the past would never fully fade. They had been replaced by something more powerful, a sense of peace, a hard-won tranquility that had been bought with a price too high for anyone to truly measure. In the village square, there was a statue of Gabriel, a simple stone figure, carved with reverence. His face was peaceful, his hands folded in a gesture of prayer, and at his feet there was an inscription, "In memory of the man who broke the chains of darkness, whose sacrifice freed the souls and ended the curse." It was a small monument, but it was enough. The villagers, when they passed by, would stop and offer a silent prayer, remembering the man who had saved them, who had given up his own life to ensure their future. Some would speak of the legends, of the bells that had tolled for so long, but most would simply say nothing, offering up their thanks in the quietest of ways. The monastery remained abandoned, but its story, like the story of Gabriel, would never be forgotten. The darkness had been banished, but the memories lingered, tied to the land, tied to the very bones of the monastery. It was a reminder that, no matter how much time passed, some things could never be undone. Some things would always echo through the ages. Gabriel's sacrifice had broken the curse, yes, but it had also marked the end of a chapter in the village's history. And with every toll of the bell that was no more, with every whispered legend, the villagers understood the echoes of sin, of bloodshed, and of redemption would forever remain. But so too would the understanding that peace was not free. It had come at a cost that would never be forgotten. Chapter 1. The Arrival at the Workshop. Clara and Hugo had always dreamed of a life away from the bustling noise of the city, a quiet place where they could build something meaningful together. When they stumbled upon the old mansion at the edge of town, it felt as though fate had delivered them exactly what they had been searching for. The house, though weathered with age, seemed full of promise, its crumbling facade and ivy-covered walls whispering stories of times long past. It was perfect for their new venture, an antique shop that would allow them to leave their hectic office jobs behind and begin a life filled with history and beauty. They moved in quickly, eager to begin their new life in the countryside. But there was one thing that kept them from fully embracing the place: the strange feeling that lingered in the air. It wasn't that the house was particularly spooky, at least not at first glance, but something about its vast, empty rooms and long corridors made Clara feel as though they were not alone. Hugo, ever the skeptic, dismissed her unease as a product of her overactive imagination. "It's just an old house, Clara. Nothing to worry about." But as they explored the mansion on their first day, they discovered something that neither of them had expected: the workshop. Hidden behind a heavy wooden door, covered in layers of dust and cobwebs, was a room that seemed to have been forgotten by time. The air was thick with the scent of old wood and oil paint, the remnants of a craft long abandoned. At the center of the room stood a large workbench, cluttered with tools and unfinished pieces of what appeared to be dolls. But these were not ordinary dolls. They were unnervingly lifelike, each one carefully sculpted with delicate details. Porcelain skin, perfectly painted eyes, and tiny, intricately sewn clothes. Clara's heart skipped a beat as she stepped into the room. Something about the dolls felt wrong, as though they were more than mere creations. Some were missing limbs, others had cracked faces, their empty gazes staring back at her with an unsettling intensity. The atmosphere was oppressive, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath, waiting for something. She instinctively reached out to touch one of the unfinished dolls, but her hand hovered over it, uncertain. There was something in the air, a strange energy that she couldn't explain. She pulled back her hand and glanced around the room, her eyes falling on an old leather-bound book resting on a nearby shelf. "What do you think, Hugo?" Clara asked, trying to mask the unease creeping up her spine. Hugo entered the workshop with an amused smile. "It's perfect for what we need, isn't it? These old dolls could sell for a fortune if we fix them up." He casually picked up one of the dolls, turning it over in his hands, admiring the craftsmanship. "Look at this, Clara. These are works of art." Clara nodded, still distracted by the odd sense of foreboding. "It's just something about this place feels off, like it's frozen in time." Hugo chuckled. "You're just letting your imagination run wild. It's an old house, Clara. Of course it's going to feel weird, but we can make this work. We can bring the past to life here. It's exactly what we wanted." Despite her lingering discomfort, Clara agreed. There was no turning back now. The house was theirs, and the workshop, with all its eerie charm, was simply part of the package. The dolls, though strange, could become the centerpiece of their shop, the attraction that would draw customers in. They would fix them up, restore them to their former glory, and sell them to collectors. At least, that was the plan. Over the next few days, Clara and Hugo began cleaning out the mansion, moving their belongings in, and setting up their new business. But the more they worked, the more Clara found herself returning to the workshop, drawn back to the unfinished dolls. She would spend hours in the room, staring at their frozen faces, wondering about the person who had created them. Who was the craftsman who had made these dolls with such care and precision, only to leave them abandoned and incomplete? One afternoon, while Hugo was unpacking boxes in another room, Clara decided to investigate further. She began sifting through the pile of dusty papers that littered the workbench, hoping to find some clue about the artist behind the dolls. Most of the papers were nothing more than scraps, some torn, others yellowed with age. But amidst the debris, she found a letter, faded and fragile, its edges curled with time. She carefully unfolded it, squinting to make out the words, "Perfecting my art. They are not simply dolls. Pieces of a soul. Each one must be finished." The letter trailed off at the end, as though the writer had been interrupted or had run out of time. Clara's heart raced as she read the cryptic words again. What did it mean? What was this man trying to accomplish? Why had he stopped? And what did he mean by pieces of a soul? She glanced around the workshop, her eyes falling on the dolls once more. The words in the letter seemed to haunt her now, and the dolls, which had once seemed like nothing more than odd, unfinished curiosities, now felt like something much more sinister. But she couldn't explain why. When Hugo joined her in the workshop later that day, Clara showed him the letter, her voice shaky. "Look at this. It's from the man who used to live here. It's like he was obsessed with these dolls. He didn't just make them for profit. There's something more to it." Hugo read the letter with a furrowed brow. "It's just a letter, Clara. A lot of old craftsmen had strange ideas. It doesn't mean anything. But it's the way he talks about them. pieces of a soul. Doesn't that sound wrong? Clara asked, her eyes still fixed on the dolls. Hugo shrugged. I don't know. People get obsessed with their work. Let's not overthink it. We've got a business to run, and these dolls are worth a lot of money if we fix them up right. Let's focus on that. Clara wanted to argue, to tell him that there was something deeply unsettling about the whole situation, but she couldn't. Hugo was right, in a way. They had to focus on their future, on the shop they were building. But deep down, Clara couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching her from the shadows of the workshop, something that had been waiting for them. As the days turned into weeks, Clara found herself spending more and more time in the workshop, restoring the dolls, piece by piece. But with every touch, every brushstroke, the sense of dread grew stronger. The dolls seemed to watch her, their glassy eyes following her every move. And sometimes, when the light hit them just right, Clara could have sworn she saw faint, fleeting expressions crossing their faces, expressions of something otherworldly. But despite the creeping unease, Clara and Hugo pressed on. They were determined to succeed. What they didn't know was that by restoring the dolls, they were unknowingly awakening something long dormant, something that had been waiting for the right moment to make its presence known. And as Clara stood in the center of the workshop, surrounded by the unfinished dolls, she had no idea that the darkest chapter of their lives was just beginning. Chapter 2. The First Signs. The days following their arrival in the mansion felt like the beginning of a dream for Clara and Hugo. Their antique shop was coming together beautifully, and they spent hours every day restoring the dolls and sorting through boxes of forgotten relics. However, Clara couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was wrong in the workshop. It wasn't just the dolls, though they certainly made her uneasy. It was the atmosphere itself. The air seemed thick with a presence that she couldn't quite identify. Every time she turned her back, it felt like the dolls were shifting in the corner of her vision, their glass eyes glinting in the dim light, as though they were watching her. At first, Clara dismissed it as her overactive imagination. After all, she had always been sensitive to places with a lot of history. But the first sign that something more unsettling was at work came one night after they had finished cleaning the workshop. Clara was the last to leave, making sure everything was locked up and in place. She stood at the door, ready to turn off the light, but then she paused. One of the dolls, an unsettlingly lifelike creation of a young girl with porcelain skin and braided hair, was no longer where she had left it. It was sitting in a different corner of the room, its small hands placed in its lap, a small white flower resting between its tiny fingers. Clara's breath caught in her throat. She was sure she hadn't moved it. She had even made a mental note of where the doll had been placed, as if trying to avoid looking at it too closely. But here it was, seemingly placed with care, in a spot she was certain had been empty moments before. "Hugo," she called, her voice trembling as she stepped back into the room. "Did you move this doll?" Hugo, who had been sorting through a box of old books in the next room, appeared in the doorway, his brow furrowed. "What are you talking about?" he asked. "No, I haven't touched any of them." Clara swallowed hard, trying to ignore the sudden chill running down her spine. I swear I didn't leave it here. It was on the other side of the room." "Clara, you're overthinking it," Hugo said, a note of concern in his voice. "You've been spending a lot of time here lately. Maybe you're just tired. Let's call it a night, okay?" But Clara couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. As she reluctantly agreed to leave, she glanced at the doll one last time, its lifelike gaze fixed on her, and the unease deepened. It was as if it was waiting for her to leave, as though it had changed places intentionally. The following night, things grew worse. Clara woke in the middle of the night to the sound of faint whispers, like the murmur of a distant conversation. She sat up in bed, her heart pounding in her chest. The house was quiet, too quiet. The only sound was the occasional creak of the old floorboards. She glanced over at Hugo, who slept soundly beside her. She wondered if she had imagined it, but then, as she strained her ears, she could hear it again. The whispers, low and unintelligible. It was coming from the workshop. Reluctantly, Clara slipped out of bed, her bare feet brushing the cold wooden floors. Her footsteps were silent as she crept down the dark hallway, the only light coming from the faint glow of the moon through the curtains. The whispers grew louder, and Clara felt a shiver run down her spine as she reached the door to the workshop. She hesitated before pushing it open. Inside, the room was dark, save for the soft glow of the moonlight streaming through the dusty windows. As Clara stepped inside, the whispers stopped, replaced by an eerie silence that pressed in on her from all sides. She swallowed hard, her eyes scanning the room for any sign of movement. And then she saw it. One of the dolls, another lifelike creation, this one of a woman with long, flowing black hair, was sitting in the middle of the room, facing the door, its wide eyes staring directly at her. Clara froze, her breath catching in her throat. The doll had not been there when she had left earlier. She was certain of it. It had been placed in the corner, half hidden beneath a pile of fabric. Now it sat, positioned perfectly in the center of the room, like a sentinel watching her every move. Clara's pulse quickened. She stepped forward, her eyes never leaving the doll, and slowly reached out to touch it. As her fingers brushed against its cold porcelain skin, a jolt of electricity seemed to shoot through her body. She jerked her hand back in shock, but when she looked down at her hand, there was nothing, no mark, no sign of a shock. Yet the feeling lingered, as if she had brushed against something far darker than she could comprehend. Suddenly, the lights flickered overhead, casting long shadows across the room. Clara stumbled back in alarm, and as if in response, the whispers returned, growing louder and more distinct this time. They were no longer vague murmurs, but words, broken, fragmented, like someone was speaking just out of reach, too faint to understand. A chill filled the room, and Clara's heart raced. She could feel something in the air, a presence, a force, and it was not welcoming. The dolls, still scattered across the workbench, seemed to be watching her more intently than before, their painted eyes following her every movement. Terrified, Clara ran back to the bedroom and slammed the door behind her. She collapsed into bed beside Hugo, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Hugo stirred, blinking in confusion. "What's wrong, Clara?" he asked, his voice soft with sleep. Clara could barely form the words, but she managed to say, "The dolls. They're moving, and I think they're watching me." Hugo groaned and pulled her close, trying to comfort her. "Clara, you're imagining things. You're probably just exhausted. We've been working non-stop." But Clara knew better. The dolls weren't just dolls. There was something more to them, something sinister that she couldn't explain. The next morning, Clara decided to investigate the history of the craftsman who had once worked in the workshop. She spent hours combing through the old dusty papers she had found in the room, piecing together fragments of the artisan's life. She was drawn to a weathered letter she had discovered previously, a letter that spoke of an obsession with creating perfect dolls. As she reread the lines, A chilling realization settled over her. The craftsman's obsession wasn't just about perfection in art. It was about something far darker. She found another letter, more worn and brittle than the first. It was dated years before the last one, and it told a far more disturbing tale. The artist spoke of a curse that had begun when he first started crafting his dolls. He described how the dolls had begun to take on a life of their own, how they seemed to whisper to him, urging him to create more. And then, at the end of the letter, he warned that anyone who dared to finish the dolls would be consumed by the curse, trapped in the workshop, forced to create forever. Clara's hands shook as she read the final words. She turned to the dolls in the room, her eyes filled with dread. It was as if they had been waiting for her all along. But Hugo, still skeptical, was not convinced. "It's just some old man's ramblings," he said, dismissing her fears. "These are just dolls, Clara, nothing more." But Clara couldn't ignore the growing sense of terror. The whispers, the movement, the eerie stillness that seemed to cling to the workshop. It was all too real. And she feared that whatever the craftsman had started all those years ago, it had never truly ended. Chapter 3. The First Victim. The night was eerily still, the kind of quiet that presses in on the senses, making every sound seem louder, sharper. Clara awoke suddenly, gasping for air, the feeling of being watched lingering in the air around her. She sat up in bed, her heart pounding in her chest, as though it were trying to escape her body. The darkness of the room seemed thicker than usual, almost suffocating. Her eyes darted around the space, trying to make sense of the shadows that swirled in the corners of the room. Nothing seemed out of place. Hugo, beside her, slept soundly, his breathing steady and deep. But Clara couldn't shake the feeling. It was as though someone, or something, was in the room with her, observing her every movement. She tried to push the sensation away, telling herself it was just the stress of the past few days, the endless hours spent cleaning the house and restoring the dolls. But it was hard to dismiss the chill that crawled down her spine, the sense that the silence itself was watching her. She climbed out of bed, her feet touching the cold wooden floor. Each step she took felt like an intrusion, as though the house itself disapproved of her movement. She crossed the dark hallway, her breath visible in the frigid air, and made her way toward the workshop. The whispers that had haunted her for days now seemed to beckon her, growing louder with every step. When she opened the door to the workshop, a strange sight met her eyes. The room was exactly as she had left it earlier, except for one thing. One of the dolls, the one with the braided hair and porcelain skin, was lying on the floor, its body twisted unnaturally, as if it had been thrown. Clara froze, her heart skipping a beat. She knelt down to examine it, her fingers trembling as she reached for the doll. It felt cold, much colder than it should have, its porcelain surface smooth but lifeless beneath her fingertips. But it wasn't just the doll's position that unnerved her. It was its face. The delicate features, the soft pink cheeks, the painted lips. They were all there, but something was horribly wrong. The eyes, once wide and glassy, were now narrow and slit-like, as though they were trying to close. The mouth, which had once been a small, serene curve, was twisted into a grotesque sneer. Clara recoiled in shock, her hand instinctively pulling away. Her breath caught in her throat. The doll's face was no longer the innocent one it had been when she had first touched it. It was as though something had altered it, changed it, in some way that couldn't be explained. Suddenly, Clara felt a weight on her chest, as if something invisible were pressing down on her. She gasped for air, her body convulsing with a sharp, suffocating pain. The pressure increased, like a cold hand wrapped around her throat, squeezing tighter with every passing second. Panic surged through her as she struggled to breathe, her eyes darting around the room in desperation. "Help!" she cried, but the words barely escaped her lips. Her vision began to blur, and the world around her seemed to tilt as though she were spinning. Just as she thought she might collapse, the pressure released. The air returned to her lungs, cold but sweet in its absence. She gasped, clutching the workbench for support, her chest heaving with every breath. For a moment, Clara just stood there, shivering in the dim light, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The doll was still on the floor, its eerie, twisted face staring up at her with that same unsettling expression. She didn't know what to think. Had she imagined it? Or had something more sinister occurred? Suddenly, she heard a noise behind her, a soft rustling sound, and she spun around in alarm. The room was empty. She wasn't sure what she had expected, but the silence felt heavier now, oppressive. It was as if the house itself were alive, watching her every move. She grabbed the doll, her fingers stiff with fear, and set it back in its place on the shelf. The moment she placed it down, the door to the workshop slammed shut, rattling the walls. Clara jumped, her pulse quickening. She stumbled toward the door, her hand shaking as she tried to turn the handle. It was locked. The door had never been locked before. Her breath came in shallow gasps as she struggled to open it, her mind racing. Was this the work of the dolls, or something else? She tried the handle again, this time with more force. The door creaked open with a sound that echoed in the silence. Clara didn't wait for a second invitation. She rushed out of the room, slamming the door behind her. She didn't sleep that night. The next morning, Hugo was the first to wake. He groggily reached for her, his eyes bleary from sleep. "Clara, you're up early. Everything okay?" Clara didn't answer immediately. She sat at the edge of the bed, her hands clasped tightly together, staring at the floor. The memories of the night flooded back in waves. The twisted doll, the suffocating pressure, the locked door. She wanted to tell Hugo, but she didn't know where to begin. She didn't want him to think she was losing her mind, but the fear was too real, too intense. I don't know, Hugo," she said finally, her voice trembling. "Something happened last night. Something I can't explain. The doll, it was on the floor, and its face was different. And then I felt like I couldn't breathe, like something was choking me." Hugo frowned, concern flashing across his face. "Clara, you're not making sense. I think you've just been working too hard. The dolls, everything here, it's all a little overwhelming. You've been spending so much time in that workshop, it's starting to get to you." Clara shook her head. "No, Hugo, this isn't just stress. Something's wrong. I swear the dolls are moving on their own. They're watching me." Hugo sighed, sitting up in bed. "Clara, you've got to stop. You've been on edge since we got here. It's not the dolls. It's not the house. You're imagining things." But Clara knew better. She couldn't explain it, but she knew something was happening. Something dark. Later that day, Clara went into the workshop to collect her thoughts. She didn't want to touch the dolls, but she couldn't stay away. She needed to confront what was happening, even if it meant facing her fears head on. As she walked through the room, her eyes scanned the shelves. When she reached the workbench, something caught her attention. A piece of paper lay on the surface, partially hidden beneath a doll's head. Clara's heart skipped a beat as she picked it up. The handwriting was hurried, frantic, almost desperate. "I need more." The words were simple, but the message was clear. Something, or someone, was demanding more. But more of what? Clara's stomach churned as she held the note, its meaning sinking in. Whatever had happened to the craftsman, whatever curse had been placed on the dolls, was growing stronger. And now, it was reaching out to her. The connection was becoming undeniable. The dolls, the whispers, the twisted faces, they were all part of it. And Clara was becoming part of it too. Something was calling to her, pulling her deeper into its dark web. As the day wore on, Clara couldn't shake the feeling that the worst was yet to come. The curse that had claimed the artisan, the one that had driven him to create his haunting masterpieces, was alive and well in the workshop, and it was beginning to claim its first victim. Chapter 4. The Dark Workshop. The days seemed to stretch on longer than they ever had before. Clara's unease about the dolls grew with each passing hour, and the more time she spent in the workshop, the more she felt as though the room itself was alive, breathing with a presence that was watching her every move. The whispers, soft, disembodied murmurs, were now a constant undercurrent, rising and falling like the ebb and flow of the tide. She couldn't understand what they were saying, but their urgency seemed to grow with each day. Despite the overwhelming discomfort she felt every time she entered the workshop, Clara couldn't pull herself away. It was as though something was drawing her in, pulling her deeper into the mysteries of the dolls and the strange craftsman who had created them. There were times when she thought she might be losing her mind, times when the walls of the workshop seemed to close in on her, and the whispers grew louder, clearer, more insistent. One night, Clara stayed later than usual. Hugo had long since gone to bed, exhausted from a long day of work, and Clara had decided to stay behind to do a little more research. She flipped through the old journals she had found in the workshop, filled with scrawled notes and disturbing drawings of the dolls in various stages of completion. Her eyes kept straying back to the dolls themselves, their faces staring at her from every angle. She wasn't sure if they were always positioned the same way, or if they had shifted, but every time she looked at them, she felt the weight of their gaze. It was around midnight when the lights flickered, casting eerie shadows across the room. Clara looked up from her work, her heart beginning to race. The sudden darkness was unsettling, and she instinctively reached for the light switch. But the lights didn't come back on. The room plunged into an oppressive blackness, and for a moment, Clara was frozen in place, unsure of what to do. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up, and she could feel the air grow colder, heavier. She fumbled around in the dark for her phone, trying to use the light to guide her. The whispers were louder now, no longer just a faint background hum, but almost like voices, voices that seemed to be speaking her name. Clara. The sound of her name in the darkness made her blood run cold. It was as if someone, or something, was right beside her, their breath on her neck. She spun around, heart pounding, but no one was there. Her eyes, straining to see in the darkness, landed on the door of the workshop. It was slowly beginning to creak shut by itself. Clara's stomach twisted in fear. She took a step toward the door, her breath shallow, and reached for the handle. But just as her fingers brushed it, the door slammed shut with a deafening bang. She jumped back, her heart racing. Panic swept over her. The air in the room was thick, almost suffocating, and she could feel the temperature drop even more. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to grow, stretching toward her like dark fingers, and she realized, with a sickening certainty, that she was trapped. There was no escape. Clara's breath quickened as she backed away from the door, her eyes scanning the room for any means of escape. But the room was closing in on her, the oppressive silence broken only by the whispering that surrounded her. It was then that she noticed something strange in the far corner of the workshop, a small hidden door that she had never seen before. It was barely noticeable, tucked behind a stack of old boxes and covered in dust. But now it seemed to beckon to her, promising an answer, an escape, or perhaps something far worse. Without thinking, Clara rushed toward it. She yanked at the door, her hands trembling, and it opened with a soft creak. Behind it lay a narrow passage, a dark and narrow corridor that stretched out before her like a tunnel leading into the unknown. Her heart raced as she stepped inside, the door slamming shut behind her with a sound that echoed down the hallway. The air in the passage was damp and musty, and as Clara moved forward, she could feel the weight of the darkness pressing down on her, pushing her deeper into the unknown. The walls were made of rough-hewn stone, and the faint smell of mildew filled her nose. The passage was long, and Clara could barely make out the end, but as she reached the end, she stumbled into an open room. And there, in the center of the room, she saw them. The dolls. Hundreds of them, all arranged in neat rows on shelves and tables, their glass eyes staring at her as if they had been waiting. The room was dimly lit by a single flickering light, and the dolls were perfectly still, but Clara could feel the tension in the air, like they were alive, watching her every move. She stepped further into the room, her breath coming in short, shallow gasps. Each doll seemed to have a story, a history, a purpose. But as she moved closer to the shelves, she realized something else. There was a pattern to their arrangement. Some dolls were missing arms, others had twisted faces, and a few were completely unfinished. It was as if the dolls were waiting for something, waiting for the final piece to be added, the final stitch to be sewn. And then, Clara noticed something more chilling. In the back of the room, there was a strange altar-like structure, a wooden pedestal covered in old, cracked books and strange symbols. The dolls surrounding it were arranged in a tight circle, their faces all pointing toward it, as if they were part of some ritual, part of some ancient and twisted ceremony. Clara's heart raced as she took another step forward, her hand instinctively reaching for the pedestal. There, among the books, was a weathered journal, a journal that looked far too familiar. She opened it slowly, her hands trembling, and her eyes skimmed the pages. The writing was erratic, the ink blotched and smeared, but the words were unmistakable. The journal spoke of a ritual, one that had been passed down through generations, a ritual to bind the souls of the living to the dolls, to give them life and purpose beyond death. The artisan who had lived here had been consumed by his obsession with creating the perfect doll, and he had failed in his attempt to create something more than just a piece of art. He had sought to trap a soul within the body of the doll, to create something that could live forever, something that would never die. Clara's breath caught in her throat. The dolls weren't just lifeless objects. They were part of something far darker, something that had been set into motion long ago. They were waiting for a soul to complete their collection. A cold, gnawing realization settled over her. She wasn't just in the workshop anymore. She was in the heart of the ritual itself. And the dolls were alive. Her pulse quickened as she realized that she had unwittingly become a part of their collection. The whispers that had haunted her for so long, the twisted faces, the oppressive weight of the air, it was all part of the curse. The dolls were waiting, and Clara was the final piece. Before she could take another step, the room seemed to close in on her. The dolls began to shift, their eyes following her every move. The air grew colder, the whispers louder, and Clara could feel a strange force pulling her toward the pedestal. It was then that she understood. The dolls were not merely pieces of art. They were vessels, waiting for new souls to claim. And the one they wanted most of all was hers. In that moment, Clara knew she had only two choices: escape or become part of their collection forever. Chapter 5. The Ritual of the Soul. Clara's mind was racing as she stood in the dark, secret room of the workshop, surrounded by the lifeless dolls that stared at her with their cold, glassy eyes. The walls seemed to close in around her, and the air itself felt thick with the weight of centuries of history, of unfinished rituals, of souls trapped in bodies made of porcelain. She had discovered something terrible, something she hadn't wanted to believe, but now she understood. The dolls were not simply creations of an obsessed craftsman. They were prisons, each one holding a piece of the artisan's very soul. She had stumbled upon the truth through the journal, a text written in the frantic hand of the craftsman himself. As she read through the disjointed, fevered words, the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. The craftsman had not merely sought to create beautiful dolls. He had wanted something far darker. He had wanted to trap a soul inside of them, to make them eternal, to create something perfect and immortal. But in his obsessive pursuit of perfection, he had failed. Instead of giving the dolls life, he had become ensnared by them. Each doll, each handcrafted figure, was a fragment of his essence. And it was not just his spirit that had been trapped. It was a curse that he had inadvertently passed on to anyone who dared to finish the dolls. He had set the ritual into motion when he had begun his work, and now the dolls were waiting for the final piece to be placed, the final soul to be trapped. Clara had unknowingly walked into the center of this twisted creation, and now the dolls were calling to her. They were waiting for her. Clara's hands trembled as she closed the journal, her heart pounding in her chest. She was horrified by what she had learned, but she also knew that there was no turning back. The path she was on could only lead to one of two fates. Either she would become part of the doll's collection, or she would finish what the craftsman had started, completing his dark ritual and freeing the trapped souls, including his own. The room around her seemed to pulse with the weight of the curse, and as she stood there, her gaze flicked to the dolls. The one with the braided hair, the one that had been watching her so intently, now seemed to smile, its lips twisted in a way that made Clara's skin crawl. She felt a chill run down her spine. These were no longer just dolls. They were alive, in their own way, and they were feeding off her fear. The whispers that had been haunting her now seemed to crescendo, their words unintelligible, but urgent. Clara was not sure what they wanted from her, but she felt their pull deep in her bones. She had already been drawn into their world, and now she had to choose whether to finish the ritual or to find some way to escape it. As she paced through the workshop, her mind raced with possibilities. She thought about Hugo, about her life before this madness had taken hold. Could she truly leave all of this behind, or was she already too far gone to escape? Could she break the curse, or was the power of the dolls too great to resist? She couldn't help but feel as though she were being torn in two. On one hand, She wanted to survive, to return to her life, to run far away from the cursed dolls and their creator. But on the other hand, the urge to understand, to finish what the craftsman had started, was too powerful to ignore. The pull of the ritual, the desire to free the souls trapped within the dolls, was a dark temptation that Clara couldn't push away. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that the only way to free herself, to escape the growing darkness, was to finish the ritual. She had to complete the craftsman's masterpiece, an act that would free the trapped souls, but in doing so, she might also become trapped herself. A new piece of the puzzle, a new doll in the collection. Her decision was not an easy one. The voices in her head, the whispers that seemed to come from the dolls themselves, grew louder. They spoke of freedom, of release, but also of consequences. Complete it, they urged. Make it whole again. Clara's mind flashed back to the journal. The craftsman had written that once the ritual was completed, once the last piece was added, the dolls would become real, and the souls inside them would be freed. But what would happen to Clara? Would she be the one to release them, or would she be consumed by the curse, her soul trapped within the porcelain body of one of the dolls? With a final trembling breath, Clara made her decision. She would do it. She would finish the ritual. But she knew, deep down, that once she began, there would be no going back. The dolls seemed to react to her resolve, their glass eyes shifting, their faces changing. The air around her grew heavier, as if the room itself was holding its breath, waiting for her next move. She moved toward the pedestal where the ritual had begun, the altar-like structure that stood at the center of the room. The altar was covered in strange symbols and books that spoke of forgotten rites, of souls bound to the earth, of spirits trapped between worlds. The books were open now, and Clara began to read through the pages, her heart racing as she traced the ritual's steps. It was a dark, twisted process, one that would require her to offer her own soul to complete the cycle. But there was no other choice. If she didn't do it, if she didn't finish the work, she would be doomed to live in fear, surrounded by the dolls for the rest of her life. They would haunt her, calling to her until she was consumed. She gathered the necessary tools, a sharp needle, a thread, a doll that was nearly complete, and set to work, her hands moving mechanically, driven by the dark pull of the ritual. With each stitch she made, she could feel something shifting in the air, a heavy, oppressive presence growing stronger around her. The dolls watched her, their eyes never leaving her face, their silent, twisted faces reflecting her every move. The ritual was almost complete when the door to the workshop suddenly slammed open, and Hugo appeared, his eyes wide with panic. "Clara," he shouted, "what are you doing? This is madness." Clara turned to him, her heart in her throat. For a brief moment, she saw the man she loved, the man who had never believed in any of this. But now, as he looked at her, his face was full of fear, of confusion. He could not understand, and that, in itself, was the problem. Hugo would never understand. He couldn't see what Clara had seen, feel what she had felt. He was not part of this world, this twisted fate that had been set in motion long ago. "Hugo, you have to leave," Clara said, her voice trembling. "You don't understand. I have to finish this. If I don't, we will both be trapped here, forever." His face twisted in confusion, but he stepped toward her. "No, Clara, don't do this. We can leave. We can go. We can get out of here." But Clara shook her head. The whispers in the room had grown deafening, and she felt the dolls closing in on her. She knew what she had to do. Hugo didn't belong in this world anymore. Neither did she, but the path had already been set. With a final sorrowful look at Hugo, Clara turned back to the ritual. Her hands moved faster now, completing the stitches, and as the final piece was placed, she could feel the air shift. The dolls came to life, their glassy eyes filled with intent. The ritual was complete. The souls were freed. But Clara wasn't sure if she had won, or if she had simply become another part of the curse. Chapter 6. Hugo's disappearance. The air in the house had grown thick with unease, heavier than ever before. The oppressive silence that hung between Clara and Hugo had become unbearable. For days, Hugo had been growing more distant, more skeptical of the strange events unfolding around them. At first, he had brushed it all off as mere coincidence, a result of Clara's overactive imagination, perhaps, or the stress of their new life. But as the inexplicable occurrences continued to escalate, even he could no longer deny the sinister presence in the house. Clara, too, had begun to notice how Hugo's once steadfast resolve was eroding. He seemed to be withdrawing from her, his eyes constantly clouded with doubt. There were nights when he would stare at the dolls for hours, as though searching for something, an explanation, a sign, anything. But all he found were cold, lifeless faces staring back at him. The dolls no longer seemed like harmless trinkets. They had become something much darker, something with intent, and Hugo could feel it. But despite his fear, Hugo remained determined to leave. He no longer wanted to be a part of this madness. His decision had come swiftly, like the snap of a taut wire, and Clara could see the finality in his eyes when he spoke the words that broke her heart. "I can't stay here any longer, Clara. I'm leaving. This place, it's changing me, changing us. I'm not going to wait around for whatever this is to take hold." Clara didn't want to lose him, but she could see how much he had been affected by the strange happenings. The whispers, the dolls moving, the feeling of being watched. It had become too much for him. She pleaded with him, begged him to stay, but Hugo was resolute. "It's too late for me, Clara. I've seen enough." He packed his things swiftly, taking only the bare essentials. Clara watched him, her stomach in knots. She didn't want him to go, but she knew that nothing she could say would change his mind. She didn't fully understand it, but something in her gut told her that his departure was a mistake, one they would both regret. The door slammed shut behind him, and Clara was left standing in the empty room, the silence louder than it had ever been. Her heart sank. She tried to focus on something, anything, to keep her mind from spiraling. She turned back to the dolls, their hollow eyes watching her from across the room. Were they judging her for letting Hugo leave? Had they claimed him already? That night, Clara couldn't sleep. She tossed and turned in the large empty bed, haunted by the thought that Hugo might be in danger. The house seemed more alive than ever, the shadows longer and darker, stretching across the walls. Every creak and groan of the old house sounded like footsteps behind her, and she couldn't shake the feeling that the dolls were watching, waiting for something or someone to return. The next morning, Clara woke to a deep, suffocating silence. She tried calling Hugo's phone, but it went straight to voicemail. She called again and again, but there was no answer. Panic set in as the hours passed without a word. She had tried to convince herself that Hugo had simply gone to stay with friends, or perhaps checked into a hotel to clear his head. But deep down, she knew the truth. Something had happened to him. Desperation began to claw at her. She searched every corner of the house, frantically calling his name, checking the rooms one by one. There were no signs of a struggle, no indication of where he could have gone. His car was still parked in the driveway, the keys sitting untouched on the kitchen counter. It was as though he had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Clara refused to believe that he was gone. She wouldn't accept it. There had to be an explanation. Maybe he had been scared, overwhelmed by the strange events, and had run off without telling her. But as the days stretched on with no word from Hugo, her hope began to fade, replaced by a sinking dread. The house felt colder, emptier without him. The dolls seemed to shift and move in the corners of her vision, their eyes never leaving her. She could feel them calling to her, urging her to finish what had been started. The whispers grew louder. They were no longer just random sounds or fleeting murmurs in the background. Now, they were words. Clara could hear her name, soft and pleading, carried through the house like a whisper in the wind. She followed the sound, her heart racing as she stepped into the workshop. There, on the workbench, she found a note. The handwriting was crude, jagged, almost as though it had been written in haste. But the message was unmistakable. I need more. Clara recoiled, the blood draining from her face. The dolls, the curse. She now understood what had been happening, what the whispers had been trying to tell her all along. The dolls weren't just waiting for a soul to complete their collection. They were calling out to new victims, drawing them in to finish the ritual that had begun long ago. And Hugo had been their first target. The dolls had taken him, just as they had taken the craftsman before him. Clara's body shook with fear and disbelief. She felt the weight of the curse pressing down on her chest. The dolls were no longer just objects. They were predators, hungry and waiting for more souls to fill the empty spaces left by those who had already been claimed. The twisted truth was clear. They weren't just collecting souls. They were feeding off them, growing stronger with each new victim they ensnared. In a panic, Clara searched for any clue that might explain Hugo's disappearance, anything that might help her understand what had happened to him. She combed through the old journals, the dusty papers, the cryptic notes left by the craftsman. And that's when she found it, the missing piece of the puzzle. The dolls, the ones with the twisted faces and lifelike expressions, were not mere creations of art. They were part of an ancient cursed ritual, a dark spell that bound the souls of the living to the bodies of the dolls. But the ritual had not been completed. And now, with Hugo gone, Clara was the only one left to finish it. The realization hit her like a physical blow. The ritual wasn't just about freeing the souls trapped inside the dolls. It was about completing the collection, bringing the final piece to life. Clara's eyes locked onto the dolls as they stared back at her. She could feel their pull, their hunger, growing stronger with every passing minute. They were waiting for her to join them, to complete the final step, to finish what had been started. But Clara could not let that happen. Not to Hugo, not to herself. She refused to become another piece of the puzzle, another soul trapped in the endless cycle of the cursed dolls. But as the days passed and the whispers grew louder, she realized she had no choice. The curse had already claimed Hugo. She was next. Her heart pounded in her chest as she faced the truth. There was no escaping the dolls. There was no escaping the curse. And as she looked at the dolls, waiting, hungry, and watching her, she knew one thing for certain. She had to stop it before it was too late. Chapter 7. The Confrontation. Clara's heart raced as she stepped into the workshop, the weight of the truth bearing down on her with an unbearable force. She could no longer deny it. The dolls, those lifeless creations that had once seemed so innocent, had been claiming souls, one by one, to complete their collection. Hugo was the final piece, the last soul they needed to finish the ritual. And now, she realized, they were coming for her. She had spent days trying to make sense of what had been happening in the house, piecing together fragments of the journal, deciphering the cryptic messages, and following the trail of terrifying events. But now, in the cold, oppressive silence of the workshop, she could no longer ignore the horrifying reality. The dolls had claimed Hugo, just as they had claimed the craftsman before him. They were feeding off their souls, growing stronger with each passing day. And Clara was next. The room was eerily quiet, save for the distant hum of the wind outside. The dolls stood on their shelves, their eyes seemingly following her every move. The light flickered as if struggling to stay alive, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch across the room. It felt as if the very walls were closing in on her. She had to act. She had to destroy the dolls, stop the curse before it consumed her completely. But something in the air, something unseen and malevolent, kept her frozen in place. She clenched her fists, gathering every ounce of courage she had left. No more, she whispered under her breath. This ends tonight. Her hands were shaking as she reached for the nearest doll, the one that had started it all, the doll with the braided hair and twisted smile. But as her fingers brushed against its porcelain surface, something strange happened. The room seemed to pulse with energy, a wave of cold rushing over her as an invisible force seized her, holding her back. She tried to pull her hand away, but it wouldn't move. Her body was frozen, her breath shallow and panicked. A whisper echoed in the room, a low, haunting sound that came from nowhere and everywhere at once. You cannot destroy what is already alive. Clara's heart skipped a beat. The voice was unmistakable, and it was not her own thoughts. It came from the dolls, from the very essence of the curse. The whisper seemed to crawl under her skin, filling her mind with dread. She tried to scream, but no sound came out. It was as if the room itself had swallowed her voice, trapping her in a nightmarish silence. She struggled, trying to break free from the invisible force that held her captive. But it was no use. The dolls were alive, and their power was more than she had ever imagined. They were part of something much darker, a ritual that had been set into motion long ago. And now, Clara was a part of it. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, as the doll's eyes seemed to gleam with malicious intent. They weren't just objects. They were vessels, waiting to complete the ritual. They were calling to her, pulling her deeper into their web, urging her to finish what had been started. You must complete the circle. You must finish what the craftsman began. Clara's blood ran cold. She realized then that she was no longer in control of her own actions. She was being dragged into the curse, just as the craftsman had been, just as Hugo had been. The ritual was complete only when the final piece was added, when the last soul was trapped within the dolls. And now, Clara was the one who had to complete it. Desperation clawed at her chest. She had to stop it. She couldn't become one of them, one of the dolls, forever trapped in a nightmare that she couldn't escape. But as she struggled against the invisible force, she felt something inside her, something dark and powerful, begin to awaken. It was as though the curse had already begun to claim her, and she was helpless to fight it off. The dolls seemed to sense this, their eyes glowing with an unearthly light. The room grew colder, the shadows stretching toward her, as if the very air itself was alive. Clara's heart raced. She knew that the moment she gave in, the moment she completed the ritual, there would be no turning back. In that instant, Clara understood. She couldn't destroy the dolls. She couldn't break the curse without becoming a part of it. The curse had already claimed Hugo, and now it was claiming her. But there was still one choice left to make. She could fight, or she could surrender. As the dolls began to move, their limbs twitching and shifting, Clara knew that the choice she made now would decide her fate. She couldn't let them win. She couldn't let them claim her soul. With all her strength, she pulled away from the force that held her, breaking free from the invisible grip. Her body was trembling with the effort, but she was determined. She turned, looking around the room for something, anything, that could help her. Her eyes landed on the pedestal, the altar where the ritual had started. The books were scattered across the surface, their pages yellowed and brittle with age. She could see the symbols etched into the walls. The dark marks that had once seemed like mere decoration now seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. Clara grabbed one of the books and opened it, scanning the pages with frantic urgency. She needed a way to break the curse, to free herself from the doll's hold. The ritual had been written in the book, and it seemed that only by completing the final step, sacrificing her own soul, could the curse be broken. But Clara knew there had to be another way. There had to be a way to stop the ritual without giving in. As she flipped through the pages, her eyes caught on a phrase that made her blood run cold. To break the curse, one must offer the soul of the Creator. The craftsman's soul. His essence was trapped in the dolls, and only by sacrificing him, by completing his twisted masterpiece, could the ritual be undone. But where was he? Where had he gone? Clara's gaze turned back to the dolls, their eyes glowing with a dark hunger. She could feel them drawing closer, the force of the curse pressing down on her like a weight she couldn't escape. She realized that there was no escape from this nightmare, no way to fight it. The only way out was to finish the ritual and to complete the craftsman's dark legacy. She took a deep breath, her hand trembling as she reached for the final piece, the doll that had started it all. She had to finish the cycle. She had to free the souls trapped inside the dolls, and the only way to do that was to complete the circle. The ritual would be completed. The curse would be lifted, and Clara would be free. But as she placed the final stitch into the doll's chest, the world around her seemed to collapse. The air thickened, the room spinning, and the dolls began to laugh, a low, guttural sound that seemed to reverberate through her very soul. Clara's heart stopped as she realized the horrifying truth. The dolls had won. The ritual had been completed, and she was no longer in control. She had become part of their collection. The final soul had been added. As the darkness closed in around her, Clara realized that the curse was not just a trap. It was a prison, and she had just become its newest inhabitant. Chapter 8. The Truth of the Artisan. The curse had consumed Clara, body and soul. The moment she completed the ritual, she felt the overwhelming pull of the dolls as they enveloped her, their cold, glassy eyes locking onto hers. It was as though she were no longer in control of her body, as though she were merely an observer inside her own skin. Every movement felt sluggish, weighed down by an invisible force. Her heart still beat, but it was a distant sound, muffled by the presence of the dolls, her new captors, and though her mind screamed to fight, she could no longer move. The truth had set in. She had become part of the collection, the final piece of the puzzle, just as Hugo had been before her. But as Clara felt herself slipping into the abyss of this twisted fate, something unexpected happened. A voice, faint at first but growing clearer, echoed in her mind. It wasn't her own voice, and it wasn't the voice of the dolls. It was a deep, tortured voice, a whisper that seemed to speak directly to her soul. Clara. The voice called softly, yet with an unmistakable sense of command. You must understand. The air in the workshop grew thick and heavy, as if the very walls were closing in around her. Her vision blurred, the edges of the room fading into darkness. In her mind's eye, she saw flashes of images, distorted memories, fragmented images from a time long past. The man she saw was older, disheveled, and covered in dust. But there was something familiar about him, something she couldn't quite place. The voice grew louder, more urgent. I was once like you, lost, desperate, searching for meaning. But I was wrong. I believed that I could create perfection, that I could trap a soul in this porcelain body to make it live forever. But I was mistaken. Now, I am trapped in this endless cycle, consumed by the very thing I sought to create. Clara's heart pounded in her chest. She understood now. The voice belonged to the artisan, the creator of the dolls, the man who had started this horrific cycle so long ago. She could feel his presence in the room, even though he wasn't physically there. It was as if he had merged with the very dolls he had made, his soul now bound to them. The walls seemed to dissolve, and Clara found herself standing in a dark, cold place. The room around her was no longer the familiar workshop. It was a void, a vast emptiness that stretched on forever. The only light came from a single flickering candle in the center of the room, casting long shadows against the walls. And there, standing in the shadows, was the artisan. His appearance was no longer human. His face was twisted, contorted into something grotesque, as if his features had been frozen in time, forever caught in the moment of his transformation. He was no longer a man, but a being consumed by the curse. The dolls, his creations, were everywhere around him, their eyes glowing with an eerie light. Clara stepped forward, but the artisan raised a hand, as if to stop her. Do you see now, Clara? Do you understand what I have become? His voice was hollow, filled with an ancient sorrow. I am trapped in this cycle, bound to the dolls. My soul is forever entwined with theirs. And now, you are part of it. You cannot escape. I cannot escape. None of us can. Clara felt a wave of despair wash over her, but she refused to let it consume her. She couldn't give in. Not now. I don't want this. I don't want to be like you. I don't want to be trapped in this endless cycle of death and rebirth. The artisan's twisted face seemed to soften for a moment, a flicker of recognition passing through his eyes. You think I wanted this? He took a step toward her, his voice full of regret. I did not choose this. It was the dolls. They are not simply inanimate objects, Clara. They are part of a curse that I brought upon myself. I tried to create life, to perfect it, but in doing so, I condemned myself to this fate. The dolls have a will of their own. They were never just objects. They are alive. And now, they have claimed you. Clara's throat tightened as she listened. The truth hit her like a physical blow. The dolls, The twisted souls trapped within them. They were alive, yes, but they were also prisoners. The artisan had become a slave to his own creations, bound to their will, his soul forced to create more dolls, to sustain his existence. And now, Clara was part of that curse. Her soul was bound to the dolls, and like the artisan, she would be forced to create more, to continue the cycle forever. "There is no escape," the artisan whispered, his voice breaking. "The dolls will claim you, just as they claimed me. You will become one of them, just like I did. You will create, and you will never be free." Clara felt her legs weaken, her mind reeling with the horrifying truth. She had thought she could destroy the dolls, end the curse, but now she saw that she had only become part of the endless cycle. The artisan was right. There was no way out. The curse would never let her go. But even as despair threatened to overtake her, a flicker of defiance ignited within Clara. "No," she whispered, her voice shaking with both fear and resolve. "I will not become like you. I will not let this curse consume me. I will find a way to break it. I will free us all." The artisan's expression hardened, his face twisting into something dark and cruel. "You cannot break it, Clara. The curse is too powerful. The dolls will always need more. They will always be hungry." He took another step forward, his eyes gleaming with a sinister intensity. "And you will be the one to feed them." Clara recoiled, but as she turned to flee, something held her in place. It was the force of the curse, the same invisible grip that had kept her trapped in this nightmare. Her body screamed to move, but she couldn't. She was bound to the dolls, bound to the cycle, and there was no way to escape. The artisan's laughter echoed in the darkness, hollow and chilling. "There is no escape, Clara. You will join us. You will create. You will never be free." Clara's heart broke, but she refused to give in to his words. She was still her own person, still capable of fighting back, even if she had to fight the curse itself. She wasn't going to let the artisan's fate become hers. She wouldn't be a pawn in his twisted game. "I will find a way," she whispered to herself. "I will find a way to break this curse, no matter what it takes." And as the darkness closed in around her, Clara knew that the true battle had only just begun. She might be trapped in the cycle, but she would not let the curse define her. She would fight for her freedom, for her soul, no matter the cost. The dolls were watching. The artisan was watching. And Clara, now fully aware of the stakes, was determined to break the cycle once and for all. Chapter 9. The Last Doll. Clara stood at the heart of the workshop, her eyes locked onto the final doll, the last piece of the collection, the last step in the cursed ritual that had consumed her, that had claimed Hugo and so many others. The doll was different from the others, larger, more intricate, its porcelain skin gleaming like it had never been touched by time. It stood alone on a pedestal, surrounded by the others, as if waiting for Clara to complete the cycle. The room felt charged with a terrifying energy, as though the walls themselves were alive, pressing in on her from all sides. The dolls, once still and lifeless, now seemed to twitch, their eyes following her every move. Clara could feel their hunger, their desire to be whole again, to be freed from their prison of porcelain and dust. But it was not just the dolls she feared now. The curse, the dark power that had been unleashed, was far greater than she had ever realized. She had thought, foolishly, that if she destroyed the final doll, if she severed the connection, the ritual would end. The dolls would fall, their souls would be freed, and she could finally escape. But she now understood that there was more to the curse than the dolls themselves. The artisan had become a part of the ritual, and his dark influence had seeped into everything: the workshop, the dolls, even Clara herself. The ritual was never meant to be broken. It was meant to be completed. Clara's heart pounded as she stepped closer to the pedestal, her fingers trembling at her sides. She could feel the weight of the curse pressing on her chest, a force stronger than her will. The dolls seemed to whisper, their voices muffled but urgent, as if urging her to take the final step. But she hesitated. She had already sacrificed so much. Hugo, her freedom, her sanity. Could she really destroy the only thing left? The last doll? The key to ending it all? She remembered the words the artisan had spoken, the chilling truth that had been revealed to her in the shadows of the workshop. You cannot destroy what is already alive. The dolls were not just objects. They were vessels for the souls trapped inside them. And the final doll was the culmination of it all. She could destroy it, yes, but in doing so, she would have to sacrifice a part of herself. A piece of her soul would remain with the dolls, forever bound to the cycle. The room seemed to grow colder as Clara reached out for the doll, her fingers brushing against its smooth, lifeless surface. For a moment, she hesitated. Her breath caught in her throat. She felt as though the doll were alive, its eyes locked onto hers, urging her to complete the ritual, to take the final step. But Clara knew she had no choice. She had to end this. She had to stop the cycle before it consumed her entirely. With a deep breath, she made her decision. As she grasped the doll by the shoulders, a violent force slammed into her chest, knocking the breath out of her. She stumbled back, her vision blurring as a dark, shadowy energy swirled around her. The dolls on the shelves began to writhe, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. The workshop seemed to come alive, as if it were being pulled into the darkness that had been sealed away for centuries. Clara's heart pounded in her chest as the power of the curse intensified, twisting around her like a living thing. A voice, low and menacing, whispered in her mind, familiar and yet foreign at the same time. You cannot escape. The cycle must be completed. You are mine now. Clara's legs trembled beneath her, her vision fading as the darkness encroached on her. The doll in her hands began to burn, its porcelain skin cracking and splintering, as if it were coming to life before her very eyes. The energy around her grew more intense, and she could feel it. The weight of centuries of suffering, of souls trapped within the dolls, trying to break free. It was as if the entire workshop was alive, struggling to escape its chains. No, Clara gasped, her voice barely a whisper. I will not be your pawn. With every ounce of strength she had left, Clara pushed the doll away from her, flinging it across the room. As it hit the ground, the world seemed to shudder, and a terrifying scream filled the air, coming from every direction at once. It was the voice of the dolls, the voice of the souls that had been trapped, screaming for release. The workshop shook violently, the walls cracking and splintering, as if the very foundation of the house were being ripped apart. Clara's body was no longer her own. She felt herself being drawn toward the broken doll, as though some invisible force were pulling her back into the heart of the ritual. Her hands reached out against her will, her fingers grasping at the pieces of the shattered porcelain. She tried to fight, to pull away, but it was as if the curse had already claimed her, and there was no escape. The walls seemed to close in on her, the darkness suffocating her from all sides. The dolls were everywhere now, their eyes glowing with a dark light. The room was alive with their whispers, their hunger, their need to be completed. Clara could feel her own soul slipping away, her identity fading as she became one with the ritual. But as she reached out once more, something inside her snapped. She couldn't give in. Not like this. She had to fight. She had to find a way to end it. "No more," she whispered, her voice steady despite the fear that gripped her heart. "I will not let you take me." With every last shred of willpower, Clara pushed the darkness away. She focused on the doll, on the final piece of the puzzle. She knew what she had to do. She had to destroy it, completely. She had to destroy the curse itself. But to do that, she would have to sacrifice the only thing left, her own life. Clara closed her eyes, and with one final desperate movement, slammed the pieces of the doll into the ground. As she did, a terrible, deafening crack split the air, and the room seemed to explode into light. The dolls screamed as the ritual was broken, the curse unraveling like a thread pulled from the fabric of time. The energy in the room shattered, the dark power that had held the workshop in its grip for so long, finally dissipating into the air. But even as the dolls fell silent, as the darkness lifted, Clara could feel something lingering. It was a presence, dark and malevolent, still hanging in the air. The ritual had been destroyed, but something was still left behind. Something darker. The light from the broken doll flickered, casting long shadows across the room. Clara stumbled back, her body weak from the energy she had expended. She had done it. She had destroyed the dolls, broken the curse. But as she turned to leave, she heard it. The whisper. "It's not over, Clara. You cannot escape what you have done. You cannot undo what you have set in motion." Clara froze, her heart sinking as she realized the truth. The curse had been broken, but something far darker had been unleashed. A force, ancient and terrible, that had been sealed for centuries, had been set free. And now, it was coming for her. As the shadows in the room grew longer, Clara understood. Though she had won the battle, the war was far from over. Something darker, something more powerful, was still waiting. And this time, there would be no escaping its grasp. Chapter 10. The Legacy of the Doll Maker. Years passed, though Clara never truly counted them. Time was meaningless now, a blurred and distorted concept she could no longer grasp. She no longer remembered what it felt like to be free, to live without the suffocating presence of the dolls. She no longer remembered what it felt like to be whole. The curse had consumed her, body, mind, and soul, and she had become just like the artisan before her, trapped in a never-ending cycle. The dolls had won. She had thought that by destroying the final doll, she would break the curse, stop the ritual, and be free. But what she hadn't realized was that the curse was never meant to be destroyed. It was meant to be passed on. The dolls, the souls trapped within them, needed someone to complete the cycle. They needed a creator, someone to craft the next generation of dolls and feed the curse. And now, Clara had become that person. She had not been freed, nor had she broken the cycle. She had only become a new part of it, a new link in the chain that stretched back through the centuries. The workshop had changed. Where once it had been filled with unfinished dolls and half-completed projects, now it was a place of grotesque creation. Clara worked tirelessly, her hands moving mechanically as she fashioned the dolls from porcelain, her eyes glazed with the same lifelessness that had once marked the faces of the dolls themselves. She could no longer see the difference between the dolls and herself. Both were just vessels for something darker, something far older than she had ever known. Her fingers were numb, her joints stiff with the weight of the curse. She could feel the dolls watching her, their cold eyes fixed on her every move, waiting for her to complete them, to finish their souls. She knew what would happen once they were finished. They would call for more, and another soul would have to be claimed. The cycle would continue, and she would be its unwilling architect, the new doll maker. Her workshop was now filled with rows of unfinished dolls, each one waiting for its soul to be bound within its porcelain body. Each doll had its own twisted beauty, its own dark perfection, but none of them were complete. Clara was the key to their completion. She could feel the hunger within them, the need for more souls, more lives to fuel their endless existence. And as the days turned into years, Clara lost herself more and more. The woman who had once been driven by the desire to end the curse, to free herself from the dolls, was now just another cog in the machine. She could no longer remember what it felt like to resist. The whispers of the dolls were now her constant companions, urging her to create more, to complete the cycle. The curse had consumed her, just as it had consumed the artisan before her. Her hands continued to shape the dolls, her mind lost to the ritual. She worked tirelessly, day after day, until there was nothing left of the person she had once been. The only thing that mattered now was the dolls. Their perfect faces, their cold eyes, their endless hunger for souls. And yet, despite everything, Clara could still hear the whispers of the artisan in her mind. He was still there, trapped in the same eternal cycle, forever bound to the dolls. His voice had once been a warning, but now it was just a part of the darkness that had consumed them both. "You are mine now, Clara," the voice said, its tone cold and final. "There is no escape. There never was." Clara's hands faltered for a moment as the words echoed in her mind, but then she resumed her work, her fingers moving with a practiced ease, no longer questioning the darkness that had consumed her. She had become the thing she had once feared. She had become the doll maker, trapped in the same cycle that had ensnared the artisan, the same cycle that would continue for as long as the dolls existed. And she would continue to create. She would continue to feed the curse. One day, as Clara sat at her workbench, fashioning the latest doll to add to the collection, she heard a knock at the door. It was a soft, tentative knock, but it sent a chill through Clara's already frozen heart. She stood slowly, her joints creaking with the movement, and made her way to the door. Her eyes had long since adjusted to the darkness of the workshop, but now, in the faint light of the hallway, she saw something different. A figure stood in the doorway, young, unsure, and looking as though they had come from a world outside of this nightmare. A traveler, perhaps, or someone who had stumbled upon the cursed workshop without realizing the danger. Clara could see the fear in their eyes, the same fear she had once felt when she first entered this place. The visitor's voice trembled as they spoke. I heard about the dolls. I thought I could find something valuable here, something that would help me." Clara's lips parted as she gazed at the stranger, and for a moment, she saw something fleeting, in their eyes. The same desperation she had once felt, the same hunger for answers. But it was too late for them, just as it had been too late for her. Her hands trembled as she reached out, the porcelain of the nearest doll cold and lifeless under her fingers. "You shouldn't have come," she whispered, her voice hollow, filled with the same emptiness that had overtaken her long ago. "There's no way out. You will be part of the collection, just like me." The visitor took a step back, fear spreading across their face, but it was already too late. The dolls, now complete, began to stir behind Clara, their eyes glowing faintly, their mouths curling into twisted smiles. As the stranger stepped inside, they unknowingly crossed the threshold that marked the beginning of the end of the cycle. The workshop was alive again, filled with the haunting whispers of the dolls and the terrible promise of more souls to feed the endless hunger. The visitor was the next in line, the next soul to complete the cursed collection. And as Clara watched them, her heart no longer beating, but forever bound to the workshop and its dark legacy, she realized with a deep sense of horror that the cycle would never end. The legacy of the doll maker had endured, and the doors to the workshop would always remain open for the next victim. Chapter 1. The arrival at the hotel. The air was thick with an ominous kind of chill as Maya stepped out of the taxi, her boots clicking against the cobblestone streets. The city had already sunk into twilight, the streets gleaming under the yellow glow of street lamps, but there was a heavy sense of stillness that clung to the surroundings. In the distance, the imposing figure of the Hotel Mistral loomed, its sharp, angular architecture casting a long shadow over the entrance. It was an eerie kind of beauty, Gothic in its design, grand in its stature, and haunted by rumors too dark to ignore. Maya had heard the whispers about the hotel, the disappearances, the strange occurrences, the unexplained phenomena surrounding room 313. For years, the hotel had remained a mystery, attracting the curious and the brave who dared to investigate the supernatural forces that were said to be at work within its walls. But the whispers weren't enough to deter her. Maya had made a name for herself as a paranormal investigator, and her reputation as a skeptic who would follow the facts wherever they led had earned her respect in the field. Still, the strange pull of the Hotel Mistral unsettled even her. It was different. It was the kind of place that didn't just invite questions, it thrived on them. She took a deep breath, adjusted the strap of her leather bag, and made her way through the hotel's large double doors, her eyes scanning the lobby. The interior was as grand as the exterior, a mix of dark wood paneling, velvet drapes, and antique chandeliers that hung overhead, casting soft light over the polished marble floors. It was a space that seemed frozen in time, as though the years had not touched it at all. And yet, there was an undeniable sense that it had witnessed things it would rather forget. It was in the air, the slight mustiness, the distant echoes of something intangible. At the reception desk, an older man with a long white mustache stood behind the counter. He looked at her for a moment, as if considering something, before giving her a polite but faintly wary nod. "Good evening, miss. How can I assist you?" Maya offered a tight smile and set her bag down on the counter. "I have a reservation for room 313, she said, her voice steady, though there was an underlying tension in her words. The man's eyes flickered for a brief moment, and his expression shifted just enough to be noticeable. "Ah," he said, his tone suddenly less warm. "Room 313. Yes, of course, if you'll sign here." He handed her a register to sign, though his hands trembled ever so slightly as he passed it over. Maya raised an eyebrow, but didn't comment. She signed her name and handed the book back, her mind already racing with the history of the room. "Is there anything I should know about the room?" Maya asked, her eyes narrowing as she studied the man. His discomfort was palpable, but he avoided her gaze. "It's an old room," he replied, his voice wavering. "Many guests have stayed there, but, well, some never left. It's been a while since anyone has requested it, but we do try to accommodate all our guests." Maya could hear the faintest quiver in his voice as he spoke. She wondered how much of the hotel's grim history was known by the staff, if they all felt the same undercurrent of dread that she did. Maya wasn't one to believe in superstitions or ghosts. She had always prided herself on the scientific method, relying on logic and evidence to find explanations for the unexplained. But even she couldn't deny that there was something deeply unsettling about this place. The receptionist handed her the key, and she took it without another word. He didn't wish her a pleasant stay, nor did he offer any further details about the hotel's peculiarities. As she turned to leave, she felt the weight of his eyes following her, a lingering stare that sent a shiver up her spine. Maya made her way to the elevator, her footsteps echoing in the otherwise silent hallway. The air felt heavy, thick, as if the walls themselves were watching her. She glanced around at the ornate paintings on the walls, the faintly flickering lights above her head. The hotel had the look of a place that had once been a symbol of luxury, but now it felt like something else. A place of secrets, a place where the truth was carefully hidden beneath layers of dust and time. When the elevator doors opened to the third floor, she stepped out, the hallway stretching ahead of her. Room 313 was at the end, tucked away in a corner, as if the hotel itself wanted to keep it isolated from the rest of its guests. The door was unremarkable, except for the number etched into the wood, 313, glowing faintly in the dim light. She could feel a subtle hum in the air, a vibration that made her skin tingle. Maya pushed open the door, and a wave of stale air hit her. The room was spacious, with heavy curtains drawn across the windows, blocking out the last vestiges of daylight. The furniture was antique, elegant, but worn, as though it had been here for decades, untouched by time. A large four-poster bed stood in the center, the sheets perfectly made, almost too perfect. On the walls hung faded tapestries, and a mirror, large and ornate, took up one side of the room. The light flickered briefly as she moved further inside. The bathroom, when she opened the door, was small but immaculate, with gleaming tiles and a large mirror above the sink. Maya felt an odd compulsion to look into the mirror, to study her reflection. She wondered how many others had stood in front of it, just as she was doing now, their eyes meeting their own in silence. She could almost feel their presence behind her, though when she turned, the room was empty. Maya turned away from the mirror and took out a notebook from her bag, making her first observations. As a paranormal investigator, she knew better than to jump to conclusions based on feelings alone. She needed evidence, something tangible to explain the strange events that had occurred here. She had read the reports, seen the patterns. Guests who checked into room 313 never returned. Their belongings were always left behind, untouched, as if they had simply vanished into thin air. But why? What was happening here? The sound of the clock ticking on the wall broke her thoughts. The night was beginning to settle in, and she knew that soon the investigation would begin in earnest. But there was a part of her that was already starting to wonder if she was in over her head. The hotel felt too alive, too aware of her presence. She looked once more at the mirror, her reflection staring back at her, and whispered under her breath, "What happened to you?" A cold breeze swept through the room. Chapter 2. The First Encounter. The night was thick with silence as Maya sat at the small desk in the corner of room 313, her laptop open in front of her. The air had grown heavier, colder, but she refused to acknowledge the growing discomfort gnawing at her. She had come here for answers, not to be spooked by the ordinary unease that came with any dark, isolated place. Despite the creeping sense of tension, she pushed forward with her investigation, tapping away at her keyboard, trying to find some clue, some shred of evidence that could explain the disappearances. Outside, the wind howled against the windows, rattling the old frames with a persistent rhythm. The moon hung low, casting long shadows across the room. Maya shifted in her chair, rubbing her eyes. She had spent hours reviewing old files, documents detailing the inexplicable events, testimonies of previous guests, and the eerie silence that followed every disappearance. None of it made sense, and yet there was a part of her that couldn't shake the feeling that she was standing at the edge of something much darker than she had anticipated. It was just after 11 when the first odd sound broke the quiet. A soft creak echoed from the far corner of the room. Maya froze, her fingers hovering above the keyboard, every muscle in her body tensing. She glanced over at the door, which had been securely closed since her arrival. The noise came again. This time, it was unmistakable. A low, muffled groan, as though something was pushing against the door from the other side. Her heart rate picked up, but she remained seated, her skepticism anchoring her. It was probably just the old building settling, or the wind outside manipulating the sound in strange ways. She wasn't here to be frightened by creaks and groans. Still, she couldn't shake the nagging sensation that something wasn't right. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up, and she resisted the urge to look at the door again, instead focusing on her screen. Then came another sound, a faint scraping, like fingernails dragging across the floor. It was so soft at first that she wasn't sure if she had imagined it, but it came again, louder this time. Maya stood up quickly, her chair scraping against the floor. She moved cautiously toward the bathroom door, where the noise seemed to be coming from. The door was slightly ajar, and the darkness inside seemed unnaturally still. With one hand gripping the doorframe, she pushed it open. The bathroom was cold, the temperature dropping noticeably as she stepped inside. It was the same pristine bathroom she had seen earlier, with its polished tiles and gleaming fixtures. But now, it felt off. The mirror above the sink was too large, its surface reflecting the empty room with unsettling clarity. There was something about the way it hung there, so still, almost expectantly, as though it was waiting for her to look into it. Maya glanced around, her eyes scanning the room for any signs of movement. Nothing. She took a step further into the room, closer to the mirror, as her breath fogged in the cold air. There was a slight unease building in her chest, but she ignored it, trying to stay focused. She needed to get to the bottom of this. She needed answers. As she stepped closer to the mirror, the temperature seemed to drop even further, sending a shiver down her spine. Her reflection was clear, but something in the mirror began to shift, almost imperceptibly at first. Maya froze, staring at the reflection of herself. Her eyes widened as the edges of the image started to warp, distorting like ripples on a pond. The reflection of her face shifted slightly, an eerie smile creeping across her own features, as though someone, or something, was playing with her image. She blinked, and the smile vanished. The air grew heavier, and the shadows around her seemed to lengthen unnaturally. She was about to step back, but before she could move, a figure appeared behind her in the mirror. A shadowy, indistinct form, its features blurred and shifting, like smoke drifting through the frame of the mirror. Maya's breath caught in her throat. The figure was too tall, too silent, and it moved with a deliberate, haunting slowness. She whirled around, heart pounding in her chest, expecting to find someone standing there. The bathroom was empty. Her pulse raced as she turned back to the mirror, where the figure remained. Its presence felt even though it was not directly visible in the room. It was as if the mirror had become a portal, a window into another space. The air around her grew colder still, and she could hear a faint whisper, a breathy, indistinct voice that seemed to come from all around her. She strained to listen, but the words were drowned by the low, echoing hum of the wind outside. The temperature in the room had dropped to an unbearable level, her breath now visible as she exhaled, curling in the frigid air. Then the whisper became clearer, more distinct. "You shouldn't be here." Maya's heart skipped a beat, her pulse racing. She took an instinctive step back, her eyes wide with disbelief. The voice had come from the mirror. No, not from the mirror itself, but from within it, inside the reflection. Her mind raced to make sense of what she was seeing and hearing. Was she hallucinating? Was it just the stress of the investigation playing tricks on her? But the voice came again, this time louder, more urgent. "You need to leave. Now." Maya took another step back, nearly stumbling over her feet. She wanted to run, to leave the room, but her curiosity anchored her in place. She had faced down malevolent forces before in her career, but this felt different. This wasn't just a ghostly presence. This was something alive, something that wanted her to stay, something that was drawing her in. She couldn't tear her eyes away from the mirror. The figure had moved again, now standing directly behind her reflection, its shape becoming more defined, more solid. It was tall, dressed in a dark, tattered suit, its face obscured by shadows. Maya couldn't breathe, couldn't think. She reached a trembling hand toward the mirror, her fingers brushing the cold glass. The moment her skin touched the surface, a jolt of icy electricity shot through her. She gasped, pulling her hand away, but the mirror did not reflect her actions. Her reflection stayed frozen, staring back at her with empty, lifeless eyes, as though it were mocking her. "Too late," the voice whispered again, now rasping and filled with malice. Maya backed away from the mirror, her heart pounding in her chest. The air in the room was suffocating, and the shadows seemed to close in around her. She turned to leave, but as she did, the door slammed shut with a deafening bang. She spun around, panic flooding her system. The door was locked, the handle unmoving, as though something inside was refusing to let her go. The whispering grew louder, more frantic, and Maya's mind began to spin. She was trapped. In the reflection of the mirror, her own face stared back at her, but this time, she saw something different. Behind her reflection, a shape was forming, a shadow, no longer indistinct, but alive. The shadow was closing in on her, and she realized, with growing horror, that it was no longer confined to the mirror. It was real. It was right there with her. Maya felt the coldness of the room envelop her, the whispers growing into frantic, panicked cries. The temperature dropped further, and she could see her breath crystallizing in front of her. She reached out toward the door again, but the voice, now angry and filled with dread, stopped her. "You can't leave," it hissed. "You're part of it now." Maya's heart raced. She had to get out. There was no time to think. She slammed her shoulder into the door, trying to break free. But no matter how hard she pushed, it wouldn't budge. Suddenly, the door creaked open slightly, and the whispering ceased. Maya didn't hesitate. She bolted through the opening, her breath ragged, her mind reeling from what she had just witnessed. She couldn't explain it, and she didn't know how, but something inside that room had shifted. She had uncovered something terrifying, and she knew, deep down, that it was only the beginning. The room fell silent again. Chapter 3. The Mirror Portal. Maya's heart still raced as she paced back and forth in the dimly lit hallway, outside room 313. She hadn't yet fully processed what had happened in the bathroom. The eerie whispers, the chilling shadow, the suffocating feeling that had nearly paralyzed her. Her mind refused to let go of the image of the distorted reflection in the mirror, the cold touch of the glass, and the voice that had whispered, "You can't leave." There was no denying it now. Something was wrong with this hotel. Something far darker than she could have ever anticipated. She tried to push her fear aside, focusing on her task. She was a professional, a seasoned paranormal investigator, and she wasn't about to let some haunting vision of a mirror get the best of her. But even as she stood in the hallway, the quiet buzz of the hotel's ancient air conditioning was a constant reminder that the building had secrets. Secrets that were unraveling faster than she could understand them. She couldn't ignore it any longer. The mirror. The sensation of something other on the other side. Maya knew she had to return to the bathroom, confront it head on. Her curiosity, the one thing that always drove her to explore the unknown, overpowered her rational mind. She had to understand what was happening. Taking a deep breath, Maya returned to room 313. She felt the air shift the moment she opened the door, as if the hotel itself was aware of her presence. The room was exactly as it had been when she left, cold and silent. The moonlight filtered through the heavy curtains, casting an almost ethereal glow on the walls. Everything was still, yet the sense of danger lingered like a persistent shadow. The bathroom door was ajar, just as she had left it, and she could feel the tension in the air as she crossed the threshold once again. Maya's eyes were drawn to the mirror, its large surface now an ominous fixture in the room. The reflection that had terrified her before now seemed different, muted, almost like a vague memory instead of the real world she stood in. She approached it slowly, each step heavier than the last. The temperature in the room dropped again, and Maya wrapped her arms around herself to ward off the growing cold. She reached out, her fingertips brushing against the glass. The cold was sharp, biting, but as she touched it, something else happened. There was a shift, a subtle distortion, like the air had suddenly thickened, bending around her fingers. Maya's breath caught in her throat, and for a moment, she hesitated. The world around her seemed to blur, her surroundings fading into the periphery as the mirror seemed to pull her in. It wasn't just the glass anymore. It was as if the mirror itself had become a living entity, an open wound in the fabric of reality, beckoning her. A low hum filled the air, vibrating through the floor and up her spine. The distortion deepened, and she could no longer see her reflection clearly. It rippled, as if the surface had become liquid, swirling in and out of focus. The edges of her vision darkened, and Maya found herself unable to look away. Without warning, the glass began to ripple like water, and a strange pull tugged at her body, as if the mirror were sucking her in. Panic surged through her, but it was too late. She felt her feet lift off the ground, her body drawn toward the glass like a magnet. Her mind screamed for her to let go, to pull away, but it was no use. The moment she touched the glass again, she was yanked forward, her body slipping through the surface as though it were no more substantial then mist. The world around her vanished in an instant. When Maya's senses returned, the first thing she noticed was the oppressive silence. She stood in a hallway, but it wasn't the same hallway. It was darker, the air thicker and more suffocating. The walls, once adorned with lavish tapestries, were now peeling and damp, as though they had been abandoned for decades. The floor beneath her feet was covered in dust, untouched by any human presence, for what seemed like an eternity. She stumbled forward, disoriented, trying to make sense of her surroundings. The faint glow of an overhead light illuminated the area just enough for her to see that this version of the hotel was far older, far more decayed than the one she had just left. The wallpaper was faded, and the once grand chandeliers were now nothing more than rusty, forgotten relics of the past. But the most chilling thing about this new place was the utter emptiness. There were no signs of life, no hum of electricity, no bustling sounds of a normal hotel. It was as though the entire building had been abandoned, left to decay in some forgotten corner of reality. Maya's breath hitched in her throat as she realized that she was no longer in the same dimension. Somehow, impossibly, she had crossed over into something else, something otherworldly. The silence was broken by a soft sound, a footstep, faint but distinct, echoing down the hallway. Maya's heart skipped a beat as she turned toward the sound. Her pulse quickened as the air around her seemed to grow heavier, thick with a sense of dread. She stepped forward cautiously, unsure of what she would find. There, in the distance, was a figure standing in the shadowed hallway. A man, or what appeared to be a man, dressed in the same tattered suit that she had seen in the mirror. His face was obscured by darkness, but his presence was undeniable. He stood completely still, watching her with an unsettling calm. His eyes, though hidden, seemed to burn with an intense, unnatural glow. Maya froze, her body frozen in place by an instinctual fear. The figure didn't move, but she could feel him watching her, sensing her every movement. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion, the figure turned and began to walk down the hallway, disappearing into the shadows. Without thinking, Maya followed, compelled by an insatiable need to understand. As she moved deeper into this new dimension, she began to notice other figures, silhouettes that flickered in and out of sight. They were the souls of the hotel's lost guests, trapped in this cursed place. Their faces were distorted, their bodies twisted in unnatural ways, as though they had been pulled out of time, forever frozen in a state of limbo. The figure she had followed disappeared into a room at the far end of the hall, and Maya felt a shiver crawl down her spine. She reached for the door handle, her hand shaking as she grasped it. She had to know what was inside. She had to understand what this place was. As she stepped into the room, her eyes widened in horror. It was a replica of room 313, exactly the same, yet completely different. The walls were decaying, the furniture was rotting, and the mirror on the far wall was cracked, its surface broken into 1,000 jagged pieces. But the worst part was what lay in the center of the room. A man, or what was left of him. His face was contorted in an expression of pure terror, his body barely recognizable. He was trapped, an echo of someone who had once stayed in this room, someone who had vanished without a trace, now condemned to roam this nightmare dimension for eternity. Maya stepped back, her breath coming in shallow gasps. She knew, with a sickening certainty, that this was the fate that awaited her if she didn't find a way out. She was just another soul, another lost guest, who would wander this cursed hotel for all of eternity. But she wasn't ready to give up yet. There had to be a way out. There had to be an answer, and she was going to find it before she became a part of this twisted world forever. Chapter 4. The Lost Souls. The room that Maya had stumbled into was a nightmare made real. As she stepped deeper into the dimly lit space, her breath catching in her throat, the chill of the air seemed to wrap itself around her like a tightening noose. The mirror, cracked and broken, reflected the room's decay. But it was more than just a room. It was a prison. A place where time had stopped, and the very essence of its victims had been torn away, leaving behind hollow shells, wandering in endless torment. She took a hesitant step forward, her eyes scanning the room for anything, any sign of life, any clue as to what had happened to her. But all she saw were the ghosts, the lost souls of the hotel. Their faces were twisted, contorted in a mixture of despair, confusion, and fear. Some were still, staring into the distance, their eyes hollow and empty, while others wandered the room aimlessly, like forgotten memories drifting through time. Maya's heart clenched in her chest as she approached one of them. It was a woman, her clothes faded and torn, her eyes locked in an empty gaze as she stood near the cracked mirror. Maya couldn't help but notice how the woman's reflection was distorted, as though something was trying to pull her back into the broken glass. The woman's eyes flickered toward Maya, and for a moment, a spark of recognition seemed to flicker in her gaze. It was brief, gone in an instant, but it was enough to make Maya's heart beat faster. The soul, trapped in this limbo, was aware of her. They were aware of each other. "Who are you?" Maya asked softly, though she wasn't sure why she spoke. Perhaps it was a desperate need for connection, a need to understand the unimaginable. The woman's lips parted, and her voice, though faint, echoed in the silent room. "You're not supposed to be here." Her voice was fragile, trembling, as though she hadn't spoken in years. "We're all trapped in the cycle that never ends." Maya took a cautious step closer, her mind reeling with questions. "What cycle? What do you mean?" The woman's gaze darted toward the mirror again, her face twisting in horror. "The hotel. It takes you. It feeds on your soul. Room 313. It's the heart of it. Everyone who stays there, they vanish, but not really. They're pulled into this place, this void. We are all part of it now." Maya felt her stomach lurch as the implications of the woman's words sank in. She was part of it now, too. She had been brought here through the same mechanism, the mirror, the distorted reflection. This wasn't just a hotel. It was a prison, a space between worlds where the lost souls of its guests were condemned to linger forever. "Why are you all here?" Maya asked, her voice trembling. "What is this place? Why can't you leave?" The woman's eyes darkened, and she looked away from Maya, as though unable to bear the weight of her own answer. "It's not just the hotel," she whispered, almost as though speaking to herself. "It's the curse of 313. The room, it doesn't just trap you in the hotel, it traps you in time. You become like us. You fade, little by little, until you're nothing but a shadow, a reflection of what you once were." Maya felt a cold shiver run down her spine. The woman's words were chilling, and the idea that she could end up like them, lost and forgotten, gripped her with an intensity she couldn't ignore. She had to find a way out, but it wasn't enough just to escape the hotel. She had to understand why this was happening, what the true purpose of room 313 was, and what connection it had to the curse that held them all captive. As Maya stepped back, the woman's gaze followed her, and for a brief moment, her expression softened. "You can't fight it," she murmured. "You can't escape. The hotel owns you once you've been chosen." Maya's mind was racing, her determination growing with each word spoken. She wasn't ready to give up. She had faced the unknown before, and she would face it again. But now, more than ever, her mission had taken on a new urgency. She needed to find out what the true nature of this curse was, and why room 313 was at its center. With a quiet nod, Maya turned away from the woman and continued her journey through the hotel, her eyes searching the faces of the other souls that wandered aimlessly. She noticed them now more clearly. Some were writhing in confusion, their expressions filled with a deep, unspoken sorrow. Others were sitting, crouching, or standing, lost in thoughts that made no sense. There was a strange, hollow emptiness in their eyes, as though they were no longer fully aware of who they were or where they had come from. It was as if the hotel had drained them of their identities, leaving behind only the vaguest echoes of their former selves. In one of the rooms, Maya encountered another soul, a man, older, his face weathered by age and sorrow. He looked at her as she entered, his eyes filled with a mixture of pity and recognition. "You've come for answers, haven't you?" he said, his voice soft but steady. "We all did. In the beginning, we thought we could fight it. We tried to leave, to break the cycle, but it's inescapable. The hotel, it traps you. It feeds on your will to escape, your desperation. You become part of the story, part of the hotel's story, and there's no way out." Maya approached him cautiously, her heart heavy with the weight of what he was saying. But why? What is the hotel's purpose? Why room 313? The man's eyes hardened, and he stood slowly, as though the weight of his own memories had become too much to bear. Room 313 isn't just a room. It's the heart of the hotel. It's where the curse begins, where it ends. The room feeds on the souls of those who stay there. It devours them, and then it keeps them, imprisoned in this place, forever repeating the same cycle. The more souls it collects, the stronger it becomes. It's a parasite, feeding off the fear and suffering of those it traps. Maya felt the blood drain from her face as his words sank in. The room wasn't just a place of disappearance. It was a vessel, a tool used by something far more malevolent. The hotel wasn't just a building. It was an entity, a force that was alive, feeding off the lost souls trapped within it. "Can't you fight it?" Maya asked, her voice barely a whisper. The man shook his head slowly, his gaze falling to the floor. "We tried. We all tried. But the hotel chooses its victims, and once you're in, it doesn't let you go. You lose yourself piece by piece, your memories, your name, your very essence, until there's nothing left but the echo of who you once were." Maya's mind raced. She had to find a way to stop this, to free herself and the others from this nightmare. She couldn't afford to wait any longer. The time was running out, and if she didn't find the key to breaking the cycle soon, she would be lost to it forever. She turned away from the man, determination burning in her chest. As she walked through the halls of the hotel, she felt the weight of the souls around her, trapped, waiting, suffering. But Maya wasn't going to become just another lost soul. She was going to find a way out of this nightmare, no matter the cost. Chapter 5. The Enigma of Room 313. Maya stood in the dimly lit hallway, her mind racing. The revelation she had just uncovered, the fact that Room 313 wasn't just a room, but a nexus between this world and another, had sent a wave of nausea through her. The very concept of it was incomprehensible. Yet here she was, trapped in a place where time and space didn't seem to obey the same rules. The hotel was no longer just a place with a dark reputation. It was a living, breathing entity, one that consumed souls and wove them into the very fabric of its existence. She felt the weight of the lost souls pressing in around her, each one a silent witness to the horrors that had unfolded in this place. They were like echoes, lingering in the shadows of this forgotten dimension, their memories fragmented and distorted. But Maya couldn't afford to lose herself in their despair. She needed answers. She had to solve the mystery of room 313 if she ever hoped to escape. The hallway stretched before her, empty and silent, except for the distant sound of her own breathing. The walls felt closer here, as if they were closing in on her, and the coldness in the air seemed to seep into her very bones. Every instinct told her to leave, to run, but there was no way out, not without understanding the truth about this place. Her footsteps echoed softly as she moved toward the stairs, her gaze flickering to the rooms that lined the hallway. They were all the same, empty, desolate, as though no one had ever truly stayed there. But behind every door, Maya knew, there were echoes of the past. Souls trapped in time, their lives forever bound to the hotel's cursed walls. As she reached the top of the staircase, the oppressive atmosphere of the hotel grew even stronger. She could feel the weight of something ancient watching her, something that had existed long before the hotel was built. Her eyes landed on a door at the end of the corridor, room 313. It stood there, waiting for her, like the eye of a storm. Taking a deep breath, Maya approached the door. Her hand hovered over the handle for a moment before she twisted it and stepped inside. The room was as she had left it, the same cold, sterile space, with the large, imposing mirror on the wall. But there was something different about it now. The air was charged, as if the room itself was alive, pulsing with an energy she couldn't quite explain. She crossed the room slowly, her eyes drawn to the mirror once more. It reflected her image, but it was distorted, as though the very fabric of reality itself was warping in the glass. The surface rippled, and Maya's reflection twisted into something unrecognizable. No longer human, but a shadow, a hollow version of herself. She recoiled, her breath catching in her throat. The mirror was no longer just a reflection. It was a doorway, a window into another world. Suddenly, the room seemed to pulse with an eerie light, and Maya felt a strange compulsion to touch the mirror. She reached out, her fingers trembling as they brushed against the glass. The moment her skin made contact, the distortion deepened, and a rush of images flooded her mind. Visions of the past, of the hotel's construction, of the first guests who had checked in, each one falling victim to the same cursed fate. She saw their faces, their screams, their desperate attempts to escape. And then, in the midst of the chaos, she saw it. The source. The hotel itself. It wasn't just a building. It was an entity, a conscious being that had been feeding off the souls of its guests for centuries. It had drawn them in, one by one, using room 313 as a trap. The room was the heart of the hotel, the point where the boundaries between dimensions thinned, allowing the hotel to siphon off the very essence of its victims. Maya stumbled back from the mirror, her heart pounding. She had been right. The hotel wasn't just haunted, it was alive, and it had been manipulating its guests for centuries. The souls of the lost were trapped in an endless cycle, their memories erased, their identities consumed by the hotel's insatiable hunger. Her mind raced as she tried to process what she had just seen. The answer was clear, but the implications were terrifying. The hotel fed on the fear and despair of those trapped within it, using their very souls to sustain itself. And now, Maya realized, she was part of that cycle. She wasn't just a guest, she was a victim, just like the others who had disappeared before her. But there was more. The visions in the mirror had shown her something else. A puzzle, an enigma. The key to escaping the hotel was hidden in the past, in the memories of the souls who had been consumed. Maya knew she had to solve it, or she would be doomed to join them. A sudden thought struck her. The hotel was more than just a place of horror. It was a trap with rules, and if she could understand those rules, she might be able to break free. The enigma she had glimpsed in the mirror was no ordinary puzzle. It was tied to the very foundation of the hotel, to the ancient rituals that had been performed to bind its power. Maya turned toward the bed, where an old, tattered journal lay. It had been placed there, in the same exact position as it had been before, but this time, she could feel the pull of its significance. She reached for it, her hands trembling as she opened the first page. The writing was faded, but legible. It was a diary, one that had belonged to the original architect of the hotel. The words were cryptic at first, describing the hotel's design and the rituals performed to ensure its permanence. But as Maya read further, she began to piece together the horrifying truth. The architect had discovered something ancient, an entity, a force that had been bound to the land on which the hotel was built. In order to keep the entity contained, the architect had constructed the hotel as a sort of prison, a vessel designed to house the entity's power. But over time, the hotel had become more than just a prison. It had absorbed the entity's malevolent influence, turning it into a living, conscious being that fed on the souls of its guests. Maya's breath caught in her throat as she realized what she was reading. The hotel itself was the key. To break the cycle, she had to sever the connection between the hotel and the entity it had become. But how? The diary spoke of an ancient ritual, one that required the soul of an innocent to complete. And as Maya turned the page, she saw it, an inscription written in blood that seemed to glow in the dim light. To break the bond, one must offer the soul of the architect. Only then will the hotel be freed from the curse. Maya's hands shook as she read the final words. The answer was right in front of her, but it was a terrible one. She couldn't offer her own soul, but she understood now what needed to be done. The key to her survival was hidden in the past, in the twisted legacy of the hotel's creation. To escape, she had to find a way to destroy the bond between the hotel and the entity it served. But time was running out. The hotel was closing in on her, its hunger growing stronger with each passing moment. Maya knew she had to act quickly, before the hotel consumed her completely. Chapter 6. The Guardian of the Hotel. Maya's heart pounded in her chest as she retraced her steps through the twisted halls of the hotel. The weight of the journal in her hand felt almost too heavy, as if the words within it were dragging her down. The revelations she had uncovered, the existence of the hotel as a sentient being, the cursed cycle of soul consumption, the twisted ritual she needed to complete, had left her reeling. She couldn't afford to waste any more time. The answers were right there in front of her, but now the problem was clear. Escape was no longer just a matter of finding the right door or breaking a simple curse. The hotel itself had become an adversary, a force that wanted to hold her there forever, feeding on her fear, her doubt and her desperation. The air around her grew colder as she made her way deeper into the heart of the hotel, her footsteps echoing off the old, cracked walls. Each corridor she passed seemed to close in around her, as though the building itself was aware of her presence. The flickering lights above cast strange shadows on the walls, warping the space in ways that made it difficult to trust her own senses. She could feel something watching her, moving just outside the periphery of her vision. It was subtle at first, just a brush of air, a flicker of movement. But as she walked, it became harder to ignore. Suddenly, the hallway before her widened, opening into a large chamber. Maya froze as she took in the sight before her. At the far end of the room stood a towering figure, its back turned to her. The figure was cloaked in darkness, its silhouette barely visible against the backdrop of the crumbling architecture. At first, Maya thought it might be another lost soul, but as she moved closer, her instincts screamed that this was no ordinary spirit. This was something different, something far older, far more powerful. As she approached cautiously, the figure seemed to sense her presence, turning slowly to face her. The air grew even colder, the temperature dropping with an unnatural quickness. The figure was tall, its features obscured by a hooded cloak that seemed to blend seamlessly into the shadows around it. Maya couldn't see its face, only the faint, ethereal glow of its eyes, which burned with a deep, unsettling intensity. "You have come." The figure's voice boomed, its tone resonating in the room like a distant thunderclap. The words were not spoken, but rather felt, as if they vibrated directly inside her mind. There was no warmth in the voice, only the cold weight of centuries of watching, waiting. Maya swallowed hard, the fear she had been suppressing finally bubbling to the surface. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice steady, but laced with the trembling unease that had been building since she arrived. "What are you?" The figure tilted its head, as though considering her question. For a long moment, it stood silent, its eyes burning into her with an unnerving patience. Then, finally, it spoke again. "I am the Guardian," it intoned, the words resonating with a strange finality. "I am the keeper of the hotel, the one who watches over all who enter, the one who ensures that none escape." Maya's blood ran cold. The Guardian, the very being that had been mentioned in the journal, a creature tied to the essence of the hotel itself. A being that wasn't just a wraith or a ghost, but something far older, bound to the hotel by forces she could barely comprehend. "The hotel? It's alive, isn't it?" Maya whispered, her eyes flickering to the dark corners of the room, as though expecting the walls themselves to respond. "It feeds on souls." The Guardian's eyes flared, the light within them intensifying. "Yes," it answered, the word vibrating with ancient power. "The hotel is not just a place. It is a being, a consciousness. It feeds on the fear and suffering of those who enter. And you." The figure's voice softened, but its presence grew even more oppressive. "You are no different from the others. You have been drawn here to feed the hotel's hunger." Maya's heart raced. She stepped forward, fighting the overwhelming urge to run. "I won't let you trap me. I know what you're doing. I know what this place is." The Guardian's voice turned cold, like the wind through a long-forgotten crypt. "You cannot escape. No one does. The hotel binds you in ways you cannot yet understand. Your attempts to break free only make the price higher. The more you struggle, the more it will cost you. It will take everything." Maya gritted her teeth, the fear rising in her chest. She had to stay focused. The Guardian was right about one thing. The more she struggled, the more dangerous this would become. She had already felt the weight of the hotel's power. Its influence had reached deep into her mind, trying to twist her perception of reality. If she wasn't careful, she would lose herself entirely. But she couldn't stop now. There had to be a way out, and she would find it. "You think you can stop me?" Maya demanded, her voice growing stronger with each word. "You think I'll just give up, like all the others?" The Guardian tilted its head again, its presence almost mocking. "It is not about whether you give up. It is about whether you can give up. The hotel feeds on the strength of your resistance. Every doubt, every fear, every hesitation. It strengthens its grip on you." Maya took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm. She needed to think. She couldn't let fear cloud her judgment. "Then tell me, Guardian, what is the price for escape? What will it cost?" The Guardian stepped forward, its form growing more defined as it moved. "The cost is your soul," it said simply. "To escape, to free yourself from the hotel's grasp, you must surrender everything. Your memories, your identity, your essence. The hotel cannot let you go without payment." Maya's heart sank. The Guardian was offering her no way out, no easy escape. She could sense the truth in its words. Every attempt to break free would only make her pay a higher price. And yet, she couldn't accept this fate. She wouldn't become just another lost soul. "You're lying," Maya spat, her voice fierce. "There must be another way. I'll find it." The Guardian's eyes flared with an almost amused light. "You may search for it, but know this. Every choice you make will bring you closer to the end. Your time is running out. You can fight all you want, but you cannot defeat what you cannot see. The hotel will have you, and you will be lost." Maya took a step back, her mind whirling. The Guardian's words were like chains, wrapping around her, tightening with each passing second. It was trying to break her resolve, to make her doubt herself. But Maya wasn't about to give in. The Guardian's form began to fade, as though melting into the very air around it. "I will be waiting," it said, its voice trailing off, fading into the darkness of the room. "You cannot run from the hotel. It will find you." Maya stood there, breathless, her mind a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. The Guardian was right about one thing. The hotel was alive, and it would stop at nothing to consume her. But she couldn't let that stop her. There was still a chance. She had to believe that. She had to find the way out, before it was too late. She turned and left the room, the oppressive presence of the Guardian lingering in her thoughts. Every step felt heavier now, as though the hotel itself was closing in on her, drawing her closer to its inevitable trap. But Maya wasn't ready to give up. She couldn't afford to. Chapter 7. The Last Trace. Maya's mind was in turmoil as she moved through the labyrinth of hallways that seemed to stretch on endlessly, each one more oppressive than the last. Every step she took felt like a battle against the weight of the hotel, as though the very walls were conspiring to keep her trapped. But the truth had become undeniable. The hotel was not merely a haunted building. It was a vessel of dark power, a place where the boundaries between worlds were thin and where souls were consumed to keep the cycle alive. She had uncovered enough already: the hotel, the Guardian, the ancient rituals. But she knew there was more to this place, more to the story that she had yet to piece together. The deeper she dug, the clearer it became. Room 313 was not just a cursed space. It was the nexus of a dark ritual that had been going on for centuries. The souls of the guests who had vanished had not simply disappeared. They had been taken, sacrificed as part of a greater scheme to sustain the hotel's malevolent power and keep the portal to the alternate dimension open. She had to keep going. She had to find the final pieces of the puzzle. Maya's footsteps echoed in the silence as she entered the hotel's library, a large, dimly lit room filled with dusty bookshelves and old, yellowed pages. The room smelled of mildew and aged paper, and the flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows on the walls. She felt a strange sense of foreboding as she stepped deeper into the room. The air here was thick with secrets, and she could almost hear the whispers of the past. She moved to the back of the room, where a large wooden desk sat against the far wall. Papers and old ledgers were scattered across it, and Maya's eyes scanned over the stacks. These were documents she had not yet seen, ancient records that seemed to pulse with an energy she could not quite explain. She hesitated for only a moment before reaching for them, her fingers trembling as she flipped through the brittle pages. The first few pages were filled with records of the hotel's construction, details about the original owners, and their ambitious vision for the grand building. But as she moved further into the pile, the documents took on a darker tone. Ritualistic symbols were drawn along the margins, and the words were written in a language Maya didn't recognize. She paused, her breath catching in her throat as she deciphered part of the text. It spoke of pacts, agreements made with dark entities, promises that had bound the hotel to something much older and more malevolent than she had imagined. The architect's blood has sealed the fate of the hotel. The pact with the entity is complete. The sacrifices shall continue for as long as the portal remains open. Maya felt a chill run down her spine. The realization hit her like a freight train. The hotel had been built on a foundation of dark magic, and the souls of the guests had always been part of the price. It was no longer just a place of hauntings. It was a cursed space, bound by an ancient contract that had been in place long before the first guest had checked in. The missing people were not random victims. They were pieces in a grotesque game, carefully chosen to feed the entity and sustain the hotel's dark power. She read on, her mind struggling to process the depth of the horror she was uncovering. The documents detailed a series of rituals, dark, twisted ceremonies designed to keep the portal between dimensions open. The guests who stayed in room 313 were not merely unlucky. They were specifically selected, their souls offered in sacrifice to maintain the balance and feed the entity that had been bound to the hotel. The cycle of disappearances was not random. It was a ritual that had been carefully planned and executed for generations. And the architect, the original builder of the hotel, had known this all along. He had made a pact with a demon, offering the souls of the guests in exchange for the power to bind the entity to the hotel. The contract was clear. As long as the ritual continued, the hotel would remain standing and the entity would be fed. But the cost was always the same. Souls would be lost, trapped in the hotel, forever. Maya felt a sickening sensation in her stomach as she understood the full extent of what had happened. The hotel was a prison, a place where the souls of the lost were kept, their memories erased, their identities consumed by the entity. The ritual had been in place for centuries, and with every guest who checked in, another soul was added to the collection. But it wasn't just about power. It was about the sustenance of the portal itself. The entity needed the sacrifices to stay alive, to keep the cycle going, and to feed its insatiable hunger for souls. Maya turned the page, her fingers trembling as she uncovered the last fragment of the puzzle. There, in the center of the page, was a diagram of the hotel, its layout, its secret chambers, and most importantly, the central chamber where the rituals took place. In the middle of the diagram was a symbol, a pentagram, surrounded by intricate runes. The page described how the ritual could be completed, how the sacrifice would be made to keep the hotel alive and ensure that the portal remained open. The final piece of the puzzle fell into place. The hotel was not just a place, it was a living entity, sustained by the souls of the lost, and room 313 was the key. The portal between dimensions was the lifeblood of the hotel, and every guest who disappeared was another offering, another soul, to feed the entity's hunger. The ritual was not just about power, it was about keeping the balance, ensuring that the hotel would continue to exist. Without the sacrifices, the hotel would cease to function, and the portal would close. But as long as the rituals continued, the hotel would remain open, and the cycle would go on forever. But there was one thing Maya couldn't understand. Why had she been brought here? She wasn't a random guest. She had been chosen, just like all the others. But she didn't belong in this cycle. She wasn't supposed to be part of the ritual. And yet, the hotel had chosen her. She felt it in her bones, the same pull, the same hunger that had drawn the others in. Suddenly, Maya heard a noise from behind her, a rustling, like pages being turned. She spun around, her heart racing, only to find the room empty. The documents she had been reading were now scattered across the desk, their pages fluttering in the still air. But it wasn't the papers that frightened her. It was the feeling of being watched, the sensation that something was moving just beyond her reach. The hotel was aware of her now. It knew that she was close to uncovering the truth. But Maya wasn't ready to give up. She couldn't stop now. She had one final chance to break the cycle, to free the souls trapped in this place. But to do that, she would have to confront the entity itself. She took one last look at the documents before gathering them up and slipping them into her bag. The pieces were all there. The puzzle was complete. Now, she just needed to find the key to destroying the portal and breaking the curse forever. But time was running out. Chapter 8. The Door of Oblivion. Maya's heart raced as she descended the narrow staircase, the air growing colder with each step she took. The dim light from her lantern flickered, casting unsettling shadows across the walls of the hotel's basement. The place felt ancient, untouched by time, and the silence was almost unbearable, broken only by the sound of her own footsteps. The walls were covered in damp, crumbling stone, and the faint smell of decay hung in the air like a warning. She had spent hours searching the hotel, piecing together the fragments of information she had gathered. The cursed history of the building, the pact with the demon, the ritual sacrifices, all of it led her here, to this hidden chamber, deep in the bowels of the hotel. A place she had not yet explored, a place that felt different from everything else in the hotel. The basement was colder, darker, and strangely silent. There was no faint whisper of ghostly souls here, no distant moans of lost spirits, just the overwhelming feeling of being watched. And yet, the closer she got to the door at the end of the basement corridor, the more certain she was that it was the key to everything, the key to escaping the hotel and breaking the curse. A strange pull guided her forward, as if the hotel itself was urging her to find it. The door stood before her, ancient and heavy, with dark iron hinges that looked like they hadn't been moved in centuries. The wood was worn, cracked, and weathered, but there was a strange energy emanating from it. Something primal, something that pulsed with a life of its own. As she reached out to touch the handle, The coldness that had been steadily creeping into her bones intensified. She hesitated, her hand hovering just above the door. A voice broke the silence. Soft, low, a whisper, yet unmistakably clear. Maya. Her breath caught in her throat. The voice wasn't her own, nor was it the voice of the guardian or any of the souls she had encountered in the hotel. This voice was familiar, soothing, but laced with a quiet desperation. The sound came from behind her, soft but urgent. She spun around, but there was no one there. The basement was empty, except for her, and the overwhelming sense that something else was present, just out of sight. Maya, you must help us. It was the voice again, but this time it was clearer, more insistent. She turned back toward the door. It was almost as if the air itself was thick with the presence of the souls trapped within the hotel. The ghosts of those who had vanished, their memories and identities forever bound to the hotel, now reaching out to her. Desperation seeped into the voice. Help us, they begged. Do not leave us here. Free us from this torment. Break the cycle. Maya's chest tightened. She could feel the weight of their words, their torment, pressing on her from all sides. Every step she had taken through the hotel had led her to this moment, the point of no return. She was standing on the precipice of something far greater than herself, and the choice she faced now was one she had never imagined. Behind her, the door to the basement chamber seemed to beckon. It promised a way out, an exit from this hellish place. But it was not a simple escape. The knowledge she had, uncovered in the journals, the fragmented memories of the lost souls, and the cryptic warnings from the Guardian, all pointed to one undeniable truth. Escaping this place came at a price. And that price was something far more complicated than simply finding the way out. The air around her seemed to shift, and for a moment, Maya felt herself pulled, not physically, but mentally, as if something deep inside her was being drawn toward the door. She could hear the whispers again, louder now, more urgent. She knew that beyond this door lay the true source of the hotel's power, the doorway between the realms, the portal that connected the cursed dimension with the reality she had come from. The only way to destroy the entity's hold on the hotel was to sever the connection, to close the portal forever. But as her fingers touched the handle, something stopped her. A sickening feeling surged in her chest, a realization so profound that it took her breath away. The souls of the trapped guests, they were not just victims of the hotel's hunger. They were sacrifices, trapped in a cycle that they could not escape, their torment feeding the demon, keeping the portal open. And now, they were begging her to save them, to release them from their eternal suffering. But the cost was clear. If she opened the door, if she stepped through to the portal and destroyed the connection, she could break the cycle. She could escape. She could leave the hotel and return to the world she had known. But the souls, the ones who had been here for so long, would remain trapped, lost, forever. Her heart hammered in her chest, her eyes blurred with tears. The decision before her was unthinkable. Could she really leave these souls behind? Could she turn her back on them after all they had endured? And if she stayed, would she too become one of them? Another spirit, another lost soul, another fragment of a twisted cycle that would never end. Maya stepped back from the door, overwhelmed by the weight of her decision. Every instinct in her body screamed for her to leave, to escape while she still could. but something deep inside refused to accept that answer. She had come this far, endured so much, faced down every terror the hotel had thrown at her. She couldn't abandon them. Not now. Not when she had the power to free them. But could she truly free them? Or was she just another part of the system, the next piece in the puzzle? The truth was, she didn't know, and that uncertainty gnawed at her like a persistent hunger. "Maya," the voice whispered again, but this time it wasn't just one voice. It was many, a chorus of souls trapped within the hotel, each one crying out, their voices merging into a single pleading cry. In that moment, Maya felt something shift within her, a realization that her choices would determine not just her own fate, but the fate of those trapped in the hotel. She couldn't leave without facing this final test. She couldn't turn her back on them, not when she had the power to make a difference. But the question remained, could she truly save them? Or was she about to sacrifice herself for a lost cause? The door was still there, standing before her, as silent as the darkness that surrounded it. The weight of her decision pressed down on her, suffocating her thoughts, drowning her in the silence of the basement. The whispers continued, growing louder, more frantic. The clock was ticking, and Maya knew, deep in her soul, that with every passing moment, she was closer to becoming part of the hotel's twisted legacy. She reached for the handle once again, feeling the cold metal bite into her skin. This was it, the moment of truth. And then, with a final breath, Maya opened the door. Chapter 9. The Betrayal of the Hotel. The door to the portal creaked open with a sound that echoed through the basement, as if the very walls of the hotel had exhaled in relief. Maya stepped through, her heart racing with a mixture of hope and dread. She was so close to the end, so close to breaking the cycle and freeing herself from the nightmare of this cursed hotel. The oppressive atmosphere that had clung to her like a second skin seemed to lift slightly as she crossed the threshold, but it was replaced with something darker, a palpable weight, a sense of finality. She didn't know what to expect on the other side of the door, but she wasn't prepared for what she saw. The portal was not some grand passage between worlds, as she had imagined. It was a small, dimly lit room, surrounded by walls that seemed to pulse with a dark energy. The space was shifting, like liquid, its edges warping and bending in ways that defied logic. It was as if reality itself was beginning to crumble, the very fabric of the universe hanging by a thread. The walls shimmered like the surface of water, reflecting an endless void beyond them. At the center of the room stood a figure, a shadow in the shape of a man, but with no clear features. His form seemed to flicker and twist, as though it was made of smoke or mist. Maya hesitated, unsure whether she should approach or turn back. But she knew she couldn't go back. Not now. Not when she was so close. She had to finish this. The figure turned toward her, its movements unnaturally smooth, as though it had no physical form at all. It was watching her, waiting, and for the first time since entering the hotel, Maya felt truly powerless. She had no idea what this was, but she felt instinctively that this was the final test, the moment where the hotel would make its last stand. "Maya," the figure spoke, its voice an eerie, disembodied whisper that reverberated in her mind. It sounded like her own voice, but colder, darker. "You've done well to come this far. You have faced the darkness, fought your way through the nightmares, but now you face the truth." The figure's form began to distort, the edges of its body twisting into something grotesque. It was as if it were shifting, trying to become something else, something more. The shadows deepened around it, and Maya could hear a low, guttural growl, a noise that resonated in her chest, vibrating through her bones. "Do you think you can leave?" the figure hissed. "Do you think you can escape the hotel's grasp after everything you've learned? After everything you've become?" Maya's stomach churned with fear. She took a step back, but the room seemed to close in on her, its walls bending and shifting with malicious intent. She tried to speak, but her voice caught in her throat. The air around her thickened, becoming heavier with each passing second, until it felt like she was breathing through a blanket of suffocating fog. The figure took a step forward, and Maya felt a chill run through her. Her heart pounded harder as the shadows pressed in closer, the room warping around her. She had to do something, anything, to push through this. "You can't win," the figure whispered, its voice now mocking, dripping with venom. "The hotel has already won. You are mine." Maya gritted her teeth, summoning all of her strength. The figure's words were starting to get to her. There was a part of her that wanted to believe it, a part of her that felt the weight of the hotel's darkness pressing down on her mind. The temptation to give in was overwhelming. The hotel was alive, and it knew her every fear, her every doubt. It could manipulate her thoughts, twist her memories, bend her perception of reality. It was offering her an escape, but at what cost? Maya's vision blurred as the figure shifted once more, and when the fog cleared, she saw something that made her gasp. The figure had changed. It was her. A distorted, nightmarish version of herself, with hollow eyes and a twisted smile. Her own reflection, but corrupted, taunting her with the promise of surrender. "Maya," the twisted version of herself spoke, its voice the same, yet somehow darker. "You've already lost. You're not strong enough to fight it. Why not give in? Why not let go of the burden? You don't have to carry the weight of all these souls. You don't have to save them. You've already done enough. Let go." The figure stepped closer, its presence suffocating. Maya felt the darkness creeping into her mind, trying to seep into her thoughts, to erase her will. She could hear the whispers of the souls trapped in the hotel, their voices now distorted, their pleas for freedom merging with the taunts of the hotel itself. "You can escape," the distorted Maya continued. "You can leave all of this behind. The pain, the fear, the sacrifice. All you have to do is accept it. Accept the darkness, and you'll be free." The room seemed to tilt around her, the shadows warping into familiar shapes, twisted versions of people she had known. Friends, family, long-forgotten faces from her past, all distorted, their eyes hollow and pleading. They all reached out to her, pulling her toward the darkness. Maya could feel the weight of their expectations, their need for her to give in, to let the hotel consume her. The temptation was maddening. But then, through the overwhelming flood of darkness and doubt, Maya felt something else. A spark of clarity, a flicker of light in the depths of her mind. The truth. She remembered the reason she had come here in the first place. She remembered the lives that had been taken, the souls that had been trapped, the innocent people who had suffered because of the hotel's insatiable hunger. And she remembered herself, who she was, and what she stood for. She was no longer the woman who was afraid to face the truth, the woman who could be manipulated by fear and lies. She was stronger than that. She had already fought through the horrors of this place, and she would not let the hotel's manipulations break her now. "No," Maya said, her voice trembling but firm. "I won't give in. I won't let you win." The distorted version of herself sneered, its form flickering as if the hotel itself was trying to pull it back into the shadows. You think you can defeat me? You think you can escape the hotel's grasp? Maya's hand clenched into a fist, and with one final surge of will, she pushed forward. "I'm not your victim," she said, the words coming from somewhere deep within her. "I won't be part of your cycle anymore. I choose to fight. I choose to live." The shadows recoiled, the figure wavering like smoke in the wind. The room began to tremble, the very foundation of the hotel seeming to crack under the weight of her defiance. Maya knew that the battle wasn't over yet. The hotel was still there, still alive, still clinging to her. But she was stronger now. She had broken through its manipulation, and she would not let it control her. With a final defiant step, Maya turned and faced the portal. The figure screamed in fury, but she didn't look back. She stepped through, the shadows collapsing behind her, and the hotel's twisted grasp finally began to loosen. Chapter 10. The Final Reckoning. The door to the portal slammed shut behind her, and Maya's body jolted as if she had been yanked back into reality. The moment she crossed the threshold, the oppressive atmosphere of the hotel grew even heavier. The air seemed thicker, more suffocating, and she could feel the heartbeat of the place pulsing through her. She had broken through, but she knew that the final confrontation was far from over. The hotel was not done with her yet. She found herself standing in the heart of the hotel, a vast, empty chamber, dimly lit by flickering torches that lined the walls. The floor beneath her feet was made of smooth, cold stone, and the air smelled of dust and decay, as if the room had not been touched in centuries. But it wasn't just the atmosphere that made her feel uneasy. It was the feeling of being watched, the sensation of countless eyes on her, hidden in the shadows. In the center of the room stood a massive stone altar, covered in strange runic symbols. The very sight of it sent a shiver down her spine. This was it, the heart of the hotel, the place where the dark rituals had taken place for centuries, where the sacrifices were made, where the portal between worlds had been kept open. Maya had always known that this moment would come. She had known that to end the cycle, she would have to face the hotel's heart, its true form. And now, standing before her, was the final test. As if on cue, the walls seemed to tremble, and a deep, guttural growl filled the room. Maya's breath caught in her throat. She felt the temperature drop dramatically, and the shadows in the corners of the room seemed to twist and move, like living things. The hotel was waking up. It was aware of her presence, and it was ready for battle. Maya. The voice was low and menacing, vibrating through her bones. It was the hotel itself, speaking directly to her. "You cannot escape. You are mine." Maya's pulse quickened. She could feel the weight of its words in her chest. The hotel was alive, and it was speaking to her, not just through the walls or the whispering souls, but through something more, something ancient, powerful, and determined to keep her from escaping. It was the entity that had bound this place together, the force that had consumed countless souls, including hers. She had felt its presence every step of the way, and now she was face to face with it. "You think you've won," the hotel continued, its voice now a distorted echo. "But the price of your victory is steep. The sacrifice is not over. You must give yourself, or everything you fought for will be meaningless." Maya's mind raced. The hotel had always played by its own rules, manipulating her thoughts, distorting her perception. But she was stronger now. She had learned its tricks. She had faced its horrors, and she had not come this far to fail. The altar before her began to hum with energy, its symbols glowing faintly, as if the hotel were preparing to take its final, desperate step to trap her. She could feel the pull, the temptation to surrender, to give up the fight. The price of escape was always steep. The hotel had made that clear. It wanted her to give in, to accept the final sacrifice. But Maya had learned something in the depths of this place. She could fight back. "I will not surrender to you," Maya said, her voice steady and unwavering. "I will end this. No more sacrifices. No more souls lost. This ends now." The air around her thickened, and the shadows seemed to pulse, as if the hotel itself was enraged by her defiance. The walls seemed to close in on her, and the floor began to crack. The very foundation of the hotel was shaking, as if it were about to collapse. Maya could feel the weight of the entity's presence, its dark power pushing against her. But Maya held her ground. She knew the truth now. She had uncovered the secret of the hotel, the reason why the cycle had continued for so long. The hotel thrived on fear, on suffering, on the sacrifices of those who entered its doors. But it also thrived on control. The key to breaking its hold on this place was to let go of that control. To free herself and the souls trapped here, Maya had to make the ultimate sacrifice. Not a physical one, but a personal one. She looked down at her hands, the very hands that had fought to escape, to find the truth. But the truth wasn't just about breaking the cycle. It was about letting go. Letting go of her fear, her doubts, and even her identity. She had to surrender, but not to the hotel. She had to surrender to herself, to accept that this was the only way to end the cycle, to free the trapped souls, and to destroy the hotel once and for all. The air crackled with power as Maya took a deep breath. She felt her body tremble, her resolve tested like never before. She knew what she had to do. The hotel would not release its hold without a price, and that price had to be something greater than her body or soul. She had to give up her connection to this place, to the memories, the pain, the terror. She had to leave it all behind. With a final defiant cry, Maya stepped forward and placed her hands on the altar. The room exploded in a burst of blinding light. For a moment, everything was still. The air hung heavy with silence, as though the hotel itself had ceased to exist. Maya could no longer feel the oppressive weight of the hotel pressing down on her. The darkness had receded, and the presence of the entity was gone. She felt lighter, freer, as if she had stepped out of a nightmare and into the warmth of daylight. And then, as the light began to fade, she realized that she was no longer in the hotel. She was standing outside, beneath a sky filled with stars, the air crisp and cool. The ground beneath her feet was solid, real. She had done it. She had broken the cycle. But there was something else, a quiet warning that lingered in the air. Maya turned toward the hotel, now distant in the darkness, its silhouette looming like a shadow in the night. The hotel was no longer alive, no longer a force of darkness, but the sense of its presence was still there. It would remain, a reminder of the horrors it had caused. As Maya turned to walk away, she whispered to the night, "The hotel never forgets." Chapter 1. The First Tremor. The sun rose slowly over the quiet coastal city of Clearwater, casting a warm golden light over the sleepy streets and the shimmering ocean. The sound of seagulls calling in the distance was the only disturbance in the peaceful atmosphere, as the early morning fog lifted lazily off the ground. People were beginning to stir, some heading to work, others simply enjoying the calm of another perfect day on the coast. Among the stillness, Alan Green, a local geologist, stood at the edge of the pier, looking out at the horizon. His mind was preoccupied with his usual thoughts: earthquakes, faults, seismic readings. Clearwater had always been relatively safe in terms of geological hazards. At least, that's what the experts had concluded after years of study. The area sat at the edge of a minor tectonic plate, and while tremors were not unheard of, they were rare and usually harmless. But today felt different. Alan took a deep breath, inhaling the salty air, when a faint rumble beneath his feet made his heart skip a beat. He brushed it off at first, assuming it was just a passing truck on the pier. But then it came again. A deeper, more persistent vibration that seemed to rise up from the earth itself. The faint tremor grew in intensity, and within seconds, the ground beneath Alan began to shake violently. He staggered, grasping for balance, and looked around in panic. People on the pier were starting to shout in alarm, scrambling to avoid falling debris. The sea churned in violent waves as the tremors shook the coastline. Alan's heart raced. This was no ordinary earthquake. The shaking was more intense than anything he had ever experienced in Clearwater. "Get to safety!" someone screamed as the ground continued to tremble. Buildings along the waterfront swayed dangerously, their windows shattering into jagged shards. The air was filled with the sound of cracking wood and steel. The shaking was relentless. Alan's thoughts raced as he tried to make sense of it. He had been studying seismic activity for years, and yet this felt wrong. The pattern of the tremors, the way they came in quick, sharp bursts, didn't match any normal earthquake he had encountered. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the shaking stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. Alan's ears rang as he stood frozen on the pier, looking around at the destruction. The once peaceful town was now in chaos, with people screaming, crying, and running in every direction. Dust billowed up from the ground, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of burning wood and rubble. Alan could feel the adrenaline coursing through his veins. His first instinct was to find shelter, but his mind was already working. Something about this earthquake, it wasn't natural. He quickly made his way down the pier, pushing through the panicked crowd, and began to inspect the ground. The tremors had created deep fissures in the earth. Some of the cracks were so wide that they seemed to split the ground in two. Alan knelt beside one of the largest fissures and peered inside. It was then that he heard it. A sound that made his blood run cold. Faint, but unmistakable. A scream. At first, he thought it was the result of someone being trapped in the debris, but the scream was different. It was strange, inhuman, almost. It sounded like it was coming from the very bowels of the earth itself. Alan's breath caught in his throat. He looked around, trying to locate the source, but the crowd had already begun to disperse, and there was no one nearby. The sound was unmistakable, though, echoing in the space between the tremors. He stood up and scanned the area once more. Nobody else seemed to have heard it. People were still in a state of panic, but none of them appeared to be focused on the odd noise coming from the ground. The scream came again, this time louder, clearer. Alan's pulse quickened. Without thinking, he moved toward the largest crack, kneeling beside it. His fingers brushed the edges of the jagged rock as he peered down into the depths. The ground trembled again, but this time it was different. It wasn't just a shake. It was as if the earth itself was alive, shifting and groaning in a way that felt almost intentional. Then there was another sound, a low guttural growl, followed by more screams, this time several voices, all distorted, desperate. Alan recoiled, his mind racing. What was this? Where were the sounds coming from? No one else seemed to notice. The panic of the earthquake was starting to subside as people focused on the immediate aftermath. The destruction, the injured, the task of finding safety. But Alan couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. These weren't just the usual tremors. These weren't just ordinary aftershocks. There was something beneath the earth, something ancient perhaps, that was making its presence known. Alan's breath quickened. He glanced around, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. The sound, the way the earth had moved, the strange feeling in his chest. It was as though the very foundation of the city was speaking to him. He had to investigate. Ignoring the chaos around him, Alan quickly made his way back to his truck. His geologist's instincts kicked in. He needed to gather his equipment, needed to figure out what was happening. He didn't believe in supernatural occurrences, but the screams, the unsettling, otherworldly screams, made him question his beliefs. It was impossible, but something told him that there was more to this than a simple earthquake. As he drove through the wreckage of the city, Alan's mind was consumed with questions. What was causing these tremors? Why had they been so different from any seismic activity he had studied? And what was the source of those screams? They were so vivid, so real. The answers, Alan realized, might lie beneath his feet, and the more he thought about it, the more certain he became. This was only the beginning. Chapter 2. The Crack of Mystery. Alan had barely slept since the tremor, his mind running in endless circles. The strange and eerie sounds that had emanated from the earth kept replaying in his head. The city was still shaken, both physically and emotionally, as the aftermath of the earthquake unfolded around him. His thoughts, however, remained fixated on something that few others seemed to acknowledge: the pattern in the cracks. The cracks in the ground were not like the random fissures one might expect from an earthquake. No, these lines seemed deliberate, almost as if they had been carved into the earth with purpose. Alan had examined the ground closely during his frantic search the day before, but there had been little time to truly inspect the full extent of the damage. Today, he would make time. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the damaged city. Alan had already gone to the local authorities with his findings, but they had dismissed his concerns. Local scientists, too, were skeptical. They pointed to the overwhelming evidence of a natural earthquake and shrugged off the oddity of the strange sounds. Just a product of the seismic activity, they had said, as if that explanation could solve everything. But Alan wasn't so sure. His instincts told him there was something more, something deeper. With a determined resolve, Alan set out early the next morning, ignoring the murmurs of doubt from his colleagues. He drove out of the city center toward the coastline where the largest cracks had appeared. He parked his truck near an area where the ground had split open completely, forming a chasm several feet wide. The morning air felt crisp, but Alan's palms were sweaty as he gathered his tools. He needed answers, and he would find them, no matter the cost. He had brought a small set of instruments, a measuring tape, a portable GPS, and a camera to document the cracks. But it wasn't just the physical measurements that intrigued him. It was the symbols. As he knelt beside the crack, the ground felt unnervingly warm, almost as if it had been disturbed by something unnatural. He scanned the exposed earth with a critical eye. His heart quickened as he took in what he was seeing. The fissures were not jagged or random. They followed a strange, almost symmetrical pattern. The deeper he looked, the more it became apparent. These were no mere cracks caused by seismic pressure. They were intricate lines, curving and intersecting like an ancient language, as if the earth itself had been marked by some unknown force. Alan's fingers trembled as he traced one of the lines with a gloved hand. The grooves in the earth seemed to follow a precise path, sharp and deliberate. He was no expert in ancient languages or symbols, but even he could recognize the patterns. These looked like the kind of glyphs or runes one might find in the ancient texts he had studied during his early academic career. His thoughts swirled. Was it possible that these symbols had been there for centuries, or had they only just appeared with the earthquake? The deeper Alan delved into his investigation, the more the symbols seemed to grow. It was as if the earth itself was alive, and the lines were slowly being revealed. He carefully snapped photos, documenting each section of the cracks and their strange markings. His mind raced as he thought back to the screams he had heard. Could these symbols be connected to something or someone beneath the surface? The thought chilled him to his core. After an hour of investigation, Alan stood up and dusted off his gloves. He needed to share his findings, but the local authorities and scientists had already made it clear that they weren't interested. They would dismiss his theories, just like they had before. He had to find someone who would listen, someone who could help him make sense of this. On his way back to the truck, Alan took one last look at the crack in the earth, his stomach churning with a mixture of dread and curiosity. He had been a geologist for over a decade, and he had seen his fair share of natural disasters, but nothing had ever felt quite like this. The tremors had intensified overnight, and he had a sinking feeling that they were only the beginning. Whatever had been triggered under the surface, it was not finished. It was growing stronger, more powerful. As he climbed into his truck, Alan made a decision. He would not wait for the authorities to take him seriously. If they refused to listen, he would take matters into his own hands. He needed answers, and for that, he would need more help. The next day, Alan reached out to Dr. Evelyn Carson, a professor of ancient history and linguistics at a nearby university. She was known for her expertise in deciphering ancient languages and symbols. Alan hoped that her knowledge could shed light on what he had uncovered. Evelyn was intrigued by his findings and agreed to meet him at the site later that afternoon. As they walked to the cracks, Alan explained what he had discovered. Evelyn listened carefully, her brow furrowed in concentration as she examined the symbols. "This is unexpected," she said, her voice low. "These markings, they don't resemble anything I've ever seen. It's almost like a mix of several ancient cultures, yet it's unlike anything I can identify with certainty." Alan felt a pang of frustration. But these symbols, they must mean something, right? Could they be connected to something underground, some kind of ancient burial or structure? Evelyn looked at him, her face troubled. "It's possible, but I'm not sure if I'd go as far as to say it's connected to anything human. There's a peculiar energy to these markings, a feeling of something being disturbed, something powerful." Before Alan could respond, the ground beneath their feet shifted again, a faint tremor that vibrated through the earth, like the heartbeat of something ancient, waking. Both Alan and Evelyn froze, their eyes wide with apprehension. The tremors had become more frequent since the first earthquake, and they were growing stronger with each passing day. The sound of distant, eerie screams rose from deep within the earth once more, and Alan's blood ran cold. "You hear it, don't you?" Alan whispered. Evelyn nodded, her face pale. "What is that? It's not possible." But Alan knew. The cracks were not just lines in the earth. They were marks. Marks made by something ancient, something that had been buried for centuries, waiting for the right moment to break free. The deeper they delved into this mystery, the more dangerous it would become. Alan had a feeling that they had just scratched the surface. As the tremors grew stronger and the screams louder, he realized that whatever was coming, whatever was hidden beneath the earth, was far older and far more dangerous than anything he had ever imagined. And the only way to stop it might be to uncover the full truth before it was too late. Chapter 3: The Shadow in the Depths. The days that followed the discovery of the strange cracks in the earth were filled with a tense anticipation. Alan's investigation had been met with skepticism from the local authorities, but his findings had not gone unnoticed. The severity of the tremors, the eerie screams, and the mysterious symbols etched into the ground left no room for doubt in Alan's mind. Something ancient, something unnatural, was stirring beneath the city. After many attempts to convince the local geological council, Alan finally received permission to carry out a small excavation at the site. It was a breakthrough, albeit a limited one, just enough to dig into one of the larger cracks and see what lay beneath. Alan knew that this was only the beginning, but he could feel the weight of urgency pressing on him. The tremors were becoming more frequent, and the strange, distant screams grew louder by the day, as though the earth itself was warning him. He wasn't alone in this venture. Dr. Evelyn Carson, the linguist who had agreed to assist him, accompanied him to the site. She had studied the ancient symbols for hours, growing more and more perplexed by their origins. She had suggested that the markings could belong to a variety of cultures, perhaps even from a time long before written history. Alan hoped her expertise would be instrumental in unlocking the mystery beneath the earth. As they arrived at the excavation site, Alan's small team of researchers, all volunteers, began setting up their equipment. There was a palpable sense of unease hanging in the air, as if the ground itself was aware of the intrusion. The team moved swiftly, gathering tools and preparing to break ground. Alan's eyes kept drifting back to the crack in the earth. It seemed so harmless at first glance, but Alan knew that something far darker lay just beneath its surface. The excavation began slowly, with the team cautiously digging into the fissure. Alan took measurements as they worked, ensuring that they stayed on course. The tremors had already started up again, faint vibrations in the earth beneath them that made the ground seem alive. Every so often, the sound of distant otherworldly screams would rise from the depths, and the air would grow heavier, charged with an unsettling energy. After several hours of careful digging, the team struck something hard beneath the surface. Alan leaned over the edge of the hole and peered inside. The earth gave way to reveal what appeared to be an ancient stone structure, its edges worn smooth by centuries of time. It was not the random formation of rocks that one might expect from the aftermath of an earthquake. No, this was deliberate. The structure was rectangular, with sharp angles and a series of deep grooves carved into its surface. Grooves that matched the symbols they had seen earlier. This isn't natural, Alan muttered under his breath, his voice full of awe and trepidation. Evelyn knelt beside him, her expression a mix of fascination and disbelief. She ran her fingers gently over one of the grooves, tracing the pattern that seemed to pulse with an energy all its own. "This is incredible," she whispered. "This structure, it's older than anything I've ever seen. And these markings, they're not just symbols, Alan. They're a language, or part of one." Alan nodded grimly. The stone was old, far older than the city above it, and it seemed to hum with an unnatural presence. It was as if the very stone held the memories of the past, the whispers of whatever had been buried there so long ago. As the team carefully cleared away the dirt surrounding the structure, they revealed more of its shape. An ancient burial chamber, perhaps, or some kind of temple. The air around them seemed to thicken as they continued to dig, as if the earth itself was resisting their intrusion. Alan could feel a pressure in his chest, an invisible weight pressing down from above. Every time they uncovered a new section of the stone, the tremors seemed to intensify. The ground would shake, and the air would grow heavier with each new discovery. "Let's take it slow," Alan said to his team, his voice strained. "We need to be careful. We don't know what we're dealing with here." The team agreed, working methodically to expose more of the structure without causing any further disturbance. But as they dug deeper, something began to shift. The faint rumble of distant tremors became more pronounced. It was as though the very earth was beginning to stir, reacting to their presence, pushing back against them. And then they found it. One of the stones came loose with a sharp crack, revealing an opening beneath the surface. Alan peered inside, his heart racing. The passageway beyond was narrow, dark, and impossibly deep. It seemed to stretch downward into the unknown. The walls were covered in more of the strange symbols, and the air that emanated from the opening was cold, unnaturally cold. Alan's instincts screamed at him to stop, to turn back, but his curiosity, the driving force that had pushed him this far, urged him onward. He turned to Evelyn, whose face was pale, but filled with an insatiable curiosity. "We have to go down there," he said. "This is the key. Whatever is buried here, it's tied to those symbols, to the tremors, to everything that's happening." Evelyn nodded, though her eyes betrayed her hesitation. "I agree, but we need to be careful. Whatever is buried down there, it's been hidden for a reason." The team set up a series of lights and equipment, preparing to descend into the dark passage. Alan led the way, his heart pounding in his chest as they moved deeper into the earth. The walls of the tunnel were smooth, unnaturally so, as if they had been carved with a purpose long forgotten. The air grew colder the farther they went, and with each step, the screeching, distorted sounds of the entity beneath seemed to grow louder, more distinct. Alan's breath caught in his throat as the first of the screams echoed through the tunnel. It was no longer just a distant cry. It was close. The sound reverberated in his bones, filling the narrow space with an intense, bone-chilling sensation. The creature buried beneath the earth knew they were coming. It was waiting. "We're getting close," Alan whispered, his voice tight with fear and excitement. They reached the end of the tunnel, where the walls opened into a vast chamber. The air inside was thick, with an ancient, oppressive energy. Alan's flashlight flickered as he stepped inside, revealing strange, jagged markings on the walls. The symbols were no longer just carved into the surface. They were alive, pulsing with a strange energy that made Alan's skin crawl. And then, as the light illuminated the center of the room, they saw it. A massive stone altar, darkened with age and covered in layers of dust and debris. And on the altar, something that chilled Alan to his very core. A figure, half-formed, encased in the stone like a twisted, forgotten god. Its shape was humanoid, but its features were distorted. Elongated limbs, a twisted face, and eyes that seemed to follow their every movement, even though the creature had not yet awoken. Alan felt the ground tremble beneath his feet again. The creature was aware of them, and it was getting closer to waking. Chapter 4. Echoes of the Past. The excavation site was quiet, but the air was thick with tension. Alan stood at the edge of the stone altar, the dim glow of his flashlight casting long shadows across the chamber. The grotesque figure encased in the stone seemed almost alive, its distorted features looming over him like a dark omen. His breath came in shallow gasps as the weight of what he had discovered settled over him. The tremors had been growing stronger, the earth rumbling as if responding to the presence of the entity beneath. Every passing moment felt like a countdown, the feeling of impending doom creeping into his bones. But even in the face of this horrifying revelation, Alan knew that there was still more to uncover. The creature, whatever it was not the only piece of the puzzle. The ancient symbols, the sounds from the earth, and the strange energy that pulsed from the walls of the chamber all seemed to be connected. His mind raced, trying to make sense of the fragments of the mystery he had uncovered so far. He needed more answers. Later that evening, as the team carefully secured the excavation site and prepared to return to the surface, Alan felt an overwhelming need to investigate further. There was a sense of urgency, as though the answers he sought were just out of reach, buried in the depths of history. With his curiosity gnawing at him, Alan made the decision to visit the local library, hoping to find any historical records that might shed light on the civilization that had once lived here, and the ritual that had sealed the ancient being beneath the earth. The library, though small, was one of the few remaining institutions in Clearwater that had survived the ravages of time. Old and quiet, its walls were lined with dusty bookshelves, each one filled with relics of a forgotten past. Alan had spent countless hours here in his earlier years, poring over geological records, but today he was searching for something different. His eyes scanned the rows of books, moving past texts on geology and tectonics, until he found a small, unmarked volume hidden among the shelves. It was ancient, its leather cover cracked and weathered with age. He pulled the book down, carefully brushing off the dust that had accumulated over centuries, and flipped it open. The pages were yellowed and brittle, but the ink was still legible. Alan began reading, his heart pounding in his chest as the words began to take shape. The book was a journal of sorts, written by a historian from centuries ago. It detailed the rise and fall of an ancient coastal civilization that had once inhabited this very region. According to the text, the civilization had flourished for centuries before it mysteriously disappeared, its people wiped out in a catastrophic event. What caught Alan's attention, however, were the references to a dark, hidden ritual, a ritual that involved the summoning of an ancient entity, one that was said to be a god of destruction. The journal described how the entity, known only as the Sleeper, had been sealed beneath the earth by the civilization's most powerful leaders. These leaders, fearing the creature's potential to bring about the destruction of the world, had performed a forbidden ritual to trap it deep below the surface. But the ritual was not without its cost. It required the sacrifice of a life, a blood offering to ensure the creature would remain dormant. The Sleeper had been sealed away, buried beneath layers of stone and earth, its existence forgotten by the world above. Alan's fingers trembled as he turned the page, reading further. The text spoke of strange symbols that matched the ones Alan had discovered in the cracks. These symbols were part of the ritual, used to bind the entity and prevent it from ever awakening. As Alan read on, he realized with growing horror that the symbols etched into the stone altar were part of the same system of markings described in the journal. The ritual had worked for a time, but the seals had begun to weaken. The earth tremors, the strange sounds, and the increasing intensity of the tremors were all signs that the creature, the sleeper, was beginning to stir. The book went on to explain that the creature was not merely a mindless force of destruction. It was an ancient being, older than any civilization, and its power was immeasurable. The sleeper had the ability to warp reality itself, to bend the laws of nature and time. If it were ever freed from its prison, it would unleash chaos on the world, bringing about an age of darkness. Alan's mind raced as he connected the dots. The tremors, the strange cries emanating from the earth, the symbols, everything pointed to one terrifying conclusion. The sleeper was awakening. The cracks in the earth, the increasingly violent earthquakes, and the screams were all signs that the ritual's seals were failing. And once the entity broke free, there would be no stopping it. The book ended abruptly, with no mention of how the civilization had ultimately fallen. The final pages were torn, as though someone had deliberately destroyed them, as if to erase the last trace of the ancient society's knowledge. Alan slammed the book shut, his heart pounding in his chest. He could feel the weight of the journal's revelations pressing down on him. He had to act fast. The entity was waking, and if he didn't find a way to stop it, the world would be plunged into an era of darkness, from which it might never recover. As he sat in the dimly lit library, his thoughts raced. He needed to gather more information, more history, more knowledge about the ritual that had sealed the sleeper, and he needed to find a way to reinforce the seals before it was too late. But time was running out. The tremors were becoming more frequent, more violent, and the earth was shaking as though it was preparing for the awakening of something far more powerful than anything Alan had ever imagined. He closed the journal with a sense of dread and stood up. His team needed to know what he had learned, but he also knew that they weren't prepared for the magnitude of what lay ahead. Evelyn had been the only one who had listened to him so far, but even she might not be able to fully comprehend the gravity of what they were facing. Alan left the library and made his way back to the excavation site. The air outside felt heavy, charged with an energy that seemed to vibrate through his very bones. The tremors had intensified once again, this time with a force that rattled the buildings around him. Alan quickened his pace, knowing that every moment brought them closer to the awakening of the sleeper. When he arrived at the site, the team was already preparing to continue their work. Evelyn was there, waiting for him. She looked up as Alan approached, her face pale and drawn. "Did you find something?" she asked, her voice filled with concern. Alan nodded gravely. "Yes, the creature beneath the earth. It's not just a myth. It's real, and it's waking up." Evelyn's eyes widened in shock. "What? But how do you know?" Alan held up the journal. "It's all here. The tremors, the symbols, the ritual. It's all part of the same ancient warning. The sleeper is stirring, and if we don't act fast, it will break free. And when it does, it will bring chaos with it." Evelyn looked at the book in his hands, her face etched with fear. "What can we do? How do we stop it?" Alan's eyes darkened. "I don't know yet, but we need to find the final part of the ritual, the one that sealed it away. If we can reinforce the seals, maybe, just maybe, we can keep it contained." The echoes of the past were clear now. The earth was waking, and the creature was ready to rise. Alan knew that the battle to stop it had already begun, and time was running out. Chapter 5. the price of knowledge. The air felt unnaturally still as Alan sat in the quiet room of his makeshift study, surrounded by old books and papers scattered across the table. The journal he had found in the library lay open in front of him, its words still echoing in his mind. The sleeper, the ancient god of destruction, sealed beneath the earth by a ritual that had cost the lives of an entire civilization. The thought haunted him. He had learned so much in the last few days, yet the more he uncovered, the more dangerous the path ahead seemed. The tremors had grown stronger, more violent. The screams that emanated from the cracks in the earth were now a constant presence, rising in pitch as if the entity beneath the ground was beginning to stir more urgently with each passing day. Alan knew that the ritual, the very thing that had trapped the sleeper, was falling apart. The earth was shuddering as if protesting the disturbance. Time was running out, and yet Alan couldn't bring himself to stop. The questions gnawed at him relentlessly. How could something so ancient, so powerful, be sealed for so long? And if it had been sealed, what could possibly break the bond now? He had to know more. The answers, Alan believed, lay in understanding the full scope of the ritual. He needed someone who could help him decode the ancient texts, someone with knowledge not just of symbols, but of ancient religions and the dark forces that had been worshipped in forgotten ages. His research had led him to a name: Professor Marcus Donovan. Donovan was a well-respected archaeologist with expertise in ancient cultures and their occult practices. His work had focused on long-forgotten religious rites, those that involved both sacrifice and the summoning of entities from beyond. If anyone could help Alan understand what had truly happened so many centuries ago, it was him. Alan had contacted Donovan earlier that day, and after a tense conversation, the professor had agreed to meet with him. Donovan was skeptical at first, but after hearing the gravity of the situation, the tremors, the ancient seals, the screams, the professor had reluctantly agreed to help. Alan knew that he was taking a risk by involving Donovan, but the stakes were too high to ignore. There was no time to waste. That evening, they met in a small, dimly lit cafe on the outskirts of the city. Donovan was already there when Alan arrived, his face gaunt and tired, as if the weight of years of study had drained him. His eyes were sharp, though, and there was a certain intensity about him that made Alan feel both uneasy and hopeful. The professor's reputation for studying dark rituals was well known, and if anyone had insight into the entity beneath the earth, it was him. Alan sat down across from Donovan, handing him a copy of the journal. The professor took it with a nod, his expression unreadable as he skimmed the pages. For a long moment, the only sound in the cafe was the clinking of cups and the low hum of conversation from other patrons. Finally, Donovan looked up, his eyes filled with a mixture of awe and fear. This is not just a myth," Donovan said, his voice low. "The entity you're dealing with, the sleeper, it's not like anything I've studied before. This is a being from a time so ancient that even the oldest records don't mention it. What you're dealing with isn't just a god. It's something older, darker, more powerful." Alan leaned forward, his heart pounding. "What does that mean? Can we stop it? How do we keep it from waking?" Donovan's eyes darkened as he set the journal down. The ritual that sealed the sleeper was not a simple spell or a protective charm. It was a sacrifice, a life for a life. To contain the being, the ancient civilization had to offer a blood sacrifice, a human life, in exchange for keeping it buried. The entity is bound by the life force that was given to it. If that bond is broken, or if the seal begins to fail, the creature will awaken. It will return with the full force of its power. Alan felt a chill run down his spine. A human sacrifice? He whispered. That's monstrous. Donovan nodded gravely. Yes, and what you're facing now is the consequence of that sacrifice being undone. The tremors, the symbols, the strange energy in the earth, they're all signs that the seal is weakening. But that's not the worst part. Alan's mind raced. What do you mean? What's worse than this? Donovan met his gaze, his eyes filled with the weight of unspoken knowledge. The more you try to uncover about the ritual, the more you disturb the seal. Every time you delve deeper into this mystery, you risk accelerating the awakening of the sleeper. There's a point of no return, Alan. The more you try to understand, the more the entity will be drawn to you, and the cost of that knowledge will be steep. Alan swallowed hard. What exactly are you saying? Donovan hesitated before answering, his voice barely above a whisper. The deeper you go, the more difficult it will become to stop it. Knowledge is a dangerous thing in this case. There are forces at work here that you cannot control. Once the sleeper awakens, it will bring destruction with it, and there will be nothing left to save. Alan sat back, the gravity of Donovan's words sinking in. He had already crossed a line by seeking out answers. But now, with Donovan's warning, the true cost of his curiosity was clear. The more he uncovered, the harder it would be to contain the force he had unearthed. Every step forward brought him closer to the brink of a disaster he wasn't sure he could stop. But I can't just stop now, Alan said, his voice tight with resolve. If I don't find a way to finish the ritual, to reinforce the seals, everything we know could be destroyed. People will die. Donovan's eyes softened with sympathy, but there was an unmistakable sadness in them. I understand your desire to stop it, but you need to be aware of what you're facing. This isn't just about knowledge anymore, Alan. It's about survival. The deeper you dig, the more dangerous it becomes. And if you push too hard, if you're not careful, you might end up setting it free. Alan felt a knot form in his stomach. What should I do? Donovan leaned back, folding his hands on the table. I can't tell you what to do, but I will say this. There are some things better left buried. Some knowledge is too dangerous to seek. If you continue, you may end up paying a price that no one should ever have to pay. The words hung in the air between them like a dark warning, and Alan couldn't shake the feeling that he was standing at the edge of an abyss. He had already come so far, and now, the deeper he went, the more he risked losing everything. The tremors continued, more frequent and powerful than ever. The ground seemed to rumble beneath Alan's feet, as if urging him to make a choice. His mind raced. The knowledge he sought was within his grasp, but at what cost? As he left the cafe, Alan couldn't shake the feeling that the line between curiosity and madness had already blurred. The path ahead was fraught with danger, and with each step he took, he was one step closer to unleashing something that could tear the world apart. And now, the question wasn't whether he could stop the sleeper, but whether he could stop himself before it was too late. Chapter 6. The Sealed Door. The air in the underground chamber felt thick with anticipation. Alan stood before the massive stone door, his flashlight flickering in the dim light of the tunnel. The walls of the passageway seemed to hum with an eerie energy, as if the very earth was alive, reacting to their presence. The tremors had been growing stronger with each passing day, each one more violent than the last. The ground beneath them had begun to shake again, but this time, the rumble felt different. more urgent, more deliberate. The door before Alan was ancient, its surface covered in a layer of dust and grime that had built up over centuries. It was clearly a barrier, something meant to keep whatever lay beyond contained. But now, with the stone partially uncovered, Alan could feel the pressure building, the sensation of something vast and powerful waiting on the other side. The symbols carved into the door matched those he had seen in the cracks and on the altar, the same markings from the journal. They were part of the ritual, part of the seal that had kept the entity beneath the earth dormant for so long. Alan, I don't think we should open it. Evelyn's voice broke through his thoughts, her tone strained. Every tremor, every scream, we're pushing too far. Alan turned to her, his face pale but resolute. He could see the fear in her eyes, but he also knew she was afraid of the same thing he was. What might lie beyond the door? What they had discovered so far was enough to make anyone question their sanity, but the need for answers gnawed at him. The tremors were only getting stronger, the strange, soul-chilling cries from deep below the surface only more frequent. They were running out of time. I know, Alan replied softly, his voice tight with the weight of his decision. But we can't stop now. We have to know what's behind this door. It's the key to everything. Evelyn stepped back slightly, her hand instinctively reaching out for the wall of the tunnel for support. Alan knew she was afraid, and for good reason. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it became. But he couldn't ignore what he had learned, couldn't turn away from the gravity of the situation. The earth was reacting to their presence. The seals were failing. They were on the brink of something far worse than they could comprehend. As Alan looked back at the stone door, he could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on him. They had already uncovered so much. The creature, the sleeper, was awakening, and every new discovery seemed to bring them closer to its full emergence. But if they stopped now, would they be able to prevent the worst from happening? Or would they just be delaying the inevitable? The tremors suddenly grew stronger, rattling the very bones of the earth, and Alan staggered, reaching out to steady himself against the wall. The ground beneath them seemed to shift, as if it were preparing to open wide. The cries from below grew louder, rising to a fever pitch, becoming an inhuman cacophony that sent a shiver down Alan's spine. It was as if the earth itself was crying out in anguish, protesting their intrusion. "We need to make a decision, Alan," Evelyn said, her voice shaking. "The more we uncover, the worse it gets. I don't know how much longer we can hold out." Alan swallowed hard, trying to steady his thoughts. He could feel the pulse of the earth beneath him, its rhythm frantic, its energy palpable. It was as if whatever lay beyond the door knew they were getting closer. The entity, the sleeper, was aware of their presence, and it was growing more desperate to be free. The stone door loomed before him, its surface marked with ancient symbols, symbols of the ritual, symbols of the binding. The marks seemed to pulse with energy, as if they were alive, reacting to the tremors, to the presence of the team. Alan's gaze fixed on the central symbol, a twisting pattern that seemed to form a spiral, its lines reaching out like tendrils. He had seen this symbol before in the journal, but now it seemed to be staring back at him. "Alan, we can't do this," Evelyn said, her voice cracking. "What if we're making it worse? What if we're the ones breaking the seal?" Alan closed his eyes for a moment, breathing deeply. He wanted to reassure her, to tell her that they could still stop this, that they could reinforce the seals and prevent the creature from awakening. But he wasn't sure anymore. The more he learned, the more it seemed like they were fighting a force that was beyond their control, beyond their understanding. The ancient ritual had been designed to keep the sleeper buried. But now, as the tremors grew stronger, Alan realized that the ritual's power was fading. The seal was weakening, and every step forward brought them closer to unleashing something that might destroy them all. The earth trembled again, this time with such force that Alan felt his knees buckle beneath him. The walls of the tunnel groaned and cracked, and the ground beneath them split open slightly. Alan's heart raced as he tried to regain his footing, the weight of the decision pressing heavily on him. He could feel the presence of the entity below, its energy seeping through the cracks in the earth. It was waking, and it was reaching out to them. "We can't just stand here," Alan said, his voice firm, despite the fear that gripped him. "We need to open it. We need to know what's behind this door. We need to find out if there's a way to stop it, to finish the ritual, to seal it away again." Evelyn stepped forward, her face pale but determined. "And what if there's no way to stop it? What if we're just playing into its hands?" Alan met her gaze, his mind racing. "We won't know unless we try." The ground shook again, this time with such intensity that it sent a shower of dust and small rocks tumbling down from the ceiling. Alan staggered backward, barely keeping his balance. The cries from the earth were deafening now, a twisted chorus of agony and rage. The entity was stirring, and it was angry. Alan reached out, his hands trembling as he touched the surface of the door. He could feel the power that thrummed beneath the stone, a dark energy that seemed to pulse with each passing moment. The symbols glowed faintly, and the earth groaned in response. With a deep breath, Alan turned to his team. "We need to open it," he said, his voice steady, but filled with an undercurrent of fear. "We need to know what's on the other side." As they prepared to pry open the door, the tremors became unbearable, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. The stone door cracked open with a deep, rumbling sound, revealing a dark passage beyond. The air that escaped from the opening was cold, like the breath of something ancient and forgotten. Alan hesitated for a moment, his heart pounding in his chest. He had made the decision. There was no turning back now. With a final push, the door opened fully, revealing a vast chamber beyond, a chamber that seemed to stretch deep into the earth. The shadows within were thick, impenetrable, but the feeling of something vast, something powerful, was palpable. The entity was waiting, and it was about to be set free. Chapter 7. The Sacrifice. The chamber beyond the stone door was vast and foreboding, its walls steeped in shadows that swallowed the dim light from their torches. Alan and his team moved carefully inside, each step reverberating through the hollow space as the air grew colder, heavier. The tremors had ceased momentarily, but the air still vibrated with an oppressive energy, a sense of something ancient and terrible awakening. Alan felt it in his bones. The earth itself seemed to hum with the restless stirring of the entity trapped deep below. The room was unlike any underground space Alan had ever seen. It was more than just a cavern. It was a place of ritual. The stone walls were lined with strange carvings, symbols that matched the ones they had seen before. But these were more detailed, more intricate, as if the very stone had been etched with the blood and sweat of long-dead worshippers. At the center of the room stood a large raised platform, its surface marked with deep grooves and runes, all of which seemed to pulse with an eerie, faint glow. As Alan and his team approached the altar, a sense of dread washed over them. The screams from deep within the earth were louder now, a discordant chorus of anguish that seemed to be coming from all directions. It was as though the entity beneath the surface was aware of their presence and was calling out, yearning to be released. The tremors began again, faint at first, but growing in intensity. The ground beneath their feet shifted, as if urging them to leave, to turn back. But there was no turning back. Alan had to know. He had to understand what this place was, what the ritual meant, and what was at stake. The journal had spoken of an ancient ritual, a sacrifice that had sealed the sleeper away. But now, standing before the altar, he understood the truth. The creature could not be destroyed. It could only be contained, bound once more with a sacrifice. A life had been given once before, and now another was required to keep it at bay. "This is it," Evelyn said, her voice barely a whisper as she stepped forward. "The ritual. It's all here. The symbols, the altar. It's a sacrifice." Alan's gaze was fixed on the platform. He could almost feel the weight of history pressing down on him, the knowledge of what had been done here, what had been offered to trap the beast beneath the earth. His mind raced as he processed what Evelyn had said. The entity wasn't just bound by a spell or a seal. It was chained by a life, by blood. The ritual had been performed with a price, a life given in exchange for the creature's continued dormancy. But the sacrifice was not a simple offering. It was a chain. And now, that chain was breaking. The entity was waking, and the only way to stop it was to repeat the ritual, to offer another life. The weight of the decision crushed Alan's chest, and for a moment, he couldn't speak. He looked at his team, each of them standing frozen in disbelief, unsure of how to process the magnitude of what they had uncovered. "How?" Alan's voice was hoarse, almost a whisper. "How do we do it? How do we stop it?" Evelyn turned to him, her face pale, her eyes wide with fear. "The ritual, it's not something we can simply repeat. We can't just offer a life and think it's enough. There's a reason it was done this way. There's a power in the sacrifice, something that goes beyond just the physical. The creature is bound by the essence of that life, and that essence is a part of the ritual itself. Once the bond is broken, there's no way to undo it." Alan's stomach churned as the truth settled in. "So, there's no way to destroy it. We can't end it. We can only contain it again, with another life." Evelyn nodded, her face etched with the same realization. "Yes, and the sacrifice. It has to be willingly given. The essence of the person who gives themselves to the ritual must be pure, untainted. It's the only way to ensure the bond holds." Alan's thoughts spiraled. He could feel the weight of every second slipping through his fingers as the tremors intensified. The cries from below were growing louder, more frantic. They were running out of time, and Alan knew it. The creature was almost free, and once it emerged, nothing could stop it. But to contain it, to perform the ritual again, it would require the ultimate sacrifice. Alan turned away from the altar, pacing the room as he tried to think. The air was thick with the stench of age and decay, and he could feel the walls closing in. His heart pounded as he considered the choices before him. To allow the entity to break free meant the destruction of everything. The creature would ravage the earth, bringing about an age of chaos and suffering that would obliterate everything they knew. But to perform the ritual, to offer a life, that would require a sacrifice. Someone would have to die. The weight of that truth hung heavily in the air. Alan's mind raced, but it felt like he was trapped in a maze, each path leading to a dead end. Who would give their life for the world? Who could make that choice? Alan. Evelyn's voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see her standing near the altar, her hand resting gently on the stone surface. Her face was solemn, her eyes dark with the understanding of what was about to happen. We can't just let it wait. We can't let it destroy everything. But we can't force anyone to make that sacrifice. It has to be someone's choice, someone who understands the cost. Alan nodded, his heart heavy. He knew what she was saying, but the truth was too painful. None of them had volunteered for this. None of them had asked to be here, to face the consequences of a decision made long ago. The journal, the symbols, the ritual, it was all leading to this one point. A life for a life. The creature had to be sealed again, or it would destroy everything. Alan turned to his team, the weight of the decision bearing down on him. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words caught in his throat. How could he ask them to make such a choice? How could he ask anyone to give their life to stop something they barely understood? One by one, his team members looked at him, their faces filled with fear, uncertainty, and a grim understanding of the stakes. They had all come to this point, knowing the risks, but none of them had imagined this. None of them had expected that the price of survival would be so high. "I'll do it," a voice said from the shadows. Alan's heart skipped a beat. He turned to see Dr. Marcus Donovan, the archaeologist they had consulted earlier, stepping forward from the back of the chamber. His face was pale, but his expression was resolute. "No," Alan said, his voice trembling. "Donovan, you don't have to do this. There must be another way." But Donovan shook his head, a sad smile on his lips. "There is no other way, Alan. I've lived my life. I've spent decades studying these dark rituals, trying to understand them. Now I know what it means to truly understand. It means accepting the price." Alan stepped forward, his heart aching as the weight of the moment settled over him. Donovan had made his choice. "I'm sorry," Alan whispered, but Donovan's eyes were filled with a quiet determination. "You'll save the world," Donovan said softly, "and I will make sure this creature never awakens again." As the team prepared to perform the ritual, the earth began to tremble once more. But this time, the sound was different. The creature was not yet free, but the bond was weakening. The ritual was their only chance to prevent it from breaking completely. With heavy hearts, Alan and the team began the ancient ceremony, knowing that the price of survival was greater than they could ever have imagined. Chapter 8. The Temptation of Power. The chamber felt suffocating, its walls closing in around Alan with each passing second. The ritual was underway, the air thick with the weight of history and fear. Donovan had stepped forward, offering his life willingly. But there was a subtle tension in the air, a palpable sense of dread that hung over them all. Alan could feel it, a creeping presence just beneath the surface of his thoughts. The earth had started to tremble again, faint but insistent, like the distant heartbeat of something immense and terrible awakening. But it wasn't just the tremors that disturbed him. There was something else, something darker, something that was reaching out for him. As the ritual progressed, Alan found himself retreating to the edge of the room, unable to shake the growing unease that settled in his chest. His eyes darted to Donovan, who was preparing himself for the sacrifice. Evelyn stood by, her face pale, her hands trembling as she helped guide the ceremony. Alan felt his heart pounding, each beat resonating with the oppressive energy in the chamber. The power of the ritual was almost tangible, a force that seemed to bend the very air around them. At first, it was subtle, just a faint whisper, a shift in the corner of his mind. Alan's thoughts became clouded, the clarity he once held slipping away like water through his fingers. He shook his head, trying to push the sensation aside, but the whispers only grew louder. He could almost hear a voice, a soft, seductive voice that seemed to come from deep within the earth itself. You have the power to change everything, Alan, to control it, to wield its strength. Why sacrifice someone else when you could have it all? The voice was almost too quiet to hear, but it resonated in his mind, making his heart race. He turned to look at Donovan, who had positioned himself on the altar. The tremors seemed to intensify, the air vibrating with a sinister energy. Alan's eyes flickered back to the symbols carved into the stone, the ancient runes that had bound the entity for centuries. And then, something shifted. The symbols seemed to pulse with a dark energy, and for a brief moment, Alan could almost see them move, as if they were alive, writhing in anticipation. His thoughts darkened. The voice, the whisper, it was getting stronger. You don't have to do this. You could stop it. Release me, and you will have the power to rule the world. The creature can serve you. Together, you will bring forth a new age. The temptation was overwhelming. Alan could feel his grip on reality slipping, the desire to listen to the voice growing stronger. It promised him power beyond his wildest imagination. Control over the world, the ability to reshape everything to his will. He could stop the ritual, free the creature, and wield its immense power for himself. The thought was intoxicating. His mind raced as the whispers continued to swirl around him. The temptation was unlike anything he had ever felt. He had spent so many years studying the earth, the forces beneath it. But now, it seemed as though he could grasp that power with his very hands. The sleeper, bound for so long, was ancient, beyond human comprehension. But it was more than that. It was a force, a being with unimaginable abilities. If Alan could free it, he could harness its power, bend it to his will. He glanced at Donovan, still lying on the altar, preparing himself for the sacrifice. The decision weighed heavily on Alan's heart. This was the only way to stop the creature from waking, the only way to contain it. But as the voice whispered in his mind, his resolve began to waver. Could he truly sacrifice someone else when the power to control it was right there, within his reach? What if he could stop the creature and rule over everything? Alan. The voice was more urgent now, more insistent. You are the one who controls this. You don't have to follow anyone else's path. You can rewrite the rules. Join me, and the world will bend to your will. His pulse quickened as the temptation surged. Alan took a shaky step forward, his gaze fixed on the altar. He could feel his body responding to the power, the pull of the dark entity beneath the earth. The whispers promised him everything: power, control, unimaginable strength. And yet, he could not shake the voice of reason, the small voice that told him this path would lead to destruction, that freeing the sleeper would unleash chaos on the world. But the temptation was strong, stronger than anything he had ever felt before. He took another step forward, his hand trembling as he reached out, almost as if drawn by some unseen force. His breath caught in his throat as the ground beneath him trembled again, this time with such force that it rattled his bones. The screams from below were deafening now, rising in a cacophony of anguish and rage. The entity was waking. It was almost free, and Alan was standing at the precipice, staring into the abyss. Release me, Alan, the voice purred in his mind. Together, We can destroy the chains that bind us both. Free me, and I will give you everything you desire." Alan's hand hovered over the altar, and for a moment, he felt the dark energy flow through him, like electricity coursing through his veins. The power was intoxicating, overwhelming. It was a force that promised to erase every limitation he had ever known, every fear, every doubt. But then, through the haze of his thoughts, something snapped. A surge of clarity broke through the darkness. Alan's eyes widened, his hand jerking back from the altar. He could feel the darkness still clawing at the edges of his mind, the temptation whispering, calling to him. But in that moment, he realized something. He had come this far, not to give in to power. He had come this far to protect the world, to stop the creature from rising. He couldn't let it all end here. "Evelyn!" Alan shouted, his voice raw with urgency. "Don't stop the ritual. We have to finish it. We have no choice." Evelyn turned to him, her face filled with concern and confusion. She could see the struggle in his eyes, the conflict that tore at him. The power of the entity had already begun to take hold, and it was clear that Alan was fighting it with everything he had. "Alan, what are you saying? We're almost there. Donovan is ready. You can still stop this." Alan shook his head, his voice a broken whisper. "I almost gave in, Evelyn. I almost freed it. But I know what I have to do now. I can't let it out. I won't." The whispers in his mind grew faint, but Alan knew that the temptation would not leave easily. It had shown him what it could offer, and the power had felt too real, too close. He had almost succumbed to it. But now, with every ounce of his strength, he pushed it back, forcing himself to focus. "I have to stop it. I have to stop myself before I do something I'll regret," Alan said, his voice steadying as he turned back to the altar. With a final desperate effort, Alan stepped away from the edge of the abyss, knowing that the world's fate rested on what came next. Chapter 9. The Final Crack. The earth trembled violently, the vibrations of the world itself coursing through Alan's body as he stood at the center of the ritual chamber. The walls groaned and cracked as though the very stone was alive, responding to the awakening of the ancient entity that had been sealed beneath the earth for millennia. The screams, once distant echoes from the deep, had now reached a deafening crescendo. They reverberated through Alan's bones, twisting with anguish, desperation, and a terrible hunger. It was as though the creature had finally realized that it was on the verge of freedom, and with that realization came a wave of terror. Alan felt himself swaying on the edge of that precipice again, the weight of the decision pressing down on him with a force he couldn't escape. Behind him, his team moved in a frantic, disjointed manner, the desperation evident in their every action. Some were still trying to keep the ritual intact, desperately muttering incantations, but others, those who had once stood by him, were beginning to question the purpose of their mission. Doubt was creeping into their minds, and as the tremors worsened, it was becoming harder to separate reason from madness. The ground beneath them cracked wide open. A massive fissure tore through the floor of the chamber, splitting the stone with an ominous sound. Dust and debris filled the air, and Alan instinctively raised his arm to shield his face. The trembling earth seemed to grow louder, the sound vibrating like 100 thunderclaps. It was no longer just an earthquake. This was something far worse. The tremors were not only damaging the chamber, but were now spreading outward, expanding throughout the city above. Buildings cracked and collapsed in the distance, and the once sturdy foundations of Clearwater seemed to be giving way to the chaos beneath. "Alan!" Evelyn's voice broke through the noise, filled with panic. She was standing near the altar, watching the growing fissure with horrified eyes. "We have to make a decision. The creature, it's too powerful. We can't contain it anymore. We're running out of time." Alan's eyes flickered toward her, the weight of his responsibility pulling at him from every direction. His mind was spinning, caught between the two choices he faced. On one hand, he could complete the ritual, reinforcing the seals that would keep the creature bound beneath the earth. It was the only thing that could prevent the full-scale devastation of the world, but the cost would be high. Another life, another sacrifice. On the other hand, he could stop the ritual. The creature had already begun to break free. It had felt the ritual faltering, the power that had bound it for centuries slipping away. If he allowed it to emerge, if he released the entity into the world, it would destroy everything. Alan knew this with terrifying certainty, but there was a third option, an option that lingered at the back of his mind, growing stronger by the second. Some of his team members had started to voice their doubts. They had seen the destruction unfold around them. The city was crumbling, entire buildings collapsing as the ground buckled under the weight of the ongoing tremors. "Let it out," one of them had said, his voice low and filled with fear. "We can't stop this. We're already too late. We have to face it." Alan had tried to silence that voice, to remind everyone of the ritual and its purpose. But the doubt was infectious. With every tremor, with every scream from below, more of the team began to question whether they should continue. Could they truly stop it, or were they simply delaying the inevitable? And then there was Alan himself. The temptation had come back to him in full force, more overwhelming than ever before. The creature's influence had grown stronger with each passing moment. It was in his mind now, whispering promises of unimaginable power, of domination over the earth and its people. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed like an obvious choice. Let the creature emerge, and he could control it, bend it to his will. He could wield its power and become the ruler of a new age. But the consequences of such an action were far too dire. He had felt the pull of the darkness before, but now it was almost suffocating, the temptation swirling around him like a storm. The screams intensified, a cacophony of pain that rattled the chamber. It felt like the ground itself was crying out for release, for freedom, for the end of the ritual. Alan's heart raced, his breath quickening, as the choice became more and more difficult to make. He could feel the entity's presence growing stronger, could feel the power that it promised. "Alan." Evelyn's voice was sharper now, a note of desperation creeping into her tone. "The last fissure. Look." She pointed to the floor, where the crack had spread further, now winding its way toward the altar. "It's too late. The ritual's failing." Alan's eyes darted to the crack in the stone. The ground was trembling beneath his feet, threatening to split wide open at any moment. The earth had become unstable, and he knew that any further delay would result in the creature's full emergence. The final barrier between the world and the beast was slipping away. If they didn't act now, the entity would break free, and the world would fall into ruin. But something else was happening now, something that Alan had not expected. He could feel the bond between him and the creature. The more he focused on it, the clearer the connection became. It was as if the very air in the chamber was filled with the creature's energy, its will pressing against him, trying to break through his defenses. Alan's breath caught as the truth settled upon him, The creature's power wasn't just in the earth beneath him, it was within him too. Somehow, in some inexplicable way, his destiny had become intertwined with the being's own. He had felt it from the beginning, the pull toward the ritual, the darkness in the air. But now, it was undeniable. His life, his future, was bound to the creature's emergence. The realization hit him like a ton of bricks. If he allowed the creature to escape, it wouldn't just be the world that would fall. It would be his own soul, his very existence. He would become a servant to the entity, a puppet to its will. His fate was already sealed in the depths of this chamber. There was no escaping it. "Alan," Evelyn whispered, her voice barely audible above the noise of the crumbling world. "Please, we have to finish it. We have to seal it away." Alan closed his eyes, feeling the weight of the world pressing down on him. The tremors beneath his feet were now violent, tearing apart the stone, shaking the chamber to its core. He looked around at his team, their faces filled with fear, their eyes pleading for him to make the right choice. But there was no right choice. Not anymore. The cracks in the earth continued to spread, the world shaking apart at the seams. Alan stepped forward, his voice barely a whisper. "It's too late. It's already begun." And with that, he made his decision. Alan reached out, his hand trembling as it hovered over the altar. He knew that the moment he completed the ritual, he would be sealing not just the creature, but his own fate. But he could not let the entity free. Not now. Not ever. As the final crack tore through the chamber, Alan spoke the final words of the ritual, knowing that the sacrifice of his own soul would be the cost. And as the creature's screams filled the air, Alan closed his eyes and accepted the inevitable. Chapter 10. The Release. The chamber trembled with an intensity that defied the natural world. Alan could feel the stone beneath his feet vibrating, as if the very earth was groaning under the pressure of something vast and ancient stirring in its depths. The ceiling above them cracked, sending large pieces of rock tumbling to the floor. Dust filled the air, making it difficult to breathe, and yet Alan could still hear the loud, horrifying chorus of screams coming from below. It was as if the earth itself was crying out, as though the creature trapped beneath was fighting for its freedom. Alan's heart pounded in his chest. The weight of his decision pressed down on him like a crushing force. The ritual had failed. The creature's power had broken the seals. There was no stopping it now. The only question left was whether he would attempt to seal it again, at the cost of his own life, or if he would let it emerge and face the unimaginable consequences. As the tremors intensified, Alan looked around at the faces of his team. Fear was etched into their expressions, and doubt clouded their eyes. They were no longer asking if they could stop the creature. They were asking if they should even try. Some had already begun to abandon the ritual, their hands shaking as they backed away from the altar. Others stood frozen, unable to make sense of what was happening. Evelyn was still there, her face pale but determined. Her eyes locked onto Alan's, silently asking him what they should do. But Alan could see the fear in her gaze, and it mirrored his own. The entity was no longer just a presence. It was something real, something tangible. It was breaking free. The ground cracked open beneath them with an ear-splitting noise, and Alan staggered back, almost losing his balance. He reached out, steadying himself against the stone altar. The very air in the chamber seemed to change, becoming charged with an unnatural energy. The earth groaned in response, and then, slowly, The ground split even further, revealing the creature's form, dark, massive, and terrifying. Alan's breath caught in his throat. The creature was emerging. From the gaping fissure in the earth rose a monstrous shape, its figure enormous, obscured by shadows. As the ground quaked violently beneath Alan's feet, the creature's outline became clearer, its form rising slowly, its silhouette casting a dark shadow over the chamber. Its limbs were long and twisted, its body massive and towering over them all. It was like nothing Alan had ever seen, an abomination, a godlike entity whose very presence seemed to warp the fabric of reality around it. The air grew cold, colder than anything Alan had ever felt. The creature's eyes glowed, a deep, malevolent red that burned with an otherworldly fire. The weight of its gaze seemed to pin him in place. The entity was fully aware of their presence, and it was calling to them. "Alan," Evelyn whispered, her voice barely audible over the deafening rumble of the collapsing chamber. "What do we do now? What can we do?" Alan's thoughts swirled in chaos. The creature had already begun to rise. The tremors were shaking the very foundation of the city above. Every second that passed felt like the end of the world. He could hear the sounds of destruction growing louder, distant crashes as buildings crumbled under the weight of the Earth's violent movements. It was as if the world itself was collapsing into ruin, and there was nothing Alan could do to stop it. He turned to his team. They looked to him, waiting for a leader, for someone to make the impossible choice. But how could he decide? How could anyone decide in the face of such a cosmic horror? The screams from below grew louder, a rising crescendo of agony and rage. The creature was waking, and with each passing moment, it was getting closer to full emergence. The ground beneath Alan's feet was cracking wide open, and soon it would all be over. "Alan, you have to make a choice." Evelyn's voice was filled with urgency. "If we can't seal it again, we have to—" But before she could finish, Alan's mind snapped back to the task at hand. He knew what he had to do. The creature, now almost fully risen from the earth, towered above them, its dark eyes scanning the room. It was aware of him, aware of the choices he had to make. In that moment, Alan felt the full weight of the creature's influence. It was as though the very air in the chamber had thickened, and the whispers began again. The creature's voice was a low rumble, an insidious hum that seemed to come from every direction. It offered him power, just as it had done before. Power to control, to reshape the world. It whispered that all of this could be his, that the chaos and destruction were his to command. The creature promised him the ability to rule the earth, to bend it to his will, to bring about a new age of darkness, where he would stand as its ruler. Alan's mind faltered for a brief moment. The temptation was unbearable, like a drug coursing through his veins. His thoughts grew clouded, his judgment slipping. Could he truly stop it? Could he sacrifice his own life to seal it away again? Or would he let the creature free, releasing it to rule the world and grant him power beyond his comprehension? The ground split open further, the earth trembling so violently that the chamber began to collapse around them. Pieces of the ceiling crashed to the floor, and the air filled with dust and debris. Alan's chest tightened, and the realization hit him like a wave. The choice had never truly been his. The entity had already made its move, had already ensnared him. The creature's influence had seeped into him, into his very soul. But Alan could feel it now, an undeniable pull, a bond that had been forged the moment he had entered the chamber. His life and the creature's fate were inextricably linked. Whatever he chose now would have consequences, not just for him, but for the world. The only way to stop the destruction, to save everything, was to sacrifice himself. But would that be enough? The creature's eyes burned with malice, and Alan's vision blurred. It was almost too much to bear. He could feel his will slipping, the pull of the entity threatening to overwhelm him. But then, something inside him snapped. A deep resolve surged through him. He could feel the power of the ritual, the strength of his ancestors who had sealed the creature away. He couldn't let it win. He couldn't give in to the temptation. With every ounce of strength, Alan pushed forward. He reached for the altar, the ancient symbols glowing in response. He muttered the final words of the ritual, the power building inside him, radiating out through the chamber. The ground shook, but Alan did not falter. He knew the cost. He knew the price. But it had to be done. With a final desperate cry, Alan completed the ritual. The world around him shook with such intensity that he thought the earth itself would split in two. And then, everything went dark. Chapter 1. The Arrival at the Mansion. Julia had never been one to shy away from the unknown. As a young art historian, she had seen her fair share of old, obscure paintings, many of them strange or unsettling in their own way. But nothing had prepared her for what awaited her at the abandoned mansion, nestled in the remote hills outside the city. It was a cold, misty morning when Julia arrived at the mansion's gates. The sun had barely risen, casting long shadows across the neglected grounds. The mansion loomed before her, its tall windows reflecting the faint glow of the morning light. But there was something unnerving about its silence. No birds chirped, no wind stirred the overgrown ivy that clung to the stone walls. It was as if the house itself was holding its breath, waiting. Julia pulled her coat tighter around her as she walked up the gravel path, her boots crunching on the stones beneath her feet. She had received an unusual invitation from an elderly relative of the mansion's current owner, a man named Gregory Hall. The letter had been vague, mentioning only a mysterious portrait that had drawn his attention, something that seemed to hold otherworldly properties. Julia, always curious about the art world's more peculiar mysteries, had accepted the invitation without hesitation. The mansion had once been grand, its Victorian architecture full of intricate details, spires, archways, and stained glass windows. But now, the building was in a state of disrepair. The paint was chipped, the once beautiful front door creaked on its hinges, and the garden was overgrown with wild weeds. The grandeur had faded, leaving only the bones of something once magnificent. It was the perfect place for a haunted story, she thought, as she reached the front door. Gregory Hall greeted her with a thin smile and a weary handshake. His face was pale, his eyes sunken, and he wore an old threadbare suit. He looked like a man who had been living with secrets too heavy to bear. Without a word, he led Julia through the house, which smelled faintly of dust and mildew. The walls were lined with old paintings, faded tapestries, and antique furniture, but the atmosphere was oppressive, as if the house itself resented her presence. They passed through the grand hallway, where portraits of long-dead ancestors stared down at them, their eyes lifeless, but somehow still watchful. Julia couldn't shake the feeling that she was being observed. She turned quickly to find that Gregory was already ahead of her, his pace quickening as they reached the end of the corridor. He stopped in front of a large wooden door, hesitating before he opened it. "This is the room," he said, his voice low, as though afraid to disturb something. Inside, the room was vast, with high ceilings and large windows that let in the dim light of the day. The walls were adorned with more paintings, some of which Julia recognized as famous works, but her eyes were immediately drawn to the largest one in the center of the room. There, on the far wall, hung a portrait of a woman dressed in deep black mourning clothes. The figure stood solemnly, her expression unreadable, her eyes dark and hollow. The painting was larger than life, framed in ornate gold, with every detail rendered with unsettling precision. The woman's face seemed delicate, yet cold, and there was something about her, something that felt wrong. Julia couldn't quite place it, but it made her stomach churn. Gregory stepped aside, allowing her to approach the painting. "This," he said, "is why I called you here. It is said to be centuries old, but there's something strange about it. Something that changes every time someone looks at it." Julia's fingers hovered just inches from the frame as she studied the portrait. The woman in the painting had long dark hair, and her eyes, those dark, empty eyes, followed Julia wherever she moved. It wasn't just the angle of the painting. The eyes seemed to track her deliberately, as though the woman were alive, watching her. At first, Julia thought it was just her imagination. She had seen enough old portraits to know that the eyes of painted figures often seemed to follow the viewer, a trick of perspective or technique. But this felt different. She stepped back, examining the rest of the painting. The woman's face was pale, her lips drawn in a tight line, and the fabric of her mourning dress appeared to shimmer in the dim light. "Is this what you meant by changes?" Julia asked, glancing at Gregory, who was standing quietly by the door. "Yes," he replied, his voice barely above a whisper. "At night, the portrait seems to alter. It's subtle, but I've seen it myself. The eyes become more alive. The details shift, and every morning there's something new. The first time I noticed it, I thought I was imagining things, but after a while, I realized that something wasn't right." Julia studied the portrait more carefully. As she moved closer, she could have sworn the woman's eyes narrowed, her expression becoming more intense. The air in the room grew heavier, and for a moment, Julia felt a cold shiver run down her spine. The feeling was unmistakable. Someone, or something, was watching her from within the painting itself. Gregory cleared his throat, snapping Julia out of her trance. "I know this must seem absurd, but I've heard rumors about the woman in the portrait. Some say she was once a lady of great beauty and wealth, but that she died tragically under mysterious circumstances. Others claim that she was a murderer, a woman who used her charms to manipulate and destroy. There are whispers that her soul was bound to the painting, trapped in the image forever, unable to move on." Julia raised an eyebrow. "You think this is supernatural?" "I don't know what to believe," Gregory said, his voice shaking. "But I know what I've seen. I've spent years trying to learn more, to understand what's going on. But every time I try to find an answer, I come up empty. That's why I called you. I need you to investigate. Maybe you can make sense of it." Julia nodded, her mind already racing with possibilities. She was skeptical of supernatural explanations, but the strange pull of the portrait, the way it seemed to reach out to her, it was unlike anything she had ever encountered. There was no doubt in her mind that something unusual was happening here, and she was determined to uncover the truth, no matter how disturbing it might be. As she stood there, taking one last look at the painting, she felt a strange unease settle in her chest. The woman in the portrait was no longer just a figure in a frame. She was something more, something that wasn't content to remain still, something that wanted to be seen, wanted to be known. And Julia was about to learn just how far that desire could go. Chapter 2: The Portrait and Its History. Julia sat in the dimly lit study of the mansion, the thick smell of dust and old paper filling the air. The room, cluttered with forgotten relics of the past, seemed to close in around her as she sifted through the crumbling pages of the old journal she had found. The journal had been hidden in a drawer beneath a pile of maps and letters, tucked away like a forgotten piece of history. She had already spent hours reading it, hoping to find some clue that would explain the strange portrait in the main hall, the one that had haunted her thoughts since the moment she laid eyes on it. But so far, the journal provided little more than whispers. The words, written in an elegant yet shaky hand, mentioned a woman named Eleanor Blackwood. There was no date on the journal, but it seemed to be from the late 1800s, perhaps even older. The entries were sparse and fragmented, a collection of fleeting observations and cryptic musings. From what Julia could piece together, Eleanor was a wealthy widow who had lived in the mansion many years ago. According to the journal, she had been a woman of beauty and grace, adored by society, but her life was filled with shadows. Her story, however, was far from the polished narrative she had been taught in art history classes. The official history of the woman in the painting was simple enough. Eleanor Blackwood, the beautiful daughter of a wealthy merchant, had married a wealthy aristocrat. After the sudden death of her husband, she had been left alone to mourn in the grand mansion. She was said to have been deeply in mourning, dressed in black for the rest of her life, a symbol of her grief. In the years that followed, she had become a reclusive figure, rarely seen in public, until one day she had disappeared without a trace. Some said she had died in a tragic accident. Others whispered that she had taken her own life. The story had always been clouded with mystery, and yet no one had ever truly investigated. Julia frowned as she turned the pages of the journal. The entries mentioned Eleanor's obsession with death, how she would spend hours in the mansion's parlor, staring into the shadows, whispering to herself. Her beauty, once admired by all, was slowly consumed by an eerie melancholy. The more Julia read, the more she became convinced that the official story of Eleanor's death was a carefully constructed lie, a narrative designed to hide something far darker. The journal's pages began to describe Eleanor's strange behavior more and more. She would hold lavish gatherings at the mansion, but the guests would often leave with a sense of unease, a feeling that something was wrong. Some claimed that the air in the mansion was thick, with an unnatural chill. Others said that they heard footsteps in the empty halls at night. And yet, Eleanor had always been seen as the grieving widow, a woman to be pitied. But as Julia dug deeper, she found hints of something far more sinister. A woman whose grief had twisted into something darker, something more dangerous. She paused at one particular entry, dated several months before Eleanor's sudden disappearance. The writing was frantic, the ink smeared in places as though the writer had been in a hurry or under distress. The entry described a series of strange events that had begun occurring in the mansion. The servants, who had been loyal to Eleanor for years, started quitting one by one. They spoke in hushed tones of voices they heard in the walls, of shadows that moved on their own, of an oppressive presence that seemed to haunt the place. The last entry in the journal, written in a trembling hand, simply read, "I fear she is coming for me. I can feel her. The portrait has changed. She has made her choice." Julia sat back in her chair, the journal heavy in her hands, The last sentence struck her like a blow. The portrait had changed. Had the portrait been a part of something more? Something that had bound Eleanor to the mansion in ways Julia hadn't yet understood. She couldn't shake the feeling that the portrait itself was more than just a painting. It was a symbol, a vessel of some kind. And whatever it was tied to Eleanor's tragic and mysterious end. The clock on the mantel ticked away the minutes as Julia stared at the journal, her mind racing with questions. What had happened to Eleanor Blackwood? Had she truly died, or had she somehow become part of the very portrait that hung in the mansion? Was it possible that Eleanor had been more than just a grieving widow? Could she have been involved in something far more nefarious? Julia closed the journal with a soft snap and rose from the chair. She couldn't keep her mind on the words any longer. She needed to see the portrait again. Maybe this time it would tell her more. Maybe this time it would reveal the truth. She made her way back to the main hall, the air thick with the same oppressive silence that had greeted her earlier. As she entered the room, she felt a shiver crawl up her spine. The portrait was still hanging on the far wall, its gaze fixed on the center of the room. But something was different this time. The woman in the painting seemed to be watching her more intently, as though aware of her every movement. Julia stepped closer to the portrait, her eyes narrowing. The woman's face, once an expression of sorrow, now seemed more vacant, almost hungry. Her lips, previously drawn tight, appeared to have curled ever so slightly, as if in a mocking smile. Julia's heart skipped a beat, but she forced herself to step closer, her fingers trembling slightly as they hovered near the edge of the frame. The details were still just as intricate as before. The delicate folds of the woman's black mourning dress, the soft sheen of her skin, the dark, hollow eyes. But now, as Julia examined the painting more closely, she noticed something new. The edges of the portrait, where the woman's gown met the background, seemed to blur and shift, as if the paint were alive, subtly moving. She looked closer, straining her eyes, and noticed that the shadows in the background, the once indistinct dark shapes, had begun to take form. They almost looked like faces, twisted and contorted, watching her with silent horror. Julia took a step back, her breath quickening. What was happening? Was this simply a trick of the light, or was the portrait really changing before her eyes? The woman in the painting seemed to grow darker, her eyes following Julia's every movement with an intensity that made her skin crawl. It was as if the woman was trying to speak to her, to warn her. The feeling of being watched grew unbearable, but Julia forced herself to turn away. She knew one thing for sure now. Eleanor Blackwood had been more than just a widow mourning the death of her husband. There was something far darker at play here, something twisted, something that had trapped the woman's soul in that portrait for centuries. Julia didn't know what it was yet, but she was determined to find out. The more she uncovered, the closer she got to unraveling the mystery of the woman in the portrait. But with each step forward, Julia began to realize that the deeper she delved into Eleanor's past, the more entangled she would become in the malevolent force that still haunted the mansion. And she was beginning to fear that she might be the one the portrait chose next. Chapter 3. The Eyes That Follow. The mansion was silent as Julia made her way down the narrow hallway, the faint creaking of the old floorboards beneath her feet, the only sound in the stillness. The evening had settled over the house like a heavy blanket, the darkness pressing in from all sides. She had spent the entire day poring over old documents and trying to piece together the scattered details of Eleanor Blackwood's life. But something about the portrait, the one hanging in the main hall, kept drawing her back. It was as though the house itself was calling to her, beckoning her toward the mystery it concealed. Julia's mind was racing as she approached the entrance to the main hall. She had already seen the portrait multiple times, but each time, she felt as though she was being pulled deeper into its gaze, deeper into the enigma of the woman whose eyes seemed to follow her wherever she went. Tonight, however, there was a sense of unease, something gnawing at the edge of her consciousness. The painting had begun to unsettle her more than before, its presence almost suffocating. She stepped into the room, her breath hitching, as she immediately noticed the change. The moment she entered, she felt the weight of the woman's gaze upon her. It was more than just a trick of the light, more than a distortion of perspective. No, the eyes in the portrait, those dark, haunting eyes, seemed to move, tracking her every step as she walked toward it. Julia stopped in her tracks, her pulse quickening. She blinked, telling herself it was simply her imagination, a product of too many sleepless nights spent in the eerie solitude of the mansion. But when she looked again, the woman's eyes, once distant and lifeless, were now focused directly on her, a sharp intensity in their depths that sent a chill down her spine. The portrait had not changed. The woman still stood in the same position, draped in black mourning attire, her face expressionless, her lips drawn tight. Yet there was something undeniably different now, something in the way the woman's gaze seemed alive. Julia could swear she saw the slightest shift, a flicker of emotion passing over the painted face, like a shadow crossing her features. She approached the painting cautiously, her feet almost silent on the cold marble floor. The flickering gaslight from the sconces cast long shadows on the walls, but it was the eyes in the portrait that drew her in, pulling her closer, despite the knot of dread that tightened in her stomach. For a long moment, Julia stood there, staring at the woman in the painting, her heart pounding in her chest. Her breathing felt shallow, as though the room itself had become heavy, oppressive. She didn't know what it was, but she felt an undeniable connection. No, more than that. A presence. Something in the portrait was watching her, reaching out to her. Then, as though responding to her thoughts, the eyes of the woman in the painting shifted again. This time, it wasn't just the eyes. The corners of the woman's mouth, once taut and emotionless, pulled into the faintest of smiles. It was small, barely noticeable, but it was enough to send a jolt of fear through Julia. She staggered backward, her breath catching in her throat. What is this? She whispered to herself, not sure if she was trying to reassure herself or if she was truly asking the painting. She glanced around the room as if expecting someone, or something, to appear from the shadows. But the room was empty, still. It was then that she noticed something else. The background of the painting, which had always been a vague, shadowy blur of dark hues, was shifting too. At first, it was subtle. A dark cloud of paint seemed to stir, its forms twisting ever so slightly. But as Julia watched, horrified, the shadows behind the woman began to take shape. They moved, swirling as though alive, becoming more defined, as if the very background of the painting was breathing. Her pulse hammered in her ears as she took another cautious step forward. Her mind screamed at her to turn away, to leave the room, but her feet felt rooted to the spot, her gaze unwilling to break from the painting. As the woman's smile seemed to widen, the shadows behind her grew clearer. A dark figure appeared, standing just beyond the woman, its outline blurry but unmistakable. It looked almost like a man, his form shrouded in the same darkness that enveloped the painting. Julia's breath caught in her throat. She had never seen that figure before. It wasn't part of the original painting. It couldn't be. The woman in the portrait had always been alone, her solitude a quiet presence in the grand, empty room. But now, there was a figure standing beside her, one that wasn't meant to be there. The air around her seemed to grow colder, the temperature in the room dropping sharply. Julia's skin prickled with goosebumps, and she wrapped her arms around herself in an attempt to ward off the icy chill. Her eyes darted between the woman and the mysterious figure lurking in the background, each new detail sending a fresh wave of terror through her. A low, almost imperceptible sound seemed to come from the portrait, a whisper-like murmur that she couldn't quite make out. It was a voice, soft, guttural, a murmur that seemed to echo in the back of her mind. Julia leaned in closer, straining to hear. The woman's lips moved, but there was no sound, only the unsettling sensation that the words were intended for her, that she was the one being spoken to. "What do you want?" Julia whispered, her voice trembling. The eyes of the woman in the painting flickered, as though acknowledging her question, and for a fleeting moment, Julia thought she saw a glimmer of recognition in those dark, hollow eyes. The faintest movement passed over the painted figure's face, something like a shift in the air, a ripple in the stillness. The figure in the background seemed to draw nearer, his form becoming more solid with each passing second. Julia stepped back, her breath coming in sharp, shallow gasps. She had to get away from the painting, from the suffocating presence that now seemed to fill the room. She had to escape. But as she turned to leave, she felt a strange tug at her chest, a pull, as if invisible hands were clutching at her heart, holding her in place. With great effort, she tore her eyes away from the portrait and fled the room, her feet stumbling as she hurried down the hallway. The air in the mansion felt thick, oppressive, and it seemed as though the walls themselves were closing in. Julia's pulse was racing, her mind a blur of confusion and fear. Once she reached the safety of the study, she slammed the door behind her, panting heavily as she pressed her back against it. She could still feel the presence of the painting in the back of her mind, the feeling that she had been marked, chosen. She had seen something. No, felt something in the portrait that she wasn't sure she was meant to understand. The whispering voice, the shifting shadows, the figure that shouldn't have been there. Everything pointed to one terrifying conclusion. The painting was not just a work of art. It was alive, and it was trying to reach out, to pull her in. Julia wiped the sweat from her brow, her body trembling. She knew now that she could never look at that portrait the same way again. It wasn't just an illusion. Something paranormal was happening here, something she couldn't explain, and whatever it was not finished with her yet. Chapter 4. Investigating the past. Julia couldn't shake the feeling that something dark and malevolent had been lingering in the mansion for centuries. Each time she looked at the portrait, each time the woman's eyes seemed to follow her, a sense of dread twisted deeper into her chest. She had tried to reason it away as an illusion or an overactive imagination, but the closer she got to the truth, the more she realized she was dealing with something far more sinister than she could ever have imagined. The house, once grand, was now a tomb of forgotten history. Dust-covered bookshelves lined the walls of the library, and the air smelled faintly of mold and decay. Julia spent hours scouring the room, rifling through stacks of old papers, faded letters, and disorganized journals. She was determined to find any shred of evidence that could reveal the woman in the portrait's true identity, to piece together the forgotten fragments of her life. But the more Julia dug, the more she found that the mansion's past was shrouded in mystery and death. Every document she uncovered seemed to lead to another dead end. The mansion's original records had been lost in a fire decades ago, and the later records were either destroyed or intentionally erased. The current owner, Gregory Hall, had mentioned that the family had once been prominent, but nothing substantial was left to explain why their name had faded into obscurity. The deeper she probed, the more she realized that the house held a terrible secret, one that had been buried for years. As days passed, Julia became obsessed with uncovering the history of Eleanor Blackwood, the woman in the portrait. There had to be something more, something hidden in the mansion's decaying walls that could explain the strange occurrences she had witnessed. She combed through every scrap of paper she could find, every tattered page in the mansion's collection, but the answers remained elusive. That was until she stumbled upon an old, tattered ledger tucked away in the back of the library. It was not an official record, nor was it neatly organized like the other books she had seen. It was a personal journal of some sort, its pages yellowed and brittle, its leather cover cracked and worn with age. The entries were hastily written in a spidery, barely legible hand. At first, Julia was hesitant to read it, but something about the ledger called to her. She opened it cautiously, afraid that it might crumble in her hands. The first few pages were filled with nothing but dates and brief notes about various servants and visitors to the mansion. But as she turned the pages, the entries grew darker, more frantic. May 5th, 1847, one entry read, "The lady has become strange. She wanders the halls at night, speaking to herself, asking questions no one can hear. I do not trust her anymore." June 2nd, 1847, another entry noted, "The staff speaks of the whispering. I hear it too in the walls. I saw her standing in the garden, but she was not alone. She was speaking to someone, or something." Julia's heart raced as she turned the pages faster, her fingers trembling. The journal described strange occurrences, many of which mirrored what she had experienced. The servants seemed to grow fearful of Eleanor, and one by one, they began to leave, abandoning the mansion without explanation. The entries described how Eleanor's behavior became more erratic, how she would stay up late into the night, talking to shadows, her eyes dark and distant. But it was the final entry that chilled Julia to the bone. August 18th, 1847, it read, "I saw her, Eleanor Blackwood, standing before the portrait, her hands trembling as she touched the frame. She whispered something that I could not understand, and then the eyes moved. I swear it. The eyes of the woman in the painting followed her. She smiled, and I saw the figure behind her, a shadow, a figure in the darkness, moving ever closer. Eleanor is not the same. I think she is, no longer of this world." The words were written in a frantic scrawl, as though the writer had been terrified. Julia paused, staring at the entry in disbelief. The idea that the woman in the portrait was somehow linked to Eleanor's own descent into madness was too much to ignore. The portrait, was it truly the key to everything? Was the woman in the painting not just a victim of circumstance, but a harbinger of something far more sinister? Julia slammed the ledger shut, her mind racing. She couldn't stop now. She had to find out who had written this journal and why Eleanor had become so fixated on the painting. And, more importantly, What had happened to her? The mention of the figure in the shadows, the figure that seemed to appear in the background of the painting, couldn't be ignored. It was clear now that there was something far darker at play in this mansion than she had first realized. Determined to find answers, Julia returned to the main hall, her footsteps echoing in the emptiness of the house. The portrait was still there, its eyes fixed on her as if it had been waiting. She stepped closer to it, inspecting the details more carefully than ever before. The woman's expression was unchanged, her eyes still dark and hollow. But now, there was something different. The background of the painting had changed once again. At first, Julia thought she was imagining it. After all, the shadows in the painting had been shifting since she first arrived. But as she studied it more closely, she saw that the figure behind the woman was clearer, more defined than before. The figure was taller, darker, and somehow more menacing. It was a silhouette of a man. No, a presence, looming just behind the woman, barely perceptible to the naked eye. Julia felt her breath catch in her throat as she realized what she was seeing. The figure had never been in the painting before. It was new, and it was growing stronger with each passing night. She stumbled backward, her mind swirling with terror and confusion. The figure, the shadow, was no longer just a haunting image. It was alive, and it was connected to Eleanor. The whispers from the journal, the strange events that had plagued the mansion, and now this new development in the painting. All of it pointed to one horrifying possibility. Eleanor Blackwood hadn't just vanished. She had become something else, something that still lingered in the mansion, trapped within the walls and the portrait. Julia's heart hammered in her chest as she realized the implications of what she had uncovered. Eleanor had never truly left. She had become a part of the painting, a part of the very fabric of the mansion itself. And that meant that Julia was no longer simply an observer. She was a participant in something much larger than herself. She had to find a way to stop it, to end it. But how? How could she stop something that had been alive for so long? Something that seemed to have its own power, its own will. The answer was somewhere in the mansion. Julia knew that she had to keep searching, keep digging. But as she looked back at the portrait, she couldn't help but feel the pull of the eyes watching her, waiting for her next move. It was only a matter of time before the woman in the portrait chose her. Chapter 5. The First Symptoms. The mansion had become a maze of shadows, its halls alive with whispers that seemed to curl through the dark like tendrils, reaching out to Julia as she moved deeper into its heart. It was as though the house itself was growing more restless, more aware of her presence, as though it were slowly awakening from a long slumber. At first, the strange occurrences had been subtle. Doors that creaked and groaned, whispers in the corners of rooms, the flicker of shadows at the edges of her vision. Julia had dismissed them as nothing more than the mansion's age, its old wood, its sagging foundations, and its tendency to shift in the wind. But as the days passed, and her investigation into the portrait and Eleanor Blackwood deepened, the occurrences grew more frequent, more unnerving. It started with the doors. Julia had been sitting in the library one afternoon, her fingers skimming through yet another old journal, when the door to the room suddenly slammed shut behind her with a violent crash. She leapt from her seat, heart pounding, spinning around, to find the room empty, the door locked as if it had never moved. At first, she thought it was just a draft, a trick of the wind. But when she opened the door and stepped out into the hallway, she saw that the other doors in the mansion were all ajar, as if nothing had happened. Just the wind, Julia muttered to herself, trying to shake the feeling of unease that clung to her. But deep down, she knew it wasn't. She could feel it now, the presence that seemed to be watching her, waiting. The air felt thick, as though something heavy were pressing in from all sides. That night, the whispers started. It began as a soft murmur, like the rustling of distant voices, too faint to make out. But every time Julia tried to focus on them, they would disappear, as if they were nothing more than figments of her imagination. As she wandered through the mansion, her footsteps echoing through the empty halls, she heard them again, louder now and more distinct. Low whispers, hissing in the darkness, just beyond the reach of her ears. She froze, her heart racing, straining to catch the words. But there was nothing, only silence, suffocating and absolute. Julia's skin crawled, and she felt a chill run down her spine. She hurried back to her room, locking the door behind her. She couldn't understand it. She had spent countless nights in haunted houses before. But this was different. It wasn't just the house. It was something in the air, something malevolent. She sat on the edge of her bed, trying to calm her racing thoughts, but it was no use. The whispers seemed to seep through the walls, growing louder and more insistent, a constant hum in the back of her mind. As she closed her eyes, she thought she saw shadows moving in the corners of the room, shapes that didn't belong. But when she opened them, there was nothing there, only the quiet, oppressive darkness. The next morning, Julia awoke with a headache so intense that it felt like her skull was being crushed. She stood slowly, her body stiff and aching, as if she hadn't slept at all. She rubbed her temples, trying to push away the fog of exhaustion, but the pain persisted. Every movement felt heavy, as if her limbs were weighted down. She stumbled out of bed, her hands shaky as she reached for her clothes. As the day passed, the headache only grew worse. It was no longer just a dull ache. It was a sharp, stabbing pain that made it difficult for her to focus on anything. The whispers still lingered, though now they were joined by a persistent pressure in her chest, a tightness that felt like something was pushing down on her lungs, making it harder to breathe. She tried to ignore it, thinking it was just stress. But with each passing hour, the pressure grew worse. By nightfall, the pain had become unbearable. Julia was sitting in the main hall, examining the portrait once again, when it hit her. A sudden sharp pain in her chest, as if a cold hand were gripping her heart. She gasped, clutching her chest, the sensation of being suffocated creeping over her. The pain was so intense that she couldn't breathe. Her vision blurred, and she staggered to her feet, her knees weak. It felt as though something was crawling beneath her skin, something dark and insidious, trying to take hold of her. She stumbled back from the painting, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. But the pain didn't subside. If anything, it intensified. It was as though the very air in the room was alive, twisting around her, suffocating her. "Help," she whispered, but the word came out ragged, almost strangled, as if something was blocking her throat. For a moment, everything seemed to go black. When Julia opened her eyes, she was on the floor, her body aching as though she had been thrown against the ground. She lay there, struggling to catch her breath, her heart pounding painfully in her chest. The pain was still there, but it had lessened, leaving only the aftertaste of terror lingering in her mind. With great effort, Julia pushed herself to her feet. She glanced around, as though expecting something to leap out of the shadows at her. But the room was still. The portrait hung on the wall, the woman's eyes as cold and empty as ever. Julia's gaze lingered on it for a moment longer than she would have liked, a sense of dread pooling in her stomach. There was something deeply wrong with this house, she realized. It wasn't just the painting, it was the very air around her, the energy that seemed to pulse from the walls. The whispers weren't just figments of her imagination, they were real, and they were getting louder. As she turned to leave the room, the pain flared again. This time, a sharp, burning sensation in her chest. She gasped, clutching her ribs, as the room spun around her. She staggered out into the hallway, trying to steady herself. But the pain was relentless. It felt as though her very body was being consumed, as though something was trying to take control of her. The whispers in the house seemed to swell, becoming a deafening chorus, their words unintelligible, but filled with an unmistakable sense of urgency. The darkness pressed in from all sides, and Julia felt herself slipping further and further away, as if the very air in the mansion was pulling her under. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the pain stopped. Julia stood frozen in the hallway, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Her chest still felt tight, but the suffocating grip had loosened, the weight lifting from her limbs. She looked around, her mind racing. Was this some kind of warning? Had she crossed a line? Was she being watched by the woman in the portrait, by something far more sinister than she could understand? A voice, a whisper, seemed to echo in her mind, one she could not ignore. You are not alone. She is coming. Julia staggered back to her room, her thoughts in a fog. She had no answers, no explanation for what was happening to her, but she knew one thing. The mansion was alive, and whatever force lingered here, whatever evil had been bound to the portrait, was growing stronger. She had been warned, but it was already too late. Something had begun to take hold of her, and there was no escape. Chapter 6. The Encounter with the Spirit. The mansion was quiet, too quiet. The once imposing house, now with its creaking floors and darkened rooms, seemed to hold its breath as Julia made her way down the hallway, her footsteps echoing in the emptiness. Each night felt heavier than the last, the oppressive silence smothering her thoughts, the air thick with anticipation. She had spent days battling a persistent headache, sleepless nights haunted by nightmares, and the constant feeling of being watched. Something in the mansion was awakening, and Julia could feel it more with every passing hour. That night, something was different. The whispers that had been haunting her, the indistinct murmurs at the edges of her mind, had grown louder, more insistent. They were no longer fleeting fragments of sound that she could dismiss as a trick of the mind. They were voices, real voices that beckoned her, drawing her toward the heart of the house. The main hall, once familiar and cold, now felt like the epicenter of something far more dangerous, something waiting. Julia's chest tightened with anxiety, the oppressive air pushing against her, making every breath harder to take. She paused in front of the door to the main room, her hand hovering over the doorknob. The portraits of the Blackwood family lined the walls, their hollow eyes fixed on her every move. But it was the portrait of the woman in mourning, the woman who had consumed Julia's every thought, that drew her forward. The portrait had changed again, its details sharper, more pronounced, almost too real. The woman's eyes were more vivid now, and they seemed to burn with a life of their own, following Julia as she stepped closer. The room seemed colder, the shadows darker than they had ever been. It was as though the very walls of the mansion were closing in on her, suffocating her, daring her to look at the painting once more. Julia stepped closer to the painting, her breath catching in her throat as the coldness of the room wrapped around her. She could feel it now, the presence. It wasn't just the house. It was something else, something watching her from within the portrait itself. As she reached out to touch the cold golden frame, a gust of wind blew through the room, sending a shiver through her spine. The temperature dropped suddenly, the air growing icy and thick with dread. Then, without warning, the room shifted. The shadows that clung to the walls seemed to pulse, as if alive, and the dim light from the candle sconces flickered wildly, casting grotesque shapes across the floor. Julia staggered back, her heart racing. But before she could turn to leave, a voice, a soft, chilling whisper, slithered into her ear. "Julia." She froze, her breath caught in her throat. The voice was unmistakable. It was the woman from the portrait, the one she had been unable to forget. But this time, it was not a figment of her imagination. This voice was real, and it came from somewhere deep within the shadows of the room. Who are you?" Julia's voice trembled, barely audible in the oppressive silence. She turned slowly, her eyes darting around the room, searching for the source of the voice. The darkness seemed to thicken around her, wrapping itself around her like a vice. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw it. A figure, standing just beyond the edge of the room. A woman, dressed in black mourning clothes. She was tall, her silhouette sharp against the dim light, but it was the eyes that drew Julia in. They were the same eyes from the painting, only now they were alive, fiery, burning with an unnatural intensity. The woman stepped forward, her pale face emerging from the shadows, her lips curling into a sinister smile. Julia's breath caught in her chest. She had no doubt now. This was Eleanor Blackwood, the woman who had died years ago, the woman whose soul had been bound to the portrait. Eleanor's voice, though soft, was laced with venom. "You have come to seek answers, Julia. But what you don't realize is that you have already become part of the story." Julia took a step back, but the woman's gaze held her in place. There was something unsettling about her presence, something wrong. The air around her was thick, charged with a malevolent energy that made Julia's skin crawl. I don't understand," Julia whispered. "What do you want from me?" Eleanor tilted her head slightly, her smile widening. "I was a woman of power, of influence. I had everything a person could want, but I was not content. I wanted more. I was willing to do whatever it took to ensure my place in history, no matter the cost." Julia's mind raced. You killed people, didn't you?" Eleanor's smile faded for a moment, replaced by a cold, calculating gaze. "Yes, I did. I was a murderer, but not for the reasons you might think. My actions were driven by something greater than myself, a thirst for power, a hunger that could not be satisfied by mere wealth or status." Her voice dropped to a whisper, but there was an unmistakable edge to it. "I killed because I needed to, because I could." Julia felt a chill run through her as she realized the woman before her was not just a grieving widow or a tragic figure. She was a predator, a force of destruction, and her soul had been bound to that portrait in a desperate attempt to escape the consequences of her crimes. "I died, you know," Eleanor continued, her tone more solemn now, as though recalling a distant memory. "But death could not claim me, not truly. Before I died, I made sure that my soul would never leave this place. I trapped myself in the painting, bound to the house forever, so that I might live again." She paused, her eyes flashing with an eerie fire. "But I need a body, a vessel to return to the world of the living. And you, Julia, you are the perfect candidate." Julia took a step back, her heart pounding in her chest. She had known there was something wrong with this house, something unnatural, but she had never imagined it would come to this. Eleanor's intentions, her desperate need for revenge, were clear now. She had trapped herself in the portrait, and now she needed a new body to escape. "You're insane," Julia gasped, the words barely leaving her lips. You can't take my body." Eleanor's laugh was soft, almost melodic, but there was nothing humorous about it. "Oh, but I can, and I will. I've waited so long. The painting is my prison, but it is also my strength. And you, Julia, you have unwittingly opened the door for me. You've come too far to turn back now." Julia stumbled backward, her mind reeling with the implications of what Eleanor was saying. The woman was a murderer, a vengeful spirit who had bound her soul to the painting, waiting for the right moment to return to the living. And now that she had chosen Julia, the inevitable was coming for her. "Please, no," Julia pleaded, her voice breaking. She had to get away. She had to escape. But Eleanor's form began to shift and distort, the darkness around her growing more oppressive. "It's too late, Julia. You've already crossed the threshold. The painting has claimed you. There's no escape now." Julia turned and fled, her heart pounding in her chest as she sprinted down the hallway, her breath ragged in her throat. She could hear Eleanor's laughter echoing in the walls behind her, a sound that reverberated in her bones. The mansion was no longer just a place. Now, it was a trap, a living entity that was drawing her in. The woman in the portrait had chosen her, and there was no way out. Chapter 7. The Curse of the Painting. Julia couldn't shake the image of Eleanor Blackwood from her mind. The woman, or the spirit that had once been Eleanor, had claimed her place within the very fabric of the mansion, and Julia knew that the terrible truth was far worse than she had initially believed. The painting, that cursed portrait, was not just a haunting piece of art. It was the vessel of a malevolent force, the key to Eleanor's survival, and now it was targeting her. Each night, the portrait seemed to change, its power growing, shifting like a living thing. As the days passed, Julia's obsession with the painting deepened. She could feel its pull, its presence lingering like a shadow over everything she did. Her nights were filled with strange dreams, visions of Eleanor, standing tall in her morning gown, her eyes burning with intensity, her hands reaching out to take hold of Julia's very soul. Each time she awoke, drenched in sweat, the pain in her chest seemed to intensify, as if something were slowly consuming her from the inside out. She had to know more. She had to understand what had happened, what kind of dark force Eleanor had used to trap herself within the painting, and more importantly, she needed to find a way to stop it. Julia spent hours in the mansion's library, poring over old texts, journals, and handwritten notes, her fingers trembling as she turned the pages. She had already seen the references to Eleanor's obsession with death and immortality, but now she needed something more concrete, something that could explain the curse, the dark ritual that had bound Eleanor's soul to the painting. It was in a dusty, leather-bound tome, buried under a pile of old scrolls, that she found what she had been searching for. The book was old, far older than anything else in the library, and its pages were brittle with age. The title was written in faded gold letters on the spine, and the text itself was in Latin. Julia's heart skipped a beat as she realized that the book contained the secrets of ancient rituals, rituals that involved the binding of the soul. The first few pages were cryptic, but as Julia continued to read, her pulse quickened. She found a passage describing a dark ritual known as immortalitas in arte, the immortality in art. The ritual, according to the text, allowed a person to seal their soul within a work of art, ensuring their continued existence beyond death. The process was long, painful, and required a heavy price. The soul would be trapped within the artwork, never to leave, never to find peace. But it also granted power, a dark power that could be used to control the physical world. The passage described how the subject of the painting would slowly lose their humanity as the ritual took place, their soul becoming intertwined with the image until the line between the two blurred. Over time, the painting would begin to change, becoming more alive with every passing night. Each change would strengthen the spirit trapped within it until the painting reached its full power. And then, when the time was right, the spirit could return to the world of the living by possessing the body of a living person. Julia's breath caught in her throat as she read those words. The truth was more terrifying than she had ever imagined. Eleanor Blackwood hadn't just painted herself into immortality. She had created a curse, a dark, twisted bond that could not only preserve her soul, but also grant her the ability to take control of someone else's body. The painting, the portrait in the main hall, was the key to Eleanor's return. Every night, as the painting changed, Eleanor's power grew stronger. Julia was already feeling the effects. Her physical body was beginning to weaken, her strength fading, her mind clouded by an overwhelming sense of dread. She had been drawn into Eleanor's web, unable to break free. And now, with each passing night, the spirit was inching closer to claiming her. Julia slammed the book shut, her hands shaking. She needed to find a way to break the curse, to stop the painting from changing and strengthening. But how? The ritual had been performed centuries ago, and the mansion itself was steeped in the dark energy of Eleanor's presence. The walls seemed to whisper. The shadows seemed to stretch toward her, and she could feel the pressure in her chest, growing heavier with every hour she spent in the house. She couldn't do this alone. She needed help. Desperate for answers, Julia sought out Gregory Hall, the current owner of the mansion, the man who had invited her here in the first place. When she found him in the study, his face was pale, his eyes wide with an almost haunted look. He had been avoiding her for days, his behavior becoming more erratic the longer she stayed. It was clear that he knew more than he was letting on. "Gregory, I know what happened," Julia said, her voice shaking. "I know about the curse. I know about Eleanor and the ritual." Gregory's eyes darted to the door, as if checking for anyone who might be listening. He looked around nervously, his breath shallow. Then, after a long pause, he spoke. "I didn't want you to find out. I didn't want anyone to know," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "But it's too late now. The painting, it was supposed to stay hidden. The family tried to destroy it, but it's too powerful. I've seen what happens when it reaches its full strength. People, they die. Or worse." Julia felt a chill run down her spine. "What do you mean, worse?" Gregory turned away, his shoulders slumped in defeat. "The curse is real. I'm not the first one to try and stop it. My ancestors, they tried to destroy the painting, to burn it. But every time they tried, it only grew stronger. Eleanor's spirit, it's bound to that painting, and when it reaches its peak, it will be unstoppable. The only way to stop it is to destroy the painting, to erase the last trace of her soul. Julia's heart sank. She had been hoping for another way, another solution. But now, it seemed like the only way to break the curse was to destroy the painting itself. But there was a problem. The ritual, the way it had been performed, meant that the painting had become more than just an object. It had become a gateway to the spirit world, a doorway through which Eleanor could return to the living. Destroying the painting would not only erase Eleanor's soul, but would also release her into the world in a way that could not be controlled. The weight of the decision pressed down on Julia. Destroying the painting was the only way to stop Eleanor, but at what cost? Would the curse simply transfer to another painting, another soul, another vessel? Or would Eleanor finally be free to exact her vengeance on the world? Julia was running out of time. The painting was changing again. Each day, the details became more vivid, more menacing. Eleanor's eyes no longer just followed her. They seemed to beckon her, to pull her into the painting itself. The darkness in the room was growing thicker, more suffocating, and Julia could feel the weight of it closing in on her. Eleanor was coming, and Julia wasn't sure she could stop her. The house itself seemed to be alive, a sentient entity that was growing stronger with each passing day, feeding off the curse, feeding off the painting. Every time Julia looked at the portrait, she felt the suffocating pressure in her chest, felt the cold grip of Eleanor's spirit tightening around her heart. It was time to make a choice. The curse of the painting was real, and Eleanor Blackwood would not rest until her vengeance was fulfilled. Chapter 8. The Mortal Trap. Julia woke with a start, her heart racing and her body drenched in sweat. She had fallen into a restless sleep again, plagued by nightmares of the painting and the cold, calculating gaze of Eleanor Blackwood. But this time, the dream was different. In it, she had walked into the main hall, her steps echoing in the silence, only to find the portrait no longer hanging on the wall. The woman from the painting was standing before her, eyes burning with an unnatural intensity. She reached out, her fingers icy as they grazed Julia's skin. Julia had awoken before the vision could fully take shape, but the fear lingered in her bones. The feeling of being watched, of being hunted, was becoming unbearable. She couldn't ignore it anymore. Eleanor's presence was no longer confined to the painting. It was in the very air of the mansion, growing stronger with each passing day. It was as though the house itself had become a living entity, its every corner steeped in darkness, its every breath a whisper of malevolent intent. Julia stood shakily, her eyes darting around the room. It was still early in the morning, the light barely creeping through the dusty curtains, but the oppressive feeling that had been gnawing at her for days had reached its peak. She couldn't shake the sensation that the mansion was drawing her closer, as though the walls were inching inward, closing in around her. Eleanor was coming for her, and there was nowhere left to run. The first sign had come the night before. Julia had been walking through the grand hallway when the temperature dropped suddenly, the air thickening with a strange energy that made her skin crawl. The lights flickered, casting fleeting shadows across the walls. And then she had heard it, the whispering. Low, guttural murmurs that echoed from all sides. The voice she had heard so many times before, now clearer and more insistent. Eleanor was calling to her. She had tried to ignore it, tried to convince herself that it was just her imagination running wild. But deep down, Julia knew that Eleanor had begun to select her as the next victim. The painting was no longer just a vessel for Eleanor's soul. It had become a trap, one that was slowly tightening around her. Every night, the portrait grew more vivid, the details more disturbing, the woman's gaze more alive, more predatory. Julia could no longer deny the truth. Eleanor was coming for her, and she couldn't afford to wait any longer. With a determined breath, Julia made her way to the main hall, her heart pounding in her chest. The air in the room felt thick with tension as she approached the portrait, its dark eyes following her every step. The woman in the painting stood frozen, as she always had, her mourning gown billowing in the imagined wind. But Julia could see the difference now. There was something more to the portrait. The expression on the woman's face had shifted, the corners of her mouth curling into a subtle, mocking smile. The eyes, once hollow and lifeless, now glowed with a fiery intensity, as if they were staring directly into Julia's soul. The portrait was alive, and it was calling her. Julia's breath caught in her throat as she stepped closer to the painting, her hands trembling as they hovered near the frame. She had to destroy it. She knew that now. The painting had been cursed from the beginning, but it was no longer just a trap for Eleanor's soul. It had become the very anchor of the curse, the key to her return. If Julia didn't destroy it soon, the consequences would be catastrophic. She could already feel the pressure in her chest growing, the coldness spreading through her limbs, as if Eleanor's spirit was inching closer, taking root inside her body. But as she reached out to touch the frame, the room shifted. The shadows grew darker, thicker, as if the very walls of the mansion were alive, suffocating her. The air became heavy, pressing against her chest, making it hard to breathe. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, and the temperature dropped so suddenly that Julia could see her breath misting in the air. "No," she gasped, stumbling backward. "No, I won't let you do this." But the painting pulled her in. She could feel the supernatural force reaching out, pulling at her very soul, dragging her toward the canvas. Her feet felt glued to the floor, her body unable to move, as though the painting's power had latched onto her like a vice. She tried to pull away, but the strength of the force behind the portrait was too much. "Julia." The voice was low, seductive, almost comforting, yet laced with malice. "Come to me." In that instant, Julia understood. Eleanor had been using the painting to lure her in, to pull her closer. The portrait wasn't just a picture, it was a portal, a gateway through which Eleanor could take control of her. The power had been building for weeks, and now it was too strong to resist. If she didn't act now, it would be too late. In desperation, Julia turned to the only solution she had left. She grabbed the nearest object, a heavy candlestick, and swung it toward the frame, aiming to shatter the glass. But just as she made contact, the force from the painting surged forward, throwing her back with such intensity that she collided with the wall, pain exploding in her skull. For a moment, everything went black. When Julia opened her eyes, she was lying on the cold marble floor, her body aching. Her breath came in shallow gasps as she tried to sit up. The whispers still echoed in her mind, growing louder. Eleanor's presence was everywhere, suffocating her, closing in. The painting, the cursed portrait, was still there, but it had changed again. It was no longer just a painting. It was a living thing, pulsing with dark energy. The figure of Eleanor seemed to shift within the frame, her eyes now gleaming with malevolent joy. Julia's heart hammered in her chest as she realized the true horror. By attempting to destroy the portrait, she had only made things worse. The curse wasn't just bound to the painting, it was woven into the fabric of the mansion itself. Destroying the painting would not destroy Eleanor's spirit. It would release her. The realization hit like a punch to the gut. The portrait, as powerful as it was not just a trap for Eleanor. It was a trap for Julia. If she destroyed it, Eleanor's soul would be unleashed into the world, but it would not be freed in the way Julia had hoped. No. Instead, the soul would be freed in a far more dangerous form. It would take root in the world of the living, more powerful than ever before, and Julia would be the one to bear the consequences. The curse would transfer to her body, making her the new vessel, the new host for the vengeful spirit of Eleanor Blackwood. The walls seemed to close in on her. The whispers swirled around her, taunting her, laughing at her helplessness. Julia could feel the power of the curse surging inside her, filling her chest with a burning, suffocating weight. She knew then that the only way to stop Eleanor was to find a way to sever the connection between the woman and the painting before it was too late. But time was running out. With great effort, Julia rose to her feet, her legs shaky beneath her. The portrait still stared down at her, its eyes glowing with fiery anticipation. She had made a terrible mistake, but it was not too late to undo it. She just had to find the key. The curse had already taken root. Now, Julia had to find a way to break it before it consumed her entirely. Chapter 9. The Final Ritual. The air in the mansion felt suffocating, heavier than it had ever been before. Every breath Julia took was labored, as if the house itself were pressing in on her, forcing her to suffocate in its embrace. The oppressive silence had been broken only by the constant whispering that had grown into a deafening chorus, filling her mind with the insistent voice of Eleanor Blackwood. The portrait was no longer just a painting. It had become the very heart of the mansion, the source of its power, its darkness. And Julia knew that she could no longer run from it. She had spent days in desperation, searching for a way to break the curse, to sever the link between her soul and Eleanor's. The spirit's presence had grown stronger, more tangible, with every passing hour. The house itself seemed to tremble with the impending confrontation, the walls groaning as though they too feared what was about to unfold. Time was running out. In the dead of night, Julia stood before the portrait once more, her eyes fixed on the woman's cold, unyielding gaze. Eleanor's eyes, those dark, hollow eyes, were more alive now than they had ever been, burning with a hunger that chilled Julia to the bone. The woman's smile, once subtle, now stretched into a cruel grin, her face more twisted with malice than ever. It was as if the very canvas itself were alive, pulsating with the malevolent energy that had slowly consumed the mansion. Julia's body trembled, but she could not look away. She had no choice but to face the painting. This was the final confrontation, the only chance she had left to stop the curse before Eleanor fully took hold of her. She had learned the ritual, the dark incantation that would sever the bond between the painting and her soul. But it was a ritual that came with its own dangers. To reverse the curse, Julia would have to face Eleanor in the very heart of the painting, within the darkness that had been sealed inside for centuries. The room was cold, colder than it had ever been, and the air seemed to thicken with every passing second. Julia stepped forward, her heart pounding, and placed her hands against the frame of the painting. She closed her eyes, focusing on the words she had memorized, the incantation that would, if successful, undo the spell that had bound Eleanor's soul to the portrait. "Spirits of the past," she whispered, her voice trembling but resolute. "I break the chains that bind you. I release the soul trapped within, and I cast you into the abyss." The words were old, ancient, and as she spoke them, she felt the power of the mansion shifting, the dark energy swirling around her. The whispers grew louder, their voices merging into a cacophony of desperation and rage. The painting seemed to throb in response, the eyes of Eleanor following Julia with terrifying intensity. And then, the painting began to change. The shadows in the background of the portrait deepened, coiling like serpents around the woman's form. The walls of the room began to tremble, as if the very foundation of the mansion were shaking in response to the ritual. Julia's skin prickled, and a sharp, searing pain shot through her chest. She gasped, clutching at her heart, but continued with the incantation. Her body felt like it was being pulled, like invisible hands were trying to drag her into the painting itself. "You think you can stop me?" Eleanor's voice rang out, a low, mocking laugh echoing through the room. The spirit's voice, once faint, was now fully present, her words filling Julia's mind. "You cannot escape. You are mine, Julia. Your soul is already bound to me. You have no idea the power that lies within me." The temperature in the room plummeted, and the walls began to crack, long fissures appearing in the stone. The air became suffocating, thick with a malevolent energy that clawed at Julia's every breath. The painting was no longer just a frame. It was a portal, a doorway to a dark realm where Eleanor's spirit held sway. Julia's legs began to buckle beneath her, the weight of the curse pressing down on her. She felt her body growing heavier with every word of the incantation, her soul trembling under the pressure. Eleanor was fighting back, trying to take control of her, to force her into submission. "You are weak, Julia," Eleanor's voice whispered, now a whisper in her ear. "You cannot defeat me. I have waited too long, and you are my last chance. My body is dying, but I will take yours. I will return to the world of the living, and you will be nothing but a husk." Julia's vision blurred, her head spinning, but she refused to stop. She could feel the spirit's influence pushing against her, could feel the darkness creeping through her veins, but she held on, her voice steady despite the pain. "I refuse," she gasped, her words a final declaration. "I will not become your vessel. You will not claim me." The painting began to crack, the glass shattering with a deafening sound. The room seemed to collapse around her, the walls groaning, the floor buckling under the weight of the curse. The mansion was coming apart, the dark energy of the spirit tearing through its foundation, ripping it to shreds. Julia's entire body felt as if it were being torn apart, stretched thin as the spirit fought to possess her. And then, a moment of silence. Julia's heart pounded in her chest as she stood at the center of the storm, her hands still pressed against the frame of the painting. She could feel the darkness, the malevolent energy, swirling around her, but it was weaker now. The painting, Eleanor's soul, was weakening. The power of the curse was fading, losing its grip on her. With a final desperate cry, Julia spoke the final words of the incantation. "I banish you. I break your hold. Be gone." The room erupted in a blinding flash of light. The air seemed to shudder with a force greater than anything Julia had ever felt. For a moment, she thought she might be consumed by it, her body destroyed by the sheer intensity of the magic. But then, the light began to fade, and the whispers grew silent. The mansion, which had seemed so alive with malevolent energy, suddenly felt still. its oppressive presence lifting. Julia collapsed to the floor, her body trembling from the sheer exertion of the ritual. She felt empty, drained, but the pain in her chest was gone. The oppressive weight that had hung over her was lifted. Slowly she stood, her knees weak but steady, and looked around the room. The portrait, once so powerful, was now lifeless. The woman in the painting had faded, her figure now a pale, indistinct image. The mansion itself had begun to crumble. The walls were cracked, the ceiling sagging, the air filled with the smell of decay. Julia knew that the mansion would not survive. The curse had been broken, but the house, bound to Eleanor's malevolent spirit, was no longer able to stand. It had fed on the darkness for too long, and now it was collapsing under the weight of its own destruction. Julia stumbled out of the room, her heart still racing, her body weak from the effort of the ritual. She had survived. She had broken the curse. But at what cost? The mansion was falling apart, and the world outside felt impossibly distant. As she stepped into the cold night air, the dawn breaking on the horizon, Julia knew that the mansion and the portrait were no longer a threat. But she also knew that the darkness she had faced would never truly leave her. It would remain, a shadow lingering in her memories, a reminder of the price she had paid to escape the trap of the portrait. The curse had been broken, but the scars would remain. Chapter 10. The Final Portrait. The night air was cold, biting, as Julia stood at the edge of the crumbling mansion. The once grand structure, now reduced to nothing more than ruins, groaned in protest, as though the house itself was finally exhaling its last breath. The walls that had once seemed so oppressive were now falling apart, crumbling into jagged shards of stone and wood. The windows, once gleaming with reflection, were shattered, their broken edges like jagged teeth in the darkness. It was over. The mansion, the curse, the haunting painting, all of it was coming to an end. But as Julia gazed at the destruction before her, a part of her felt hollow, the weight of the ordeal still hanging over her. She had survived. She had broken the curse. Eleanor Blackwood's spirit had been banished, her soul no longer bound to the painting. The ritual had succeeded. The mansion, once so full of malevolent energy, was now a shell, a broken testament to the darkness that had once consumed it. Yet, there was something wrong. Julia's heart pounded as she turned back to look at the mansion one last time. It was hard to believe that just hours ago, the place had been alive with the suffocating presence of the curse. The walls were now silent, the air still. But despite the overwhelming silence, Julia could still feel the lingering presence of the woman who had haunted her dreams and twisted her reality. The power that had once gripped the mansion seemed to have vanished, but the questions that remained still gnawed at her mind. Had she truly broken the curse? Or had Eleanor's spirit merely bided its time, waiting for an opportune moment to strike again? Julia stepped closer to the mansion's entrance, her feet unsteady but determined. She needed to know. She had to make sure that the curse had been lifted, that Eleanor was truly gone. She couldn't leave with this uncertainty hanging over her. The door to the main hall was ajar, the wood splintered and weathered from years of neglect. She pushed it open with a creak that seemed to echo in the silence. The once grand foyer was now filled with dust and debris, the air thick with the smell of decay. The shattered remnants of the mansion's former elegance were strewn across the floor, forgotten remnants of a time long past. But there, in the center of the room, still hanging on the far wall, was the portrait. The painting of Eleanor Blackwood, the woman in mourning, was still there. The frame was cracked and splintered, the glass shattered, but the painting itself remained intact. Despite the destruction that surrounded it, despite the fact that the mansion itself seemed to be disintegrating, the portrait stood as though untouched by time. Julia's heart skipped a beat as she approached the painting. The faint glow that had once emanated from Eleanor's eyes was gone, but there was still something unsettling about the way the painting seemed to command her attention. She could feel the weight of the woman's gaze, even though the portrait was now partially obscured by broken wood and shattered glass. But as she drew closer, Julia's breath caught in her throat. The expression on Eleanor's face had changed. Before, the woman's face had always been cold and distant, a mask of grief. But now, her eyes were wide open and her lips curled into an expression of something darker. The once subtle smile had twisted into something more sinister, more knowing. Eleanor's gaze, which had once followed Julia, now seemed to look past her, directly at the viewer, as if inviting them to step closer. The eyes. They weren't following Julia anymore. They were looking at her, yes, but not as they had before. They were now directed outward, as if the woman in the portrait was seeing something beyond the confines of the canvas. And in that moment, Julia felt a cold shiver run down her spine. It wasn't her. The woman was watching now. It was someone else. The painting had changed again. Julia took a step back, her heart racing. The room, once still, now seemed to hum with an unseen energy. She could feel the air around her growing heavy, as if something was shifting in the space between the walls. Something ancient, something powerful, was stirring. Was this a final trick? Had the curse truly been broken, or had Eleanor's spirit been playing a game all along, biding her time for the perfect moment? Julia's mind swirled with questions, the weight of her actions pressing down on her. In that moment, the ground beneath her feet seemed to tremble, the walls cracking with an unnatural force. She turned, her body frozen in fear, as the mansion groaned in protest. The air was thick with the sound of breaking wood and shattering glass. But despite the chaos, despite the sense of everything unraveling around her, the portrait remained, its presence a constant. It felt like the mansion was alive again, drawing its last breaths, its soul entwined with the curse that had defined it for so long. The curse had been broken, and yet the remnants of it still lingered, like a shadow in the corners of the room. Had Eleanor succeeded in her quest for vengeance? Julia's mind raced. Could it be that by confronting the painting, by breaking the curse, she had unknowingly set in motion the final, fatal consequence? Had the spirit of the widow found a way to transcend the very boundaries of the portrait itself? Or had Julia's battle been in vain? Her feet carried her toward the door, but as she moved, the sounds of the house grew louder. The walls groaned, and the floorboards beneath her feet creaked, as if the entire mansion was coming apart at the seams. Was it the weight of the curse finally collapsing on itself, or was something else happening? Was Eleanor still here, still watching her from beyond the grave? The house shuddered once more, its timbers groaning in agony, as if the very building were rejecting her, expelling her from its suffocating grasp. Julia stepped into the doorway, her breath shallow, her pulse pounding in her ears. She didn't look back. She couldn't. As she stepped out into the cold night air, she heard the final crack of wood behind her. The mansion, once imposing and majestic, now seemed to collapse into the earth, its long history fading away with each passing second. But even as she walked away, Even as the mansion crumbled into the darkness, Julia felt something. A cold chill at the back of her neck. A presence. She turned briefly over her shoulder, her heart stopping in her chest. The portrait, the last remnants of the mansion's soul, was still hanging on the wall. Its gaze, no longer following her, was now directed outward, its eyes no longer filled with malice, but with something more subtle, more terrifying. A quiet, unyielding presence. The eyes of the widow were not fixed on her anymore. They were fixed on someone else. And as Julia turned her back on the ruins of the mansion and walked into the unknown, she couldn't shake the feeling that the portrait, the curse, had never truly left. It was waiting for someone else now. Chapter 1. The storm that changed everything. The small village of San Isidro had always been a place where time seemed to slow down. Nestled between the mountains and bordered by a wide, lazy river, life moved at its own pace. The air was thick with the scent of pine trees, and the sound of the river's current was a constant companion for the villagers. For generations, the people of San Isidro had lived simple, unremarkable lives. The river, while essential for fishing and trade, was nothing more than a quiet feature of their landscape, a steady, reliable presence. That was until the storm came. It was unlike anything anyone could have predicted. It started late one afternoon, the sky darkening with an unnatural speed. The clouds churned in a way that sent a chill down the spines of even the most weathered villagers. The winds howled through the trees, bending them as if they were fragile twigs, and the first drops of rain were heavy, like stones hitting the earth. Within moments, the storm erupted with ferocity, the sky crackling with lightning, and the air charged with an eerie energy. It was a storm that felt alive, as though something deep in the earth had awakened. Martin was sitting on the porch of his modest home, staring out at the river, when the storm hit. He was a fisherman, born and raised in San Isidro, and like most of the town's residents, he had grown accustomed to the occasional summer rain or even a thunderstorm. But this one felt different. There was something unnatural about it. The sky seemed too low, the wind too strong. The village's dogs howled in terror, and even the birds seemed to take flight in a frantic panic. Martin rose from his chair, his instincts as a lifelong fisherman kicking in. Something was off, and he needed to see the river for himself. He grabbed his jacket, slinging it over his shoulders, and headed out into the downpour. The streets of San Isidro were nearly deserted as the storm raged overhead. The storm was so violent that even the town's children, who would normally be running in and out of the rain, were nowhere to be found. Martin made his way toward the river, his boots slapping against the wet earth. When he reached the riverbank, he froze. The water, which had always been a deep, muddy brown, was now a solid black, like ink. It was as if the river had been swallowed by darkness. The current, usually slow and steady, was now moving with unnatural speed. Martin's heart pounded in his chest. He had lived beside this river all his life, and he had never seen anything like this. The air felt thick, as if the storm had left a weight on the world. Martin took a step closer to the water, peering into the dark, swirling depths. He could barely make out the shapes beneath the surface. Something that felt wrong, something that seemed to move with intent. The smell of the water had changed, too. It was no longer the familiar scent of fresh earth and wet stones. It was heavier, like something rotten, something ancient. He was about to turn back when he heard footsteps approaching. Martin looked up, his gaze falling on an older man from the village, Juan. a quiet and solitary figure who was known for his long walks by the river. Juan's face was pale, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and confusion. Martín had never seen the man so shaken. It's the river," Juan gasped, his voice trembling. "Something's wrong. I saw them. People. They're not the same. They've changed." Martín frowned. "What do you mean, changed?" Juan took a shaky breath, his hands trembling as he wiped his forehead with the back of his sleeve. "I was walking along the bank earlier. The storm wasn't so bad then, but when I got closer to the water, I saw them. People who came to fish, people I've known all my life. They looked at me with such rage. They started shouting, screaming. I tried to calm them down, but they just attacked." Martín's heart sank. "Attacked? Who?" Juan shook his head, clearly shaken. "I don't know. I don't know who they were. They looked like our neighbors, but their eyes, they were different. They were filled with hate, with something I've never seen before. And then they just disappeared, vanished into the water." The old man's words hung in the air, a chilling silence following them. Martín looked back at the river, his mind racing. Juan's eyes were wide with terror, but there was something in them, a sort of recognition, as if he had seen something beyond the storm, something older and darker than the river itself. A sound broke the silence then, a scream, a distant blood-curdling cry that seemed to rise from the very heart of the river. Martín's blood ran cold. It was the sound of a man in agony. He turned to Juan, but the old man had already started to retreat, his feet stumbling as he hurried back to the village. Martín stood alone by the river, staring into the dark waters, his mind swimming with questions. He didn't know what was happening, but he knew one thing for sure. The river had changed, and it had brought something with it, something terrible. In the days that followed, the strange behavior of the villagers grew more pronounced. Those who ventured near the river seemed to lose all sense of reason. Some of them came back changed, angry, violent, aggressive. Others never returned. It was as if the river itself had taken them, claimed them as its own. Whispers spread through the village, tales of people who had gone too close to the water and come back. Wrong. They would stare at you with blank eyes, muttering to themselves, and sometimes they would lash out without warning, as if possessed by an unseen force. The town, which had once been quiet and peaceful, was now full of fear and suspicion. People began to avoid the river, keeping their distance, but the pull of the dark water was undeniable. As days passed, more and more people vanished, as if the river was calling to them, dragging them into its depths. Martín couldn't shake the feeling that he had seen something that night, something that had awakened, something ancient and hungry. He knew he couldn't ignore it any longer. The river was not just a body of water. It was a force, and it demanded something in return. What had it taken? What was it waiting for? And more importantly, what could be done to stop it? The storm had been only the beginning. What came next would change everything. Chapter 2. The First Disappearance. The days following the storm were marked by an unshakable unease. The sky remained heavy, and the village of San Isidro, once vibrant and full of life, had turned quiet. People avoided the river, whispering in hushed tones whenever they passed by, glancing nervously at the dark, swirling waters that had once been a part of their everyday existence. But despite the growing fear, there were still those who could not resist the pull of the river. Ricardo was one of them. Ricardo was a young man in his early 20s, the son of a well-respected family in the village. He had grown up alongside Martine's own children, and the two families had shared many a meal and a laugh over the years. Like most of the young people in San Isidro, Ricardo had always been adventurous. He was a fisherman like Martine, and though he wasn't as experienced, he had a natural curiosity that made him eager to explore the mysteries of the world around him. It was that very curiosity that would ultimately lead him into the heart of the river's curse. One afternoon, shortly after the storm, Ricardo went missing. Martine was sitting outside his house, watching the river from a distance, when the frantic voice of Maria, Ricardo's mother, broke the quiet. She was running toward him, her face pale and her hands trembling. The fear in her eyes was unmistakable. As she reached him, she gasped for air, her voice breaking with desperation. "Martine! Martine, please! Have you seen Ricardo? He went to the river. He hasn't come back." Martine stood up immediately, his heart sinking. He knew Ricardo had been one of the many who couldn't resist the river's call. Martine had seen him a few days before, standing at the water's edge, staring at the dark currents as though drawn to them. He had warned him, told him to stay away, but Ricardo had just laughed it off, shrugging off the warnings as if they were nothing more than superstition. "I'll go look for him," Martine said, his voice steady, despite the unease rising within him. "Stay here, Maria. We'll find him." The sun was beginning to set, casting a pale orange light over the village as Martine and a few of the local men gathered to search the area. They called out for Ricardo, their voices echoing against the mountains surrounding the village. But there was no answer. The river, as always, remained silent, its dark surface hiding whatever secrets lay beneath. Martine led the group along the riverbank, his boots sinking into the wet earth with each step. He knew every inch of this river, having fished its waters for decades. But today, the river felt different. It felt dangerous. It wasn't just the color. It was the stillness, the way the water seemed to pulse with a life of its own. They reached the spot where Ricardo had been last seen, near the place where the river curved sharply, its flow quickening. Martine's eyes scanned the ground, searching for any signs of struggle or clues that might tell him where the young man had gone. But there was nothing. The area was eerily quiet, save for the soft murmur of the water. "I don't like this," one of the men muttered, his voice low. "It's like he just disappeared, vanished into thin air." Martine's gut twisted. He knew that feeling. It was the same sensation he had had when he'd first seen the river's dark transformation, the sensation that something unnatural was at play. Suddenly, one of the men, Jose, pointed toward the water. "Look," he said, his voice filled with dread. Martine followed the man's gaze, and there, on the river's surface, was something that made his blood run cold. It was a pair of footprints, faint, barely visible, but unmistakably there. They led to the water's edge and stopped, abruptly, as if the person who had made them had simply vanished into the river. There were no more tracks, no signs of struggle, just the faint impression of someone standing there, and then nothing. "Where is he?" Maria's voice broke through the silence, and Martine turned to see her standing a few feet behind him, her face pale with worry. Her hands were clasped tightly together, as if holding on to some last shred of hope. "I don't know," Martine said quietly, shaking his head. He didn't want to say the words, didn't want to even think them, but he couldn't ignore the truth. Ricardo had gone into the water, and he hadn't come out. There was no other explanation. The men continued searching for hours, but it was clear that the river had taken Ricardo. No one wanted to say it aloud, but deep down, they all knew the truth. The river wasn't just dangerous, it was something far worse. It was alive, and it was hungry. As night fell, the search was called off. Martin returned home, his heart heavy with dread. He had seen this before, though never to this extent. People had gone missing near the river in the past, but this felt different. There was something far more sinister at play, something that reached back to the very foundation of the village, something that had been awakened by the storm. Martin knew that Ricardo wasn't the first to disappear, and he doubted he would be the last. The following days were filled with whispers and fear. The villagers were terrified, but none of them dared speak of what they suspected, the dark, malevolent force that had taken hold of the river. They tried to go on with their lives, but the sense of dread was suffocating. Every time someone ventured near the river, there was a collective holding of breath, as if waiting for the next victim to be claimed. Martin couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was coming, that the river wasn't done yet. He couldn't explain it, but he knew that whatever had taken Ricardo was still out there, still watching. He had to know what was happening, and he had to find a way to stop it before more lives were lost. He spent sleepless nights trying to make sense of the mystery, but each day brought more questions than answers. Why had the river turned black? What was it that called to the people, drawing them into its depths? And, most pressing of all, what would happen if the river's hunger was not satisfied? Ricardo was gone, and soon, Martin feared, the rest of the village would follow. The river demanded its payment, and the people of San Isidro were paying the price. And Martin feared that he would be next. Chapter 3. The Warning of Old Andres. The days after Ricardo's disappearance felt like an endless, suffocating wait. Despite the growing fear among the villagers, life in San Isidro went on, at least on the surface. People carried on with their daily routines, but the air was thick with apprehension. Eyes darted nervously toward the river whenever someone passed by, and hushed conversations buzzed through the streets. Everyone was on edge, but no one dared speak openly about what had happened. It was as if acknowledging the truth would make it all the more real. Martin knew something had to be done. He could feel it in his bones. The river was not just a river anymore. It had become something more, something darker, and it wasn't done taking. The more he thought about Ricardo, about the way the river had claimed him without a trace, the more he felt the need to understand what was happening. There had to be a reason for all of this, something deeper than a simple natural disaster or a freak accident. Martin had lived here all his life. He had seen the village go through its ups and downs, but never had he witnessed anything like this. And so, with a heavy heart, Martin decided to seek out Andres. Old Andres was the village's storyteller. He had lived in San Isidro for as long as anyone could remember, a man with a weathered face and a long beard, always wearing a wide-brimmed hat, even in the harshest sun. He had seen more years than most, and with that came stories. Stories of the old days, of the town's founding, and of events that had been forgotten by the younger generations. Many of the villagers dismissed Andres as a man of tall tales, but Martin knew better. The old man was a living archive of the village's history, and if there was anyone who could shed light on the sinister happenings surrounding the river, it was him. Martin found Andres sitting in his usual spot, just outside the small cottage on the outskirts of town, next to a twisted oak tree that had stood there for as long as anyone could remember. The old man was smoking a pipe, his eyes half closed in thought as he stared out over the horizon. The storm had passed, but the atmosphere still hung heavy, as if the world was holding its breath. "Martin," Andres greeted him with a knowing smile, though his eyes were clouded with worry. "I've been expecting you." Martin sat down beside him, the weathered wood creaking under his weight. He didn't waste any time. He needed answers, and he needed them now. "Old man," Martin began, his voice low, "I know something's wrong. The river, what's happening to it? What's happened to our town?" First Ricardo. "Now more people are acting strange, disappearing. I've seen it with my own eyes. The river is calling them." Andres looked at him with a seriousness that took Martin by surprise. The old man's hand shook slightly as he took a long draw from his pipe, the smoke swirling around him like a dark omen. He exhaled slowly, and for a long